Melody seized control. Perhaps John was right. Perhaps he should just do his best to get along, to make sense of things, to see it from their point of view. Despite the light streaming through his slender window, much of his room was still dark. Nathaniel pulled off his old shirt and slid on the new one, and as he pushed his head through the collar, he nearly screamed at the sight of Zusa crouching right in front of him, her body bathed in shadow. "Shh," Zusa said, shoving her hand over his mouth and holding him close. Her eyes darted to the door, and she tensed to see if somehow Annie had sensed her arrival, despite Nathaniel having not made a sound. When it was clear no one was at all aware, she pulled back her hand and then kissed him atop the forehead. "I am so glad you are safe," she whispered. "I feared the worst when John's men began spreading the news of Melody's control." "I don't think they'll hurt me," Nathaniel said. "I don't think they will either," Zusa said. "It's your mother I fear for. If she's to have any hope, we must act now." Her haste, her desperation made sense to Nathaniel. John had often drilled into him the importance of time, of how each day a man sat on a throne strengthened people's belief that it was his, no matter his birthright or claim. "What will you do?" Nathaniel asked. "Kill them all?" He'd meant it as a bitter joke, a way to convey to Zusa his inability to see what she might accomplish on her own. The way her face darkened and the sheer stubborn ferocity he saw in her eyes made him think twice. "They have her held in the mansion's old cells," she said. "At least a dozen soldiers barred the way, more than I fear I can handle on my own. But your mother has allies outside the household, Lord Victor in particular. I would ask for his help first, before I try assaulting John's fighting force alone." "Then why haven't you gone to him already?" he asked. "Leave me. I'm safe here." Zusa shook her head. "Time is of the essence, little one. Each passing day strengthens Melody's claim. I need Lord Victor to act without alerting John or Melody to his possible interference. That means I need someone he'll trust more than myself, without question, without hesitation. That's you, Nathaniel. Your testimony will push him to action. Now, are you ready? Doing so puts your life in danger, more so than if you remained behind." In the end, it was no decision, only a matter of finding the necessary bravery. Deep in his heart, he knew his mother had earned far better loyalty and respect than to have her household stolen away from her in the deep of night. He would not sit idly by in a comfortable prison while his mother's only true friend risked her life to free them. "All right," he said. "Tell me what to do." She took his hand in hers and crouched down so her beautiful brown eyes could stare into his. "Hold on," she said, "and trust me." Zusa grabbed his blanket with her other hand, pulling it off the bed. Together they moved into the corner of the room, and she held the blanket above them, blotting out what morning light could reach them. He felt her hand tighten, sensed the woman tense. "This will be uncomfortable," Zusa said. "Once we're outside, there's no turning back. No matter what. Run where I tell you to run, and do not once stop. No one will hurt you, but they'll hurt me, and I have no intention of leaving you behind." "I understand," he said. "I pray you do, Nathan. Close your eyes. It helps lessen the discomfort." He did, and he felt her strong arms close about him, pulling him to her breast. It made his skin tingle, and he was glad for his fear, for it kept him from focusing on the strange feelings that filled him with being so close to the woman. Her grip tightened, and suddenly it felt like he was falling. Everything darkened, the blanket vanished, and then the shadows were replaced with the bright morning light outside. Together they rolled, Zusa coming up on her knees, and Nathaniel doubled over, clutching his stomach as he retched uncontrollably. "Vomit later," Zusa said, one hand on his wrist, the other grabbing a coiled rope that seemed to have been waiting for them beside the wall. They were in the garden, with a few trees separating them from the large fence protecting the mansion grounds. John Gandrum's men patrolled the area, and a squad of 3 nearby noticed their sudden appearance and let out a cry of alarm. With a fierce tug, Zusa pulled him to his feet, and he flailed his legs to keep pace as she made for the nearby wall. The squad of 3 moved to intercept, and with Nathaniel slowing her down, she knew they would not make it in time. "Keep running," Zusa said, thrusting the coiled rope before him. He let go of her wrist to take it, and he held it to his chest as if his life depended on it. The rope was heavy, and with his having but one arm, it forced him to double over a bit to use his stomach to help hold on. Walking in such a way was awkward, his movements slow, but he pressed on anyway. Ahead of him, he watched Zusa draw both of her daggers and approach the squad of 3 that blocked her way. "Move aside," Zusa told them. "We've been ordered not to harm you," said one of the guards, "not unless you give us no choice." "Move out of our way, or stand your ground and die," Zusa said, daggers twirling in her hands. "That's the only choice I leave you with." There were 3, well-armed and armored, while she was a lone woman with slender daggers. Nathaniel knew they would not listen, not with several more men running from further up and down the mansion grounds. So he kept going, following Zusa, trusting her. The woman crouched down, and she looked like a snake coiling for a strike. One of the 3 moved to attack, and that was enough to send her into motion. Zusa spun, a rotating blur, her dagger smacking aside the guard's thrust with ease. She continued forward, arm lashing out, deflecting a stab from a second guard, then assaulting the first with brutal efficiency. Nathaniel's eyes widened at the blood that flew from the man's neck and face as her daggers raked across him. The other 2 tried to cut her down while she had her back to them, but before they could even complete their swings, she had already turned, dropping to her knees and arching her back so their weapons passed harmlessly above her. And then she was snapping forward, legs kicking, daggers thrusting. At such close range, they could not hope to withstand such skilled brutality. One tried to flee, but he died with a dagger to the neck. The other tried to wrestle her to the ground, but she stayed just beyond his grip, her blades finding the gaps in his armor at the neck and beneath the arm. Within moments he was bleeding, and as Nathaniel ran through the bodies, he saw the man fall, screaming out in pain from yet another deep cut. "Hurry!" Zusa shouted, pulling the rope from his hand and racing to the wall. Looping one end into a knot quickly enough that it seemed like magic, she flung it so that it looped over one of the spikes at the top, pulled it tight, then offered it to him. Nathaniel felt his neck flush, and he lifted his only arm. "I can't climb," he said. Zusa hesitated the slightest moment, and he realized she'd not even thought of such a problem when planning his escape. "Damn it," she said, pushing the rope against his chest. "Hold on." More soldiers were coming, and Nathaniel stood there, feeling helpless and a burden, as Zusa leaped screaming into the first 2 to near. He saw the fear on their faces at her attack, knew from countless lessons with Lord John that the fight was already won before it even began. Steel flashed, blood flew, and then Zusa came rushing back to him, having earned them another brief moment of reprieve before more arrived. "You may not climb, but you can run," Zusa said. "When I pull, you run, understand?" He didn't, but he nodded anyway. With only 2 steps to build speed, Zusa vaulted into the air, soaring as if she weighed nothing. As she passed over the gate, her dagger lashed out, cutting the rope and grabbing it with her other hand. As she disappeared over the other side, Nathaniel realized her weight would pull him, and attempting to help, he put a foot on the wall and tried to lift into the air. With shocking strength, the rope yanked him upward, and he moved his feet one after the other in an attempt to keep up. Faster and faster he climbed until he was reaching the spikes at the top. Momentum carrying him forward, he did the only thing he knew to do. At the very top he jumped. Soaring over the spikes of the fence, he saw Zusa waiting for him, and she did not betray his trust. Into her arms he landed, firm but gentle. "Well done," she said, taking his hand and setting him down. "Now come. Victor's place is not far. If you tire, let me know so I may carry you." They hurried, Zusa glancing behind her several times to see if any chased. Twice she looked worried, and she tugged him along at a speed his feet could barely maintain. Down streets and alleys they twisted, and he doubted they took anywhere close to a direct path, all to fool any potential followers. At last, when it felt as if his legs could take no more, and he was finding a way to swallow his pride and ask to be carried, they arrived. "What reason brings you here?" asked one of the soldiers guarding the door to what might have been an inn prior to being boarded up. "I need to speak with Victor," Zusa said. "And who might you be?" "Who I am doesn't matter," she said. "But with me is Nathaniel Gemcroft." That was enough to get them moving. Into the building they went, and it was dark and stuffy. They stood in the center, ignoring the tables, until from down the stairs came the regal Lord Victor. The man smiled widely, and he dipped his head in respect to his guests. "Welcome," he said. "Unexpected company you may be, but please, consider yourselves at home. Sit and let my servants get you something to eat or drink if you'd like." Once Nathaniel was comfortably seated, as well as having turned down the offered meal despite the hunger in his stomach, Victor sat opposite him. The Lord did his best to look relaxed, but Nathaniel could sense the serious atmosphere filling the room, and he felt ready to shrivel beneath the man's fierce stare. "So," Victor said, "I suspect something significant is occurring for you two to be here. So, would you care to explain just what that may be?" Zusa spoke up first, and Nathaniel was glad for it. "Melody Gemcroft has enlisted Lord John Gandrum's aid in overthrowing Elisa for control of the Gemcroft fortune," Zusa said. "We have little time before she consolidates her power." Victor's face darkened. "You have proof?" he asked. At that, Zusa gestured toward Nathaniel, and he felt his skin shrivel. "Tell me everything," said Victor, leaning forward, smothering him with that hungry, intelligent stare. "John came into my bedroom this morning to wake me," Nathaniel said. He said my mother is not fit to rule, and that Melody's claim is just as strong. She's in charge now. That's what he said." "For how long?" Victor asked. Nathaniel shrugged. "Until he thinks my mother ready." Victor looked to Zusa, and he rose from his chair. "I take it time is of the essence?" he asked. "Too many of our business associates, even those of the Trifect, will gladly accept Melody's takeover," Zusa said, "especially if they think Melody easier to manipulate or bully than Elisa." Victor went to the door, opened it, and spoke to one of his guards stationed outside. "Send for Guard Captain Antonil," he said. "Tell him it is of the utmost urgency, and tell him I come calling for the aid he once promised." That done, the man strode back into the room, hand on the hilt of his sword. "After Museum's display in the marketplace this morning, Antonil will do everything he can to aid me, and, by extension, anyone who will stand against the elf," Victor said. "Museum?" asked Zusa. "I don't understand. What does he have to do with—" "It doesn't matter. When I say Elisa will stand against him, her past deeds should convince Antonil. His men will join mine in an attack on the mansion. Once Elisa is freed and Melody our prisoner, any and all chance of a coup dies." Victor moved closer to her, leaning down and whispering, even though Nathaniel could still hear. "I mean this," he said. "Both Melody and John must not suffer harm. I want to question them, to know how much of this was planned and for how long. Keep your daggers under control when we assault the mansion. Is that clear?" "I will lead the attack," Zusa said. "Beyond that, I am Elisa's servant, not yours." Victor ignored her, instead kneeling down in front of Nathaniel so they might look eye to eye. "I'll save your mother," he said, putting a hand on his shoulder and squeezing it. "Have no fear of that. And even if something should go wrong, remember, you'll always be safe in my care." Nathaniel tried to smile, to thank the man, but Victor was already moving on, calling out for his men, organizing, preparing. "Zusa," he said as the woman lurked by the door watching. "Don't worry," she said, glancing his direction. "I will be there, leading the way." "You won't let them hurt her, will you?" Nathaniel asked, unable to shake the dread building in his heart. Zusa shook her head, blood on her clothes and drying in her hair. "Elisa is not the woman who must fear this morning," she said, and there was death in her smile. Chapter 23. An 18-year-old Melody Gemcroft knelt in prayer, a book open before her on a slender bench. Towering over her, illuminated in violet light burning from torches that never flickered or dwindled, was the statue of Karak, carved when he first walked the land, waging war against his cowardly brother. It was the third night in a row she'd come to Karak's temple, yet her fervent prayers seemed to do little to diminish the fire burning in her breast. "You seem troubled," said a priest, joining her at her side. Melody opened her eyes and smiled at Luther, the man leaning down over her, always quiet, always willing to listen. "Forgive me," she said, "but I cannot speak of why. It shames me just thinking about it." Luther sat down on the bench she knelt before, and he glanced at the book she'd been reading. It was a series of stories, supposedly told to Karak's people in the earliest days of mankind. If a burglar has broken into your home, do you know how you flush him out? Not by hiding him, but instead opening all your doors and windows and letting the world in to see. If sin has taken residence within your heart, bear it now. We're alone here, you and I, alone before our God. The only shame you should feel is letting your pride stand in the way of the purification of your soul." Melody trembled. Of course, it was Luther who would know what to say. Of course, it would be to him she must confess. "Lust," she whispered. "I suffer lust, and for a man not my husband." Luther leaned over further, hands clasped together, and he stared at her with those intense eyes of his. "Do I know who the man is?" he asked. Melody looked away, nodded. "You do," she said. "You know him well." Her heart raced in her chest, and she felt her neck flushing red. Of course, Luther would figure it out. She was never good at keeping secrets. But Maynard was always so cold to her, and though he knew the servants told her of his midnight trysts with the quality whores a man of the trifect could buy, he never seemed to care. Sometimes she tried talking to him, to broach the subject of him coming with her to the temple. Perhaps if they could share in their faith, if he could see how it wounded her when he cavorted with sinful women. But then there was Luther at her side, listening, understanding, his words firm yet kind, knowledgeable yet humble. "The role of a wife is not an easy one," Luther said after a lengthy pause. "There is a reason Karak calls us his bride. It carries expectations, faithfulness, and sacrifice. But Melody, there is... You've sworn your life to the temple, have you not? You are Karak's bride, and let no man of this earth defile you, nor burden you with shame." She nodded even as she struggled to understand. What was it he was telling her? What was he asking of her? Luther offered her his hand. "I am the temple," he said, "and I would never defile your body." She took it, and together they stood. "Where are we going?" she asked. "To my chambers," he answered, "so together we may worship and offer our blessings to the lion in a way your husband would never understand." She knew what it meant, yet was scared to think it. Was it a test? Or perhaps her sinful mind perverted something meant to be simple and pure. The walk down the hallways of the temple to Luther's private study was a nightmare. But the moment inside his room, when he slowly removed her clothes, his lips caressing the length of her neck before traveling down to her naked breasts, a blessed dream. Years passed. They lay together in her bed, her clothes cast off one side, his priestly robes the other. Luther had come to the Gemcroft mansion for months now, always in the guise of private lessons. In a way, Melody considered them just that. They still bowed their heads in prayer. He still imparted wisdom to her, but it wasn't always in the ways of Karak's strength and order. Sometimes it was in more carnal things, and as a teacher, he was better than Maynard could ever hope to be. Usually they were more careful, more discreet, but Maynard had left earlier that day for a meeting with James Keenan to the south in Angelport. Weeks, she thought. We shall have weeks together, just he and I. Praise Karak, I have so badly needed this. Are you ready for more? She asked him, her head on his chest. I am always ready if you are in need, Melody. Her hand traveled down his body, and she cupped his manhood, which was still soft and wet. You don't seem it, she said. Are you sure you don't need more time? Luther smiled at her, a smile that showed there was wisdom he had, she did not, yet instead of belittling her, it only made him eager to share it. I have a hand and a mouth, he said, and neither will tire before you do, I promise. Before he could show her, the door to her room opened. An angry rebuke was on her tongue for the servant foolish enough to enter before knocking, but it died without a single word spoken. Melody clutched her blanket in both hands, and she felt as if she shriveled several feet before the deadly, cold glare of her husband. Beside him stood a man in the black robes of Karak, and he seemed no more pleased than Maynard. "Get dressed," Maynard said, "both of you." That was it. Nothing else before he shut the door. Melody sat there, naked, mouth open, and skin covered with goosebumps. It seemed all the world was crashing down, and she wanted to vomit. "Get dressed, Melody," Luther said, and he seemed strangely resigned. We both knew it was only a matter of time. But she didn't know. She thought it could be kept a secret, or that Maynard would not care if he learned. How many whores had he slept with? How many times had he spit in her face with his behavior? Why must she be treated differently? The unfairness lent her a spark of anger, and she used that to push her numb body from the bed so she might put her clothes back on. When both were finished, Luther went to her, and he kissed her forehead. "I don't know what fate awaits us," he said, "but know I will always come back for you." "Thank you," she said, and she felt tears running down her face. "They won't hurt you, will they?" Luther smiled at her, that same wise smile. "Do not worry for me," he said. "You're the one who must be strong." His arm around her waist, he opened the door for her, and they stepped out into the hallway. Maynard was there, along with several more priests, and together they walked across the hall, down the stairs, and to the grand foyer, where over a dozen more in black were gathered. "I want him punished for this," Maynard said. Melody tried staying at Luther's side, but he gently pushed her away and went to his brethren. Despite their glares, he kept his head high, and there was no shame in his walk. "His punishment is ours to decide," said their head priest, a man Melody had long admired, named Pellerak. "Not yours. Leave us to punish our own, just as we will let you decide the fate of your wife's infidelity." They put hands on Luther's shoulders, guiding him toward the door. "Luther!" Melody cried. "I'll be strong, I promise. I'll be strong." Maynard struck her with his fist to silence her. The blow knocked her to the floor, and as she looked up at him, blood trickling down her chin, she swore not to cry. No matter what he did to her, she would not cry. All her tears would be reserved for Luther and Luther alone. "Apologize," Maynard said when the priests were gone, and they were alone. "No," she said, holding a hand to her mouth. She felt the beginnings of panic crawling up and down her chest, but she fought it down. "You've humiliated me," her husband said, and he reached down to grab her by the hair and yank back so she might meet his eye. "Now beg for forgiveness, and maybe I will have mercy." She laughed at him. "There is only one to whom I would beg for forgiveness," she said, "and it is not you." He raised a hand to strike her, but it did not come. Instead, he let her go, and he shook his head. To her shock, there were tears running down his face as well. "You make me do this, then," he said. "Remember that." Everything that happens, it's your fault. And that damn god of yours." He called for soldiers, and they took her to a carriage. She didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to her daughter. Maynard joined not much later, and in the deep of night they rode through the streets of Veldaren. Melody sat quietly, watching out the window with a mercenary at either side of her. At first she did not know where they went, but as they neared their destination, a creeping certainty came over her. When the carriage rolled to a stop before Leon Connington's mansion, she knew it to be true. They took her in, and Leon was waiting for her at the door. "Make it quick," Maynard said. She watched as her husband pulled out 4 coins, 2 gold and 2 silver, and dropped them into the fat man's eager hand. "It'll be masterfully done," Leon said. "I promise." They took her deep into the mansion, down the stone steps and into the black dungeons. Maynard never said a word to her, neither in anger nor love. The moment those coins changed hands, she was gone, and she knew it. Into a cell they took her, casting her onto the hard floor and leaving her in total darkness. There she remained, and for how long until Leon came to her she could only guess. "Are you in here, my little doll?" he asked, light of torches flickering across his face. On either side of him, holding the torches, were men in strange clothes. The gentle touchers, Melody realized, and she felt her creeping horror growing in strength. "You promised it'd be quick," Melody said as the men with the torches lifted her from the ground, each holding a wrist with a frighteningly strong grip. "I promised it'd be masterful," Leon said. "Not that it'd ever be quick." They chained her to the wall, her struggles not even an inconvenience. She cried as the fat man loomed closer, his breathing heavy. "I always thought you were beautiful," he said. "So much better than that uptight prick Maynard deserved." He leaned in. She screamed, and then his lips were on her body. Thrashing, kicking, it all was hopeless. Chained to a wall, chained and helpless as his trousers dropped to the floor, and in the torchlight, Leon smiled the sickest of smiles. "But now you're mine," he said, "all mine." And there was nothing she could scream or do to deny it. Years passed. The darkness had closed in on her, and she much preferred it to the alternative. People meant the rare gentle toucher, come to experiment with a few of his needles and knives, should Leon take too much time between his visits for the torturer's liking. Or worse, it meant Leon himself. His touch was everything Luther's was not, sick, greedy, hateful. Not once had they moved her to a different cell, and as she lay on the cold stone, she could trace her fingers along the dried spots of her own blood. In the distance, she heard a door opening, and she tensed. That was the door from upstairs, the groan of its hinges much deeper and louder than those of the one leading to the rooms the gentle toucher slept and ate in. Upstairs meant either new prisoners or Leon. As much as she felt guilty for it, she prayed it was someone new coming down to suffer as she did. Anything was better than Leon's touch. Anything. A man came to the entrance of her cell, but it was not Leon as she feared. Instead, it was one of the gentle touchers. But the way he stood there was off. He had no desire to perform his art upon her, she could tell. Then what? "I have a gift," said the elderly man. "One we've been paid a handsome sum to bring to you, so I pray you appreciate it." The cell door opened. He stepped inside, and then he placed an object on the floor, one which left her bewildered. It was a slender bowl, and in its center, held by a thin silver string, were gems of a rainbow of colors. She took it onto her lap, cradling it as if it were a child. "What am I to do with this?" she asked. "Pray," said the gentle toucher. That's all we were told. With that, he left her holding the strange object. Pray? She wondered. Pray what? And why? It had taken weeks before she discovered it. Many times she'd closed her eyes and prayed, clutching the strange shallow bowl in her hands, yet nothing ever happened. It was only after one of Leon's visits, as she lay on her side staring into its center, that she decided to try again. This time she would watch it, she decided, determined to see if her prayers did anything to the device. Never before or after did she notice a change, but just perhaps during. And then, as she prayed with her eyes open, focused on the bowl, she saw the colors begin to swirl within the gems. Hope blossomed in her breast. The emotion strange and foreign after her time in the cells. Her prayers faltered for a moment, the colors dimmed, and with frantic strength she begged Karak for mercy and guidance. Back came the colors, and they were the greatest gift she could have ever imagined. The gems lifted into the air, straining the lengths of their silver chains. And yet it was not done. As she stared into its center, yearning for freedom, she found herself sinking into a vision.
She saw mountains, forests, the waters of the Regan flowing beneath her as she soared with the wings of a falcon.
Her prayers spilled from her lips as if they were those of another, or perhaps from some more primal part of her mind. She saw flowing fields of grain, the walls of the city of Veldaren, and then the barren wastelands of the Vile Wedge. It seemed nothing could contain her, her mind able to go wherever she desired. And what she desired most was her former lover, Luther. She tried to imagine his face, where he might be, and then, suddenly, she saw him huddled before a desk, his back to her. "Luther?" she asked aloud, her voice sounding distant. "Melody? Melody, is that you?" Nothing then could stop her crying. She felt tears running down her face, the first tears she'd cried in over a year. The image shifted, and suddenly she was looking up at him and he looking down. He was so beautiful, so kind, and it ripped her heart to pieces that she could not reach out and stroke his face. "I'm here," she said.
"Praise Karak. I feared the men would only keep the Chrysarium for themselves, despite all I paid."
"The Chrysarium?" she asked. "The device you hold." He held one as well, she realized, and she was peering up from it. A magical thing, a blessed gift. "Can you free me from here?" she asked him. "Not yet," said the priest. "They have banished me west and forbidden me to travel anywhere east of the Regan. I'm sorry. It will take time, but I promise I will return. Can you survive until then?" She smiled, and despite its darkness, the world was suddenly the brightest it had been in what felt like a dozen lifetimes. "Yes," she said. "So long as I can see your face, I can endure." The colors faded, her earlier fervent prayers no longer able to sustain the contact. As the gems slowly fell one by one into the center of the shallow bowl, she felt her faith in Karak renewed. She was not forgotten, not abandoned. Heart-filled, she began to sing her praises to her God, and her voice echoed throughout the dungeon, in stark defiance of its somber hopelessness. Years passed. Something was different. There was no denying that. It had been months since Leon came down to touch her or witness the torture of others brought in for the gentle toucher's care. Even the gentle touchers themselves seemed off. Old men who used to exude calm control now seemed nervous when they gave her her daily bowl of broth or cup of water. Their glances were furtive, their tongues harsh. What could it be, she wondered? But she had no answers, at least none she dared hope for. Because only one made sense, especially with how often they came to talk with the imprisoned boy beside her, Stephen, Leon's boy. When they came for him, it was at night, and she slept. She awoke to see only a passing glimpse of him, a ghostly image lit by 4 carried torches. It was a procession, she realized, but to a coronation or a funeral? But deep in her heart, she knew it had to be true. Leon Connington, somehow, some way, had found his way into the grave. I hope they had to chop you up so you'd fit in a coffin, she thought. Karak's fire could not be hot enough for a man like him. Only in the deepest, darkest pit would he find appropriate torture. But what of Stephen? Had they found a replacement? Was he considered a threat to the Ascension? She prayed Karak keep him from harm. He was such a sweet thing, full of anguish and hurt, but only because he craved love so desperately, love he never got from his heartless father. The hour passed, and she heard nothing. Sleep finally came for her, and she relented. She dreamed of open fields, and of Luther waiting for her there. For some reason she could not go to him, only cry out from a faraway place. Sometimes he heard her, sometimes not, but he always looked so sad. "Melody?" A voice from the gate. She opened her eyes, her heart leaping into her throat. There before her was thin, frail Stephen, his pale skin seeming to glow amid the light of the torches held at either side of him. She'd seen him before, only rarely, during the times Leon allowed him to leave the cells and venture into the reaches of his mansion. He'd always looked tired then, defeated, but not this time. Now he was all smiles, his shoulders pulled back, his head held high. "I am Lord now," he told her as one of the gentle touchers opened the barred door to her cell. "They've acknowledged my right. You're free, Melody. We both are." Slowly she rose to her feet, and she gripped the crucifix tightly in one hand. She stepped toward the door, and she felt lost in a dream. It couldn't be. She couldn't be so blessed. But she was, and she fell into Stephen's arms, clutching him with all her might as her tears ran forth. They gave her a finely decorated room upstairs. It was night, and she was glad, for even the light of the many candles hurt her eyes. Servants had bathed her, washing away the gunk from her hair and the layers of dirt and shit from her skin. Fine silks wrapped about her body afterward, her neck splashed with perfume. When she stepped into her new bedroom, she felt she stepped back in time, to when she was the wife of Maynard Gemcroft and a powerful lady of the Trifect. And she would have that power again. But first— "Luther?" she said as she took the crucifix into her hands. "Luther, I have such wonderful things to tell you." She saw his face, and when he asked, she blurted out everything, of Leon's death, Stephen's ascension, and her freedom from the cell. She thought he'd be happy, and he was, but the joy was tempered. "This was meant to be," Luther said into her mind when she was done. "Dark times come for Valderan, Melody, but you can help us fight them. Stay hidden and do not reveal yourself to the Gemcroft family just yet. Stephen needs you to be with him, to teach him how to act, to speak, to rule as a true lord. All these things he won't have learned in the dungeon." "Yes, of course," Melody said. "I owe him all this and more." "Not just that, Melody. I have seen Valderan's future, and it is full of flames and death. We can stop it, though, with your help." "What must I do?" she asked. "Tell me, and I'll do it." "I will," said Luther, "but not yet. I cannot come to you. But a friend of mine can. His name is Daverick, a priest loyal to the Karak that was. When he comes to you, listen well and obey without question. Can you do that, Melody?" "I can," she said. "Anything and everything I'll do it. Karak has given me freedom. Whatever life I have left is his. My beloved Melody, I pray you never understand the sacrifice you've sworn to make. The most frightening thing a god may do when offered a life is say yes." Years passed. Melody sat in her room in the Gemcroft mansion. The door was locked, though she knew it would not hold long when the soldiers came for her. Tears ran down her face, and her trembling hands held the sides of the crucifix. She was hunched over on her bed, and she felt more trapped than she had during her final years in Leon's horrible prison. Down there, she always had the hope of escape. Now, though? Now there was no escape. She had escaped, yet no peace had awaited her, no happiness, just a cruel, cold world in desperate need of cleansing. "Luther?" she whispered, trying her best not to cry. "Luther, please, are you there? I've done all you've asked, And it's not enough. It'll never be enough. She'd watched from her room as Victor Kane's forces rushed the gate, with men of the city guard accompanying them. They'd had no warning, no chance to prepare. Melody berated herself for not having expected it, but John insisted to her they would hold. Their claim was strong, and if given a chance to argue the law before the king, he felt strongly they would be proven correct. It was all nonsense, though. Men with swords came for their heads. No claim or law would protect them, not when the city guard itself was out for blood. From the window she'd watched and prayed, and felt her tears building as John's men fell one by one. The wretched betrayer, the former faceless woman, Zusa, was the worst. She'd leaped over the gates protecting the compound as if the distance were nothing, and with some sort of blasphemous magic, she shattered the lock so the rest of the men could come charging in. If only Ghost had killed her as he'd promised, she thought. With Zusa at the front, John's men could do nothing. They tried at first, but as the blood flowed, she watched them throw down their weapons. They would not bleed for her, die for her. From the cries she heard repeating throughout the mansion, it seemed like John might have even ordered a surrender. So stupid, she'd thought. The law does not protect the faithful, not in this godless city. After that, she'd shut the curtain, granting her the necessary darkness, and then found the Chrysarium. Only one person could help her, and begging for Karak's strength, she prayed for there to be no weakness within her come the end. Into the Chrysarium's empty center she stared. She'd done her hurried best to block the windows, but she didn't need the darkness like she had before. Her focus was greater, her faith even stronger. Within the gems appeared the light, and dipping her mind into it, she vaulted across the many miles, granted sight of distant places and people. Right then, the one person she needed more than anything was her poor, beloved Luther. She needed to hear him tell her it would all be made right, that her sacrifices had made a difference. The vision came, first cloudy, then stronger. It was Luther, and he was in the same room he'd been in for the past year. He sat at a wooden desk, book open before him, head down. Normally, the sight of him would have made her heart feel light, but this time, she knew something was wrong. He was too still, positioned too awkwardly to be asleep. And then she saw the blood staining the back of his robe. "Luther!" she screamed. "Luther!" The image shifted, and she saw him from the side. His face was still, his eyes locked open. No breath. No life. From a faraway place she heard soldiers shouting, and she pulled up from the vision as if rising from the grave. Her tears fell upon the Chrysarium, whose gems had fallen dark. Dead, she told herself. Luther was dead. He wouldn't be there to calm her, to whisper words of Karak's wisdom. Just a corpse. Pounding on the door. She looked over to it, a growing horror in her chest. This was it, then. No more future. Another pounding, and then the door burst open. Melody wasn't surprised to see it was Zusa who came rushing in, a dagger drawn, her face revealed in purposeful blasphemy against her beloved god's command. If only she could have removed her from Elisa's side. If only Zusa had not forever tainted her daughter's opinion of the lion. Then she wouldn't be sitting there helpless on a bed as Elisa's well-trained attack dog came barking in. "It's over," Zusa said, smacking the Chrysarium from her hands and then grabbing her neck with her free hand. Zusa's fingers tightened, choking the breath from her as she lifted her to a stand. "Then finish it," Melody said as she felt the dagger's edge press against her throat. Their eyes met, and she tried to show the woman the strength of her will, the lack of fear for her death. Zusa hesitated, and when Elisa arrived at the door, accompanied by soldiers as well as Lord Victor Kane, her indecision only deepened. "Do it!" Melody insisted, grabbing Zusa's hand and pushing the tip hard enough to draw blood. "Do it, or I will." "Zusa, stop!" Victor ordered, panic in his voice. "You nearly destroyed everything," Zusa said, soft enough so that only she could hear. "But you failed, Melody. Know that as you burn in Karak's embrace." Knifing pain all across her throat. She tried to breathe, But blood interfered, her severed windpipe unable to draw air. As the blood flowed and her vision darkened, she heard her daughter scream her name. Not that Melody cared. Elisa was dead to her. They were all dead, and they'd suffer at the prophet's hands. Collapsing onto the bed, she reached out, bloody fingers clasping sheets, reaching for the crucifixum. Light-headed, she felt its polished surface, and with the last of her strength, she pulled it to her. Her blood spilled across the shallow bowl, covering the priceless gems. She stared into it, imagining Luther's face, wondering what his own final words and thoughts had been, and if they were of her. "Luther," she mouthed, unable to force out the air to make a sound. The darkness enclosed around her, her body now a foreign thing. As she fell through the world, she felt the heat of flames, heard the roar of the lion. Chapter 24. Hearn was given no indication of time beyond his own innate tracking. Carden came back twice, his only words delivered with his fists and the sadistic gleam in his eye. After the second time, Hearn assumed it nightfall, for no one came to deliver him pain. At no point was he given food or water, and as he lay on the cold, hard floor, he could feel his body starting to rebel. All he had were the enclosed walls of stone and the final wall of flame, a fire that gave no heat, no light, only discomfort. Though the fire was strong, he could still see through it to whoever might stand on the other side. For a long period of time, perhaps half an hour at his estimate, he saw no one. It didn't mean he was unguarded, but it helped convince him that night had returned. He waited longer, just to be sure, and that was when his guard finally arrived. "What are you doing awake?" asked the man, though he seemed more of a boy than a man. 17 at Hearn's estimation, maybe 18. He wore light mail, and at his waist was a sharpened sword. The fire made it difficult to know for sure, obscuring the color of his hair and eyes that glared at him with surprising hatred. It was that hatred that put a smile on Hearn's face, and he positioned himself to a stand, best he could given the manacles, and since he could not walk, he rolled along the wall until he was as close to the fire as he dared be. "I take it you drew the shortest straw of your friends," Hearn said, and he was annoyed at the weakness of his voice. Coughing to clear his throat, he made sure his mocking laughter was much stronger. "It is an honor to ensure the captivity of Karak's most hated," the guard said. "Oh, of course," Hearn said, leaning his head back and closing his eyes. He couldn't quite stand erect, not with how short the chain connecting his wrists and ankles was, but if he bent his knees, he could straighten his back enough so it didn't hurt. "I'm sure lots of things you're told to do are an honor to Karak. Heathen fools like me might not see the honor in it, but I'm sure that's my own failing, not you being lied to. Staying up late in a dark cell while the rest of your friends sleep? Truly an honorable role." The man glared, and it was enough to confirm to Hearn the stronghold was indeed asleep. Taking in a deep breath, he willed his strength to return. The sessions with Carden had taken a lot out of him, and being deprived of food and water made matters all the worse. Still, if there were to be any hope of escape, it'd be now. Pulling at his shirt, he felt Senkei's pendant to Asher, the cold metal tingling to the touch. "You promised to help me when I needed it most," thought Hearn. "Well, I don't think the need gets much worse than now." Still, he had to make sure everything was ready. The wall of fire was a few feet to his right, and the guard several feet beyond that. He needed him closer. He needed to be sure. "You really do seem to hate me," Hearn said. "Not sure what I might have done to earn it. Did I kill a family member?" "You butchered 2 of my friends last night," the guard said, and he took a step closer. Hearn grunted, almost feeling foolish. Hard to remember at times the paladins were just people, fellow classmates who had worked together to take down a brutal invader to their home. People with twisted values and an eager desire to see him suffering, but still people. "Did I now?" Hearn said, feeling only the tiniest bit of guilt as he prodded the man further. "Care to give me a hint as to who they were? I mean, it's all a blur, and I don't think anyone stood out as having any skill. The man turned away, clearly trying to keep his temper in check. Hearn gauged the distance. Still not close enough. "That's fine. Don't talk to me," Hearn said, eyes closing as if he were tired. "I'm capable of talking enough for the both of us when I feel like it. You know, your kind isn't much for talking, I've noticed. Dying, that you're good at. Living a lie, serving a mad, imprisoned god, now that you're really good at." The man stepped closer to the wall of fire, putting a hand on the stone beyond its reach and leaning closer as he glared. "You'll be down here for years," the young man said. "Decades from now, I will come down here to watch you suffering still. We'll all take turns breaking you, humiliating you. Do you think your petty little words mean anything compared to that?" He was inches away from the fire, which cast a purple hue across his skin. If he hoped to make himself look intimidating, it worked, but he also put himself within striking distance. "My words," Hearn said, pulling the medallion out from his shirt and holding it with both hands. "Not really. But this might mean something." "Asher!" At his words, a bright light flared from the medallion, rolling in all directions like a wave. Without waiting to see what it did, nor daring to give his guard a chance to react, Hearn leaped with all the strength his coiled legs could muster, dropping his hands to ensure they could reach full extension. Under the strength of the light, the wall of fire faded away, and as Hearn came leaping through, he twisted and lifted his arms as he slammed right into the guard. Together they toppled to the ground. The landing jarred his shoulder, but he'd positioned his arms perfectly, wrapping the chain around the young man's neck. Sword trapped beneath them both, there was nothing he could do as Hearn lifted his arms and kicked his legs, tightening the chain, strangling the breath out of the man. Twice he kicked, crushing his windpipe, for when he glanced about, he saw he was in the center of a long hallway. And at the far end of the hallway was another man in armor leaping to his feet. "Joffrey!" the other man cried. Hearn curled back in, bound hands reaching down to the dead man's belt, and the lone key attached to it. He freed it easily enough, but with the lock facing him, between both his wrists, he had no choice but to put the key into his mouth, then curl up even more so he could insert it. Keenly aware of the charging man, Hearn jammed the key, gripped it tightly with his teeth, and then twisted his head one way while turning his wrists the other. With a pop they came off, and just in time. Hearn rolled to his left, over the body of the dead man, as an enormous sword stabbed into the hard stone floor. His ankles were still shackled together, but with his arms free to move, he reached out and grabbed the handle of the dead man's blade. Pulling it from the sheath, he flung the weapon into the way as a second strike came crashing in. The blades smacked together, and Hearn grimaced at the jolt to his arms. Above him, the guard leaned more of his weight into his sword, trying to crush him. The man's eyes were wide, lips pulled back to reveal his clenched teeth. "Try harder," Hearn told him, unable to help himself. The man pulled back to swing again, but Hearn was faster. Kicking his feet to give his upper body an upward motion, he thrust his sword with his arm extended to the limit. The tip of his sword slipped into the man's belly, and the sudden pain froze the man in mid-swing. Turning the sword to open the wound further, Hearn dropped back to the ground as the man staggered backward. Calmly, Hearn let go of the sword, found the key he'd dropped, and removed the shackles from his ankles. Meanwhile, the wounded man rushed to the door of the dungeon at the far end of the hall, both hands clutching his bleeding wound to staunch the flow. Picking up the sword, Hearn broke out into a run, closing the distance between them. Around the man's neck whipped his blade, and then a single cut dropped him to the ground. Hovering over the body, Hearn took in a deep breath and checked his surroundings. The hall appeared to have a total of 10 cells, each with an open face at the end, presumably for the same black fire to seal in any prisoners as they had with Hearn. Other than Hearn's cell, which still burned with a black-violet flame, the others appeared empty. Down one way, he saw the hall come to an abrupt end at a stone wall, while in the other direction it ended at a larger opening, plus a wooden door heavily reinforced and barred with iron. Glancing down at the pendant to Asher still dangling from the chain around his neck, Hearn lifted it to his lips and kissed it. "Thanks, Del," he whispered, tucking it back underneath his shirt. Jogging down the hallway, he reached the door. In the opening around it were 2 tables, and on one he saw a pitcher, which he grabbed and greedily drank the water within. That done, he set it aside, scanning around him. On the other table, in a haphazard pile, were his belongings. Taking his cloak, he wrapped it about his shoulders, then grabbed his belt. Checking his swords, he saw they were recently sharpened, and he shuddered. He had a feeling that in a few days' time, if not that following morning, those blades would have been used on him. Last, he put on his hood, felt its comforting shadow envelop his features. Much better, he thought. Now came the one last tricky part, getting through the supposedly locked and barred door of the dungeon. Already fingering his lockpicks, he approached the door, searching for any sort of keyhole. There was none. Wincing, Hairn began to feel across it, wondering if there might be a hidden lever somewhere, maybe a weakened spot of wood he could pry into. Laughter from the other side bolted Hairn back to a stand. He peered into the small circular window near the top, which had 3 bars preventing anything larger than a finger from slipping through. Shaking his head at him from the other side was his father. "I'm starting to think my rescuing you was unnecessary," he said. "Just open the damn door." Still chuckling, Thren vanished from the window. Hairn heard something heavy scraping against the other side, followed by a thud. After a rattle of keys, the door swung open, revealing Thren with his swords and the bodies of 2 young paladins on either side of the dungeon entrance. Behind him was a set of stairs leading higher into the stronghold. "Follow me," Thren said. "We don't have much time before people start noticing the bodies." There was only one way to go, which was straight up the stairs before them. They curved sharply around, and after only a dozen steps or so, Thren stopped and motioned for Hairn to be quiet. "The entrance is just ahead," he said. "I've killed the guards there. Fools still convinced they had to be afraid of what's outside instead of what's in. The door's been trapped, though, and will sound off an alarm spell the moment it opens." "How do you know?" Hairn asked. "Do you think this is the first building I've broken into that was warded by wizards?" his father asked. Hairn shrugged. "Fair enough." "How do we get out?" he asked instead. "The 3rd floor. There's another exit to the hidden shaft along the interior. If we move fast enough, we should be out before anyone realizes you're missing." Hairn nodded. "Lead the way," he said. Thren turned and dashed up the remaining few steps. They emerged on the 1st floor of the stronghold, a room clearly built with defense in mind. A stone barricade was erected just before the large double doors, forcing anyone entering to veer left or right. On either side were perches, so men could attack from high ground, and around the corners was another spiked barricade with crossbows permanently bolted to it. A pile of bolts lay on either side, waiting for use. Beside the doors, Hairn caught sight of 2 more young men who lay slumped beside it. "Come on," Thren whispered. Beside them was another doorway leading to the stairs, and they rushed up them. Hairn caught a glimpse of the 2nd floor before they continued up the winding stairs, this a room of wealth and luxury, red carpets and gold trim everywhere. As they passed, Hairn swore he heard men carrying on a conversation. He paused only momentarily to ensure they were not alarmed, and ahead of him Thren beckoned Hairn to hurry. The 3rd floor was a barracks for the youngest members of the stronghold. Occupying nearly all of the 12 beds in the single open room were boys, some old as 12, most younger than 10. They all slept, at least it seemed like they did. Taking a deep breath, Hairn hoped his stay in the prison hadn't cost him the coordination to move through such a room without noise. Wordlessly, Thren pointed out their objective, an ornate painting of the stronghold, the canvas kept in an enormous silver frame secured to the wall. "Stay silent," Thren mouthed, and Hairn glanced to the children. If they woke, if they made a noise, then most likely the children would die. Thren would let none witness their escape. No matter their future allegiance, no matter the dogma of hatred being drilled into them, the idea still made Hairn sick to his stomach. "I will," he mouthed back. "Now lead." The beds were to either side of the room, and through the center Thren walked, crouched over and quiet as a hunting animal in the forest. If he made any noise, it was easily drowned out by the breathing and snoring of the children. After meditating for a moment to force his body to calm down after the battle in the dungeon, Hearn followed. The floor was sturdy wood, and unlike other rooms it had no carpet, an annoyance not lost on Hearn. Still, it seemed resistant to his steps, and so long as he moved slowly, there appeared no danger of a creak. The bigger worry was the children. If just one woke, needing to relieve himself or shift into a more comfortable position. It seemed the two worried over the wrong thing. Thren had just reached the painting, and Hearn the center of the room, when shouts came from downstairs. They were muffled, distant, but the alarms wouldn't take long to travel up the stairs. Knowing the time for caution was over, Hearn quickened his steps, crossing the room at a blistering pace as his father tugged on a corner of the painting, then slid it to the side. The movement made the tiniest of creaks, but the creaks were nothing compared to the growing shouts of alarm. "Move!" Thren mouthed before diving into the slender gap revealed behind the painting. The children were stirring in their beds. No time left, Hearn sprinted the last few steps and then leaped feet first into the gap. As he slid, he turned, grabbed the corner of the painting, and yanked it shut. Total darkness bathed him, and letting out a relieved sigh, Hearn began to scoot down what appeared to be a slender stone chute. He'd passed by several openings on his climb up, and he figured he was in one of them. "The tunnel ends abruptly," Thren said from further down, his voice startling in the quiet. "Make haste, but don't be careless." "Noted," Hearn muttered as from the other side of the painting he heard a ruckus growing. The chute wasn't long, and at its end Hearn found his father waiting for him. "Ready?" he asked. "I am," Hearn said, "but I'm going first." Instead of arguing, Thren merely laughed and shifted aside so Hearn had room. Reaching out to his right, he felt one of the rungs, grabbed it tight. It felt so similar to when his father had first sent him tumbling down, but if Thren desired to kill him, there were certainly far better ways than breaking into the stronghold to do it. Swinging onto the ladder, he began climbing down, rung after rung, as he listened to the stronghold continue its search for the escaping intruders on the other side of the stones. "We had little to go on regarding your fate," Thren said as they descended. "I felt they would not kill you if you were captured, nor let you die easily. I'm glad my assumptions were not wrong." "What of my little fall you sent me on?" Hearn asked, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. "Clearly, you survived," Thren said. "Spare me your tantrum." That was it, then? His betrayal was nothing to concern him. His frustrations, mere tantrums of a child? Hearn rolled his eyes in the darkness. Why had he ever believed it might be otherwise? When his foot felt no more rungs beneath, Hearn took in a deep breath and then leaped blindly to the other side. Sure enough, he rolled into the tunnel he'd come from, and on his stomach he crawled into the narrowing space, ignoring the scrapes to his elbows and the cuts to his outfit as he rushed along. He did his best to dismiss the contradiction of his father betraying him on their way in, yet risking his life coming back to rescue him from the dungeon. He reached the end, found the hidden door above him. With only a moment to brace himself, he pushed it open and pulled himself out. As Thren crawled out behind him, Hearn quickly spun to survey his surroundings. In all directions from the stronghold, he saw men in armor carrying torches, searching in parties of two. "To the wheat fields," Thren said in a hushed voice as he kicked the door shut to the secret entrance, not bothering to hide it. They sprinted, and when they were halfway there, Hearn saw the stalks split and Delicia slip out, urging him onward with a hand. Seeing her there, unharmed, flooded him with relief. The relief did not last long, for his instincts cried out warning, and from the corner of his right eye he saw a single paladin bedecked in the dark armor of his order, riding toward them on a black steed. No torch, thought Hearn, diving out of the way. Sneaky bastard. The dark paladin's sword cleaved where he'd been, the fire around the blade darker than the night itself. Instead of trying to gain distance, Hearn flung himself into the fight, knowing he had to strike immediately before the paladin could ride away. His swords cut into the side of the mount, but not enough to score a fatal hit. The man rode on, his sword blocking an attempted thrust from Thren on the other side. The dark paladin looped around, and he cried out warnings to the rest. "Here!" he shouted, lifting his enormous two-handed sword into the air. "Over here, my brethren!" "Shit," muttered Thren. The dark paladin rode toward them, blade still raised, but before coming into range, he suddenly pulled back on the reins. "You'll suffer for such insolence," said the paladin, and he held his sword in one hand, the other balling into a fist. Violet flame leaked through his fingers, and then the man thrust it outward. Herrn crossed his swords and ducked his head, unable to dodge in time. Fire roared, bursting forth in a tremendous cone from the paladin's palm. Turning his face, Herrn shifted in a desperate hope to absorb the brunt of it against his side, but before it could burn him, he saw a movement, a flash of light. Delicia stood between him and the dark paladin, hands clasped, red hair fluttering in a silent breeze that swirled about her from all directions. The fire could not touch her, could not even withstand being in her presence. As the dark paladin recoiled with surprise, she reached out with a glowing hand. "The flames are yours," she said. "Take them." And then the fire erupted back to life, only this time engulfing the paladin and his horse, consuming them. He opened his mouth in a final, horrific scream, matched only by the dying cries of his mount. After but a second, they were both silenced, the heat so intense, the dark paladin was ash and bone before his melting armor hit the ground, landing amid a cloud of all he had once been. "Come on," Delicia said, turning and offering her hand. Herrn took it, and together they fled into the wheat fields, Thren at their heels, as dozens of horses from the stronghold thundered in chase. They said nothing as they ran, all concentration on putting one foot in front of the other. Herrn felt the toll of his imprisonment wearing on him, his heart pounding and his lungs gasping for each breath. He did everything he knew to ignore the pain, but it didn't take long until Delicia was tugging on his arm to keep him moving. With how tall and tight the wheat grew, he could only see Thren on occasion, trailing alongside them, his head constantly on a swivel. The horses were spreading out, and it'd only be a matter of time before they were spotted. "Delicia," Herrn said, his hand slipping free from hers. Noticing, she stopped, rushed back to him. A glowing hand touched his chest as her body pressed against his. "Stay strong," she said, and he felt the exhaustion in his body fade as if it had never been. On impulse, he kissed her forehead, then grabbed her hand. "Stay with me," he said, and they resumed their run, this time with him in the lead. To their right, a paladin burst through the wheat, and Herrn dropped to the ground as the horse passed on by. Too close, he knew. Just a matter of time, but they had to run, had to keep gaining distance. Every second that passed, more of the paladins were waking up, throwing on their armor, grabbing their weapons, and rushing out into the night to join the chase. Distance was their friend, delay their enemy. Another rode on to their left, and when he let out a cry, Herrn knew they'd been spotted. To confirm, Thren rejoined their side, shouting orders. "Surprise is our only hope," he shouted. "Crouch low and cut them down as they ride by." Between the darkness and the wheat, any rider would have difficulty spotting them, and Herrn knew his father was right. In open battle against an armored, horsed rider? Hopeless. But cutting them down as they closed about, keeping them off balance and confused? Herrn dropped to his knees, willing himself into becoming a specter of the fields, a coiled animal ready to strike. At his side, his father did the same, as Delicia ducked low, watching intently. The rider who had first spotted them came back around, still calling for his allies. He rode mere feet to their left, and as he passed, Thren lashed out, thrusting a short sword beneath the man's plate mail and into his ribs. As the man screamed, Thren pulled the blade free and then smacked the horse with a flat edge, sending it bolting away. Two more came riding in from the other direction, and Herrn timed their arrival. Their aim was off, the two clearly not yet having located them, so he knew he'd have his chance. Running while crouched, he shifted aside at the last second, both swords slicing into the legs of the nearest mount. It let out a horrible noise as it crumpled, trapping the rider beneath it as it continued to let out pained screams. Before the other paladin could stop, Herrn rushed around to the other side, jammed a blade into the throat of the trapped man, and then sprinted back toward Delicia and Thren. As he did, he saw another paladin veer away, having just barely avoided an ambush by his father. "It's not enough," Thren said as he joined his side. "Look," Delicia said, pointing. The paladins had grouped together, 9 of them at least, and they circled around them on their horses. They did not close in nor attempt to find them within the vicinity. Herrn frowned, none too pleased with the strategy, and then the largest of the riders curled in, riding in a circle just barely within the others. From the feet of his midnight black mount burst flames, as if its hooves were the center of a bonfire. Around and around it looped, as Herrn, Thren, and Delicia pressed against each other back to back. The fire grew, its center a deep purple, its outer reaches darker than the night itself. "Stay with me!" Delicia cried, as the fire roared to life, rolling toward them from all sides. The priestess's hands lifted above her head, locked together in prayer, as the wheat blackened and collapsed into ash from the fire's passing. Just before they themselves were consumed, Delicia let out a cry, flinging down her arms and grabbing Herrn and Thren by the shoulders. He felt a tingling, and then the fire passed over him. His skin was not burned, nor did he feel its heat, yet beneath his feet ash gathered from the charred wheat. The spell ended, and circling them were the 9 dark paladins. Their cover was gone, as was any surprise, any hiding. Now, in the open, Herrn lifted his sabers and stood protectively before Delicia. "Go down fighting," he said. "You don't want to be taken to their dungeons." "Speak for yourself," Thren said. "The only ones dying this night are our enemies." The 9 dismounted, drawing weapons wreathed in black flame. They stayed close, steadily closing the gap to prevent any hope of them punching through. Among themselves, the paladins gave quick orders, keeping their approach controlled, their eventual assault in perfect unison. "Listen to me," Thren said, tilting his head toward them, yet keeping his eyes on the dark paladins before him. "If we're to live, you have to hold nothing back. Every bit of your power, every bit of your rage, it must be let free. Unleash death upon them, or we die ourselves." "I know how to fight," Herrn growled. Thren's eyes flicked to Delicia. My words were for her. Tighter and tighter the circle closed, a wall of swords, axes, and plate mail. "Our lives are theirs, priestess," Thren whispered. "Make your choice." With a unified cry, the dark paladins rushed in, and Herrn took Thren's advice to heart. Hold nothing back. He knew how to become that animal. He knew how to unleash that power. Harnessing every bit of his anger, frustration, and doubt from his imprisonment, he lunged toward the closest paladins, charging just as they themselves issued the orders to attack. With his back to her, he did not see the brilliant flash of light Delicia cast, but he saw its flare in the eyes of his foes, saw them cry out, blinded. 2 at once he fought, slipping through their frantic defenses, twisting his body to avoid being chopped in half from the right shoulder down. His saber found the throat of one, then both blades crashed into the sword of another, batting it 3 times so quickly it sounded like a single ring. And then he was away, racing toward the other side of the circle, crashing right alongside his father into a group of 3. Side by side they fought, blades dancing, perfect mirrors of the other. Thren slammed the sword of one out of position, screaming in pain from the fire that encased the weapon, and then Herrn plunged a saber through the armpit of the man. It wasn't deep enough to kill, but the man could press no further. Behind him, Delicia had cast another flare of light, knocking back the other half of the group, but she was exposed, and Herrn would not let them overwhelm her. Back to the other side he rushed, and his father joined him. He leaped past Delicia, dropping into a roll to duck beneath the swing of an axe, then coming about to stab at the man's back. He turned to block it, and then Thren slammed into him, smashing him to the ground with both short swords puncturing his face. Herrn rushed left, Thren right, each engaging another paladin, while they still had some measure of surprise. Their foes held strong, falling back while expertly positioning their blades. Each time their swords made contact with that black fire, Herrn felt an ache growing in his hands, and at the center of his chest, an ache that would soon leave him in agony from the unholy powers they wielded. "Us or them!" Thren screamed, suddenly disengaging. He rolled underneath a swing, then kicked into the air so he could intercept two men rushing toward where Delicia stood. "There's no other choice!" Herrn spun, using his cloak to disguise his movements before he too retreated, back to his father's side. The older man was struggling to keep the two at bay, most of his attacks feints to keep the paladins on edge and prevent them from advancing. Herrn had a split second to see the pattern his father used, then joined him, following up a feint with a stab of his own. The dark paladin, having also sensed the pattern and therefore ignoring the feint, was unable to position his blade in time to avoid Herrn's attack. His saber cut across the man's face, splashing blood through the air as the steel tip scraped against teeth. A kick sent him staggering away, but as always, another stepped up to replace him. The newcomer's thrust might have impaled Herrn, but Delicia was there, unleashing an invisible wall of force that sent the man rolling away as if struck in the chest by a boulder. Every nerve on fire, every reflex ever drilled into him over a lifetime of training pushed to its limits. Herrn twisted and turned, blocking one attack, thrusting for another, only to pull away to avoid having his head cut clean off his shoulders. In the back of his mind, he heard a ringing, heard his father screaming. "Will you let us die, Delicia? Will you let us all die? Let go, damn it! Let go!" Too many. They were just too many, too strong, too skilled. Herrn unleashed a flurry of attacks on one opponent, then spun right to block the killing thrust of another. One saber, each battling a different opponent. He blocked, parried, and waited for one of their burning blades to finally make it through and end it all. And then Delicia screamed. It was an unearthly cry, thunderous in power, terrifying in its rage. A white mist rolled in all directions, followed by a shock wave that knocked Herrn to his knees. The dark paladin staggered backward, and above Herrn's head, a golden blade shimmered into existence, then flew through the air. It cut two at once, slicing them cleanly in half so that they fell in pieces, blood and innards spilling out upon the blasted circle of ash that was their battlefield. A third moved to strike, but then he screamed as his body turned rigid. His mouth opened, and it seemed light shone from his throat and eyes, a light that burned like the sun itself. When he dropped, his eyes were blackened holes, his mouth hanging open to release a trail of white mist that floated to the sky like smoke. Herrn spun, awestruck by what he saw. Delicia hovered a foot above the ground, the irises of her eyes shining a vivid gold. Light lashed off her hands as she turned to the next paladin, cutting like blades through his armor. When the man turned to flee, she crossed her wrists and then flung them downward. Another wave of light, this time shaped like an X, flew through him, cutting into his back. When it hit, the man screamed, then fell to his stomach and did not move. The last survivors, two dark paladins with great axes wreathed in flame, attempted to assault her at once. Herrn thought Thren might try to stop them, but he was nowhere to be found. There was only Delicia, and at their approach, she lifted a single hand. Light grew in her palm, pulsing with silver and gold, and then it shot out in a solid beam that slammed into the first. The man's axe shattered, his armor crunched inward, and then he flew, ribs broken, blood spewing from his mouth. The other swung, but she stepped in, catching his wrist and shoving her other hand against his face. "Damn you," she whispered, and it seemed those words traveled for miles. The man's body snapped erect, every muscle tight as he screamed and screamed. When Delicia stepped back, releasing his face, it seemed every inch of his flesh became light. It burned, dissolving, becoming a white mist that floated into the air. As his armor hit the ground, only bones remained within, clattering as they hit the ash beneath. And with that, they were alone. Just Herrn and Delicia. Leaping to his feet, he rushed to her side, his mouth hanging open as she floated back to the ground. Delicia turned to look his way, the gold slowly vanishing from her eyes, returning to their deep green. "We need to run," he told her, grabbing her hand. She said nothing, only nodded. Deeper into the wheat they rushed, Herne changing their angle at several intervals to ensure no one might guess their initial direction and follow. Given the miles that stretched out and the chaos of their battlefield, it'd be difficult to locate them until morning, should any more be pursuing them. Herne felt Delicia tug against his hand, and he turned to see her stagger, then collapse to her knees. Fearing her display had weakened her somehow, he grabbed her in his arms, went to lift her back to her feet, but he stopped when he realized she was crying. "Del?" he said, tilting her chin with his hand so he might look upon her. "Never again," she said, voice remaining strong despite the many tears that ran down her cheeks. "I never want to be like that again." He clutched her tighter against him, kissed her forehead. "I'm sorry," he said. "You saved our lives, but you never should have had to. We shouldn't have come here. Shouldn't have ever left Veldarin." Wiping tears from her face, she kissed his lips once, then pressed her forehead against the side of his cheek. "Help me up," she whispered. He did, and hand in hand, they ran from the stronghold, ran until the morning light began to creep above the cloud-covered horizon. Chapter 25. Herne and Delicia avoided the roads for the first 2 days they traveled north, reasoning that the paladins of the stronghold might send riders out in search. The way wasn't difficult, the land mostly flat, the lush grass almost comforting as it brushed against their legs. All the while, they saw no sign of Thren. "He only told me you two were separated early on," Delicia had explained, while they fled through the wheat fields, putting the stronghold far behind them. "I knew he was lying, but he was just as upset as I was when night came and went without your return. I'm not surprised he betrayed you like he did, but he must have had his reasons, especially for him to risk his life to save you." "I'm sure he did," Herne had said, "but they'll be his own selfish reasons. I should have known better. I should have seen it coming." She had neither argued nor berated him, instead letting the matter drop. She'd asked what he learned, and he'd told her of what he'd found in Luther's room. None of it made sense, nor did it feel worth their trek, but she voiced no such opinion. For that he was grateful. On the third night, they risked building a fire. Herne kept it small, just enough for some heat and comfort. After their evening meal, the two sat side by side, Delicia leaning her head against his shoulder as they both watched the last of the slender twigs and branches burn away. "With just the two of us, we should be able to make decent time," he said. "Lean isn't too far, and we can stock up on supplies once we arrive." "What if the paladins have people looking for us there?" she asked. Herne nudged her in the side. "Come now," he said. "Give me some credit. I can disguise myself if need be. Even if they have someone waiting, I'll make sure they have no reason to think it's me, and given the losses they've already suffered, I doubt they'll give us chase." "You underestimate their thirst for revenge." Herne chuckled. "Well, they'll just have to go thirsty. It's a long trek from the stronghold to Veldarin, and they have no reason to know that's where we're headed." At the city's mention, Delicia let out a long sigh. "It'll be good to be home," she said, voice wistful. "Miss your brother already?" Herne asked, gently pushing his elbow into her side. "No more than you do." "I see the look in your eye. You dream of his pointy yellow hat, don't you? Is that what kept you going in the stronghold cells?" She'd said it with a smile, but the comment struck a nerve that he found difficult to shake off. "No," he said. "No, Del. That was you." Her own smile faltered, and she fell silent as she pressed her head once more against his side. She was so close, her arms wrapped around his, her red hair brushing the side of his cheek. Ever since his escape from the stronghold, he'd felt painfully aware of her presence, of how long her eyes lingered on him, of how bright her smile had been at his presence. "You scared me, you know," she whispered. "I've always trusted you to return, but that place was awful. Those men. Their hearts are so black, so terrible. She was reliving the final combat with the Dark Paladins, he knew. It seemed so strange to him. Here was a woman with incredible power, yet she had no desire to use it, felt no joy in its embrace. In so many ways it seemed she was everything he was not. Daily he had to remind himself to remain humble. Daily he had to pretend that the familiar thrill of battle, of taking the life of a foe, was something he did not enjoy. "I was scared too," he finally admitted as the fire crackled. "The idea of spending years in there. Never seeing you again." He couldn't continue the line of thought, but he saw the recognition in her, the awkward way she closed her eyes and shifted her face to the side. What was she thinking? He didn't know. But damn it, he was the Watcher of Veldaren. To be this cowardly, to be this unsure. "Delicia," he whispered, and when she turned, he pressed his lips to hers. Her eyes flared open, and for the briefest moment she remained still as stone. As he held her close, he felt her relax, felt her lips open the slightest bit to kiss back. Herrn tried to be gentle, kissing slowly, banishing her fears and memories in the only way he knew how. His heart hammered in his chest as her fingertips gently pressed the side of his neck, a tentative touch with a trembling hand. Herrn had imagined such a moment 1,000 times before, but still he felt clumsy, reckless. He held her tighter against him, wishing to banish his own memories, his own confusing, torturous journey with his father. His right hand was curled about her back, clutching the fabric of her priestly robes. Slowly he brought it around, across her side, to cup her breast in his palm. Immediately he felt her body stiffen in his arms. He kissed again, but there was no response this time, no give to her lips. It was as if her fire had suddenly gone cold. He felt her hand grab his wrist, and she sucked in a gasp of air as she gently pushed him away. "In time," she whispered, and he could tell she was still short of breath, her heart aflutter. "I'm sorry, Herrn. Just in time." Herrn's mind was a racing mixture of anger, embarrassment, and shame. He kissed her one more time, trying to pretend nothing had happened, that nothing was wrong. Hand free of her grasp, he pulled her close, this time into a hug that she could not object to. As she pressed against him, he felt her grip him tightly, clutching him as she might a piece of driftwood in a storm. "It's all right," he told her. "And I'm sorry." She pulled back, kissed him once more on the lips, and then lay down on her bedroll, back to him. Herrn stared at her beauty in the red glow of the firelight, and then shook his head in a futile attempt to clear it. Dejected, he lay down in his own bedroll, wondering if she were mad at him. That was quickly answered by her turning to him, arm draping over his chest, face pressed into the side of his neck. She said nothing, but she didn't need to. Herrn slid his arm beneath her, holding her against him, and did his best to relax. The night wore on, and it took her a while, but at last she slipped into a deep sleep. Sky clear, cicadas singing. Herrn did his best to drift off as well. The grass was a soft blanket, the stars above his ceiling. He stared at them as Delicia began to softly snore beside him. "She's worse than Brugh," Herrn thought, and the remembrance of home made him smile. It'd be good to return to Veldaren, he decided. The streets were a burden, but at least he had family there, a clear purpose. As always, it seemed venturing outside those walls only reminded him how little he knew, how little he could change. Come their return home, tonight would just be something to forget, a mistake to pretend never happened. Closing his eyes, he let his mind begin its drift into sleep, only to be halted by something hard and small striking his cheek. Herrn's eyes snapped open, and his heart leaped. There was only one person it could be, and as a second stone bounced against his chest, he looked to see his father standing at the edge of the dying fire's light. He said nothing, only met his gaze before turning and walking away. "Damn it," thought Herrn. just when the night seemed it could get no worse. Careful not to wake Delicia, he slipped out from his bedroll, buckled his swords to his waist, and then followed. Several hundred yards to their east was a slender hill, which Hearn had positioned between them and the road in hopes of hiding the light of their fire. At the top of it, wind blowing through his hair, stood Thren. His swords remained sheathed, his eyes locked upon the pale moon. "So why did you betray me?" Hearn asked, stopping at the foot of the hill. "I had no choice but to go alone," Thren said, not turning to face him. "A man with your abilities, I trusted you to endure whatever might be below. Despite your temporary imprisonment, I was not wrong. If you needed to go alone, you might have just asked." "And what would have been your answer?" Thren asked, cold blue eyes suddenly glaring at him. "Do not pretend you'd have let me visit with Luther without you. I am no fool." Hearn quietly accepted the rebuke. His father was right, of course. Under no circumstances would he have allowed Thren to go alone into the stronghold. Together they'd come to visit with Luther to learn the man's secrets. And now they were solely in Thren's hands, and he would receive only what his father offered. "What did he tell you?" Hearn asked, hoping he might at least glean something. "Did he say why he did what he did?" Thren's gaze returned to the moon. "Religious nonsense," he said. "Fate and prophecy and other such things. He thought he was on the side of righteousness, of course. Men like him always do." There was more his father was hiding, that much was obvious. Hearn shifted his weight from foot to foot, trying to think of a way to drag it out of him. The night, which had been pleasant as he lay down beside Delicia, now carried an icy bite upon the steadily growing wind. "I've traveled with you this far," he argued, "and it was at your suggestion, Thren. Don't betray me like this, not after all your pompous speeches about how I could trust you. What did Luther want? Why send the Sun Guild after us in Veldaren?" Thren scratched at his face, thinking. "The Sun Guild was smuggling something into Veldaren for him," he said. "Smuggling what?" His father chuckled. "Remember that wagon full of tiles marked with a symbol of the sun? Those." It was the last thing Hearn expected. It made no sense. For what reason would a priest desire the heavy stone slabs distributed throughout the city? Was there a trick to them? A trap, perhaps, or a spell he wished to perform in Karak's name? "So, what he did," Hearn said, trying to scrape the slightest bit more of information out of him, for he felt certain his father was still keeping secrets. "He did for Karak." A smirk tugged at the side of Thren's face. "To be honest, I have no idea. Such are the ways of gods and servants. The moment you start letting right and wrong be decided by imaginary whispers in the heads of men, the world becomes a confused, twisted place. The weak think they are strong. The dead in their graves yearn to rise. The strong put chains on their wrists and bow their heads to idols and ideals." Thren looked to him, half his face in shadow, the other seeming to glow in the moonlight. "You're one such fool, aren't you?" he asked. Hearn's first instinct was to deny it, to declare his own strength to his father, and the realization nearly made him sick. "You know nothing of me," he whispered. "I know you better than you would like to admit. That's what frightens you." Hearn crossed his arms, and he felt his patience wearing thin. "What do you want from me?" he asked. "Why are you even here?" Thren sighed and put his back to the moon, framing his outline in silver, his face in darkness. "I have no more time for games, Watcher. No more patience for it. You stand at a crossroads, and just this once I'd like you to open your eyes and see the correct path. Fire and death are coming to Veldaren, but we can stop it if we're strong. If you're with me. Luther's future does not have to come to pass." "If I'm with you?" asked Hearn. "Tell me you jest, Thren. Tell me it's all a joke." "Our lives are the joke. Don't you get it? Humorous playthings in the hands of gods. I know the symbol you wear around your neck, and it isn't the salvation you think it is. It's a prison, a shackle weighing you down." He took a step closer, reached out his hand. "You are the finest killer I've ever seen," he said, his voice softening, almost pleading. "You are a thing of beauty, and I will not deny your sense of nobility and honor, but you've crafted yourself into something that cannot be maintained. There is a natural order to things, and it is not what you desire. The strong rule the weak, Cairn. So it is in the wilds. So it is in our cities. Stop flailing. Stop struggling against the current of the river, the winds of the grasslands, the pull of the earth itself. You don't need gods. You don't need creeds and rules, and you don't need forgiveness to remove the guilt you've been taught to feel. Stand at my side. Cast off the burden on your shoulders and let go in your heart of those who would drag you into the grave." The words were razors cutting into him, but Hearn tried to stand strong. He looked into the eyes of his father, even as his jaw trembled. "From the chill," he told himself, "from the icy wind." "You're wrong," he said. "You have to know it. No matter how hard you pretend, I know you're human. I know you grieve for loved ones lost. I know you've watched friend after friend die, and some by your own hand. You've sacrificed everything, Thren, and for what? A legacy of fear and bloodshed? A remembrance that will fade in time, fade like all other kings and conquerors? You've clawed and killed and set fire to everything your hands may touch. What has it given you? What worth have you found?" Hearn gestured to grasslands, felt a fire growing in his chest. "Look around you. You have nothing left. It's just you and I on this little hill. You claim I'm at a crossroads, yet you face the same one. You don't have to go back. You don't have to return to Veldaren and walk down that same road. Our lives, we'll both find them cut short, and we'll both die amid blood and metal. But my hopes are not for this world. My hope is that I will have loved ones to bury me, loved ones I'll wait for, come their own time after. That is my hope, Thren. What is yours?" Thren descended the hill. His lower jaw trembled, and his eyes were wide. There were tears in them. "My hope?" asked Thren, standing before Hearn so that he towered over him. "My hope? My hope is to carve a scar into this damned world that's given me nothing. Carve one so deep and so bloody that it never heals. And I'll do it on my own, with my own two hands. No gods, no kings, no priests or prophets. Mine. Of my own body, my own blood. No matter who betrays me, no matter who abandons me. And do you know the difference between your hope and mine? I'll never need to beg nor surrender to achieve it." "I'll stop you," Hearn whispered. "You know I must. Don't do this. There's another life waiting for you if you'd take it, and I promise you it would not be so alone." Thren reached out and grabbed the front of Hearn's tunic, yanking him close. Hearn stood firm, matching his father's powerful gaze. "Alone?" he asked. "That's all we are. Is that how deep the lies are buried in you, that you think otherwise? I know you believe Asher is where I'll find some measure of comfort, but you're wrong. When those you love are dead, when you hold one of them bleeding in your arms, console yourself with your prayers. Tell yourself whatever lies you need to put an end to your tears. Truth hurts, Hearn. It never heals. Fuck the gods." Thren pushed him away, and as Hearn stepped back, a question came to his lips. One meant only to hurt, and he was unable to stop it. "Who died in your arms?" he asked, even though he knew the answer. "Whose death left you with so little hope?" It was Marion, his mother, whose face he had clouded memories of, snippets of stories and half-remembered songs. But clear was the day his father had come home to their safe house, hands bloodied, a prisoner with him bound by rope. His older brother, Randith, had asked for their mother, where she might be.
"Dead," had been his father's only reply, and it was more than Hearn would receive now.
Thren looked betrayed by the very question, and instead of answering, he drew his swords and held them at his sides. "Put those away," Hearn said. "I won't do this." "You will," Thren said. "You said you'll stop me, so here I am. Stop me. Put an end to this part of the game. I swear to kill, to murder. I promise you 1,000 souls will suffer before I reach my grave. Aren't you Veldarin's watcher? Aren't you their protector? Prove it. Draw your damned swords and cut off my head. No, said Hearn. I won't. Not here and now. Not while there's still a chance. A chance of what? Shouted Thren. When Hearn did not answer, he swung a blade. Hearn flinched, but he remained still, even as the edge cut into the side of his jaw and remained pressed there. Staring down Thren's glare, he refused to give in to the fury growing in his chest, the despair at seeing just how twisted and hurt his father truly was. "We're all murderers," Thren said, voice cold and quiet. "Some are just better at hiding it than others. Asher kills as well as Karak, or did you not see what your priestess did back there?" He pulled away the blade. "I don't want your mercy. One day, neither will you. Mercy cuts deep, and will only harm those you love. This cruel world will make sure of it." Thren sheathed the sword and walked past Hearn down the hill. Hearn turned to watch him go, the maelstrom of emotions in his heart rooting him firmly to the ground. "Why'd you come back?" he asked. "Why not leave me in that dungeon if you resent me so?" Thren continued without pause, ignoring the question, as if it were beneath him, as if it were obvious. "Father," Hearn whispered. Thren hesitated the slightest step at the bottom of the hill, then trudged on. Hearn pulled the hood low over his face, felt tears swelling in his eyes, and he let them fall. For a long while he stood there, watched until his father faded into shadow, became nothing. His chest hurt, and he wished more than anything he'd never come west. Back at their camp, he removed his belt and placed the swords beside his bedroll. When he sat down, pulling his cloak and hood off his face, Delicia stirred. "Hearn?" she asked. He said nothing, only stared into the ashes of their fire. The priestess sat up, tossed the blanket aside. "Hearn, you're bleeding." "It's nothing," he said. She put a hand on his face anyway, and he heard her pray. A gentle ringing sounded in his ears. He closed his eyes against a soft glow of light, and then the skin on his cheek tightened. The pain dulled, then faded away completely when she pulled back her hand. Kneeling, she looked at him, a dozen questions unasked on her lips. Hearn wanted to answer them, couldn't. But she knew what had happened, at least in some fundamental way. Her fingers brushed hair away from his face, and she kissed where she'd healed him. That single kiss felt far more loving than any other she'd given him that night. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I should have known better." "It doesn't matter." "It does," he said, looking away and feeling embarrassed. "I was a fool, and apparently the only one who didn't know it." Delicia put a hand on his cheek, her warm fingers gently pulling him back to look at her. "You saw hope in your father where even I saw none," she said. "I could never fault you for that." "It just means I was naive, Del." She wrapped an arm around his waist and put her head against his shoulder. Normally, such closeness would have comforted him, but this time he only felt awkward, exposed. "Better that than the man your father would have you be," she said. Hearn's retort died on his tongue. Kissing the top of her head, he finally returned her embrace. "You're better than I deserve," he told her. "And don't you forget it." He broke from her grasp and lay back down on his bedroll. Delicia joined him, lying on her side with her hand on his chest. Hearn put his hand atop hers, clutched her fingers, and closed his eyes tight. The bed of grass beneath him didn't feel quite so comfortable, the ceiling of stars so vast and empty, he dared not look upon it. "He's wrong," he told himself, thinking of all the vile words his father had spoken. "He's wrong. He has to be wrong. We're meant for more than this, for more than living and dying and suffering at the hands of others. We are not alone. We're not." Easy words to tell himself. Hard words to believe. Chapter 26. Tarlac sat with his elbows on his desk, hands holding up his head as he stared at the large map of Veldarin spread out before him. At one time, it had been color-coded to show the estimated territory of the various guilds, but that was gone now. There was no point. From the castle at the north to the slums in the south, it all belonged to the Sun Guild. Instead, he'd placed little pins to mark the location of their tiles, though by the 50th he'd stopped. As he stared at it with his head pounding and the morning sun rising, he wondered if that had been a mistake. "Come in," he said when he heard a knock on the door behind him, refusing to turn around. It was either Brugh or a person come to kill him, and given his mood, Tarlac didn't feel like spending the effort to address either one. "Starting early, are we?" asked Brugh, and he leaned over Tarlac's shoulder at the map. "Gods, there's a lot of them, aren't there?" "No kidding," said Tarlac, slumping back in his chair. "I saw 5 more along the marketplace yesterday, didn't even bother to put them on the map." "There's another 2 on Iron Road," Brugh said. "Probably added them a day or so ago." Tarlac glanced over at the bearded man. "You're sure?" he asked. Brugh nodded, brow furrowed. "Yeah, I'm sure," he said. "Where do you think I get my metal to make all your little toys? I go there once a week, and trust me, they're new." Back to the map Tarlac turned, and if he could have glared it into flames, he would have. Technically, he could have burned it with a snap of his fingers, but that'd have involved effort. "We're missing something," he said. "Something obvious. Why would Musean be adding in more of those tiles to the Sun Guild? The city's his, and ever since that sickening display at the marketplace, everyone knows it, too. Who else is left to oppose him?" Brugh shrugged. "The king, maybe? I think the Ash Guild's holding on too, but they're more hiding than anything else. Victor's not dead yet, either." "None of them are threats, not anymore," Tarlac insisted. "Besides, you think a few more tiles will change that? There's something to them. And I'm thinking it is time we go and find out." Brugh gestured to his long red bedrobes. "Now?" he asked. "Now," Tarlac said, rising from his chair. "Haven't even eaten breakfast yet," Brugh mumbled as he headed for the door to change. "Suffer for your vocation," Tarlac said, following him. "Besides, I pay you to obey my every whim, not eat." "So, what's the plan?" Brugh asked as they walked down the main road running from the western gates of the city to its center. "You assume I have one?" Tarlac asked as he kept his eyes open for the tiles. "That's just foolish." "Well, you're a foolish guy," Brugh said. "Any chance we can get something to eat while we're out here?" "Not until we're done." "But I don't know what it is we're doing." Tarlac raised an eyebrow his way. "Well, then," he said, "you'll just have to trust me to tell you when we're done." Even amid the constant rumble of chatter and those passing by, there was no hiding Brugh's groan. Not that Tarlac would argue with him. Even he wasn't entirely sure what he was doing, just playing a hunch. The tiles were important, and more he felt certain it wasn't for serving as a way to mark territory. That left relatively few possibilities for them, and none of them were particularly good. "Come on," he said. "Let's get somewhere a little quieter and less likely to have a member of the Sun Guild notice our poking and prodding." They ventured south, past the various workshops, past the large granaries and warehouses, and into the poorer stretches of Veldarin. Tarlac felt eyes upon him. Not that he minded. Of course he stood out. He was wearing bright yellow robes, after all. Even without them, his hair and goatee were neatly trimmed, his clothes clean, his skin pale and free of dirt. Under normal circumstances, he'd have a sign floating above his head screaming, "Rob me!" But Tarlac knew wizards carried enough mystique. No one would dare harass him. When first setting up his mercenary band, he'd reinforced the matter by turning a few troublesome ruffians into frogs and leaving them in their respective guild territory, their cloaks still tied to their little green bodies. Some men didn't fear death, but life as a frog? Well, everyone had their limits. "Getting quiet," Brugh said. A few children played down one alley, and stray dogs barked farther up the street. All around were ramshackle homes with heavily locked doors. "Good enough for me," Tarlac said. See one of Musian's tiles lying about? By the corner, Brugh said, pointing. It was at the intersection of a road, a single tile dug into the rough dirt adjacent to the last home on the block. Tarlac knelt before it, analyzing it. It looked like all the others, thick, heavy stone with a four-pointed star carved into its front. His fingers traced along the star, and he racked his mind for any magical symbols or meaning the star might have beyond the guild affiliation. There were none that he knew of, though he made a note to check on it when he returned to the tower. As particular as Musian was, Tarlac had a feeling he'd stolen it from somewhere to use as his own. "Receiving any magical revelations?" Brugh asked, leaning against the home beside him with his arms crossed. "Not yet," Tarlac said, "but that's next on the agenda." Closing his eyes, he put his palm flat on the tile and began murmuring the words to a spell. It was fairly simple, the very first one taught to any student that gained admittance to the apprentice's tower governed by the Council of Mages. His eyes changed for a brief moment, accessing a vision spectrum known to very few. Any object that contained a spell or enchantment would shimmer and glow with a multitude of colors, revealing to him its intricate mechanics, so he might dispel or activate the magic if necessary. The required incantations finished, he opened his eyes. The tile was as dim as the dirt it was buried in. "Huh," said Tarlac, baffled. "What is it?" Brugh asked. "They enchanted." "I can't decide if it's good news or bad," Tarlac said, standing. "I was sure they had some sort of arcane effect sneaked into them, but, well, nothing. Far as I can tell, they're plain old regular stone." "Excellent," Brugh said. "We've learned what they're not. I'm willing to call that a good day. Care if I run off to the market and grab me a caraway cake?" "Sure, go ahead," said Tarlac. "Teach me to try making you work on an empty stomach." "Work?" asked Brugh. "You want me to work? How about this? I'll start scouting out the northern district, tallying up these tiles, where and how many. May not know what it is they're for, but at least we'll know where they all are." Tarlac scratched at his red goatee, frowning down at the stone tile as if it had insulted him. "Sounds like a plan," he said. "Go ahead. I'll start here in the south. Make sure you check the symbol carved into them. You find any that are different in the slightest, I want to know about it." "Will do," said Brugh, who was already walking away with his back to him. "What am I missing?" wondered Tarlac. "And what game are you playing, Musian?" He'd told Brugh he'd work on the south, but his heart wasn't in it yet. The four-pointed star surely had some history to it, and he'd feel more comfortable scouring his personal library for books than wandering around jotting down locations of those stupid tiles. That was more his territory anyway. After all, what other reason had he hired Brugh for other than for grunt work and blacksmithing skill? Surely not his prowess in combat. Tarlac returned to the main crossroad, then headed west. As he left the city, a wagon was passing through the guard post, and painted in white on the wagon's side was the symbol of the Sun Guild. Tarlac watched the guards wave the driver in without even a cursory glance at his goods. What did you just let in? Poisons? Wines? More of those damn tiles? Ignoring a childish desire to set the wagon aflame, he continued on to his tower. The weather was fine, the sun high and warm, and so he enjoyed the breeze blowing against him as he crossed the grass. By the time he reached his tower, he was smiling, and he was thinking maybe he should just take a break and relax for a few hours. He couldn't spend his whole life trying to keep track of the underhanded dealings of a city. Snapping his fingers, the door opened for him, and pulling his hat off his head, he moved to step inside, then froze. Waiting for him, arms crossed and standing beside the hearth, was the giant man with the painted face. "How did you—" Tarlac began, mouth dropping open. He had a dozen various alarms cast all over his tower. Should a man try scaling the walls, digging through the floor, breaking down the door, even flying through one of the windows, he'd have known. "Simple enough," said Ghost. "I walked right in." Tarlac extended his right hand, palm outward, and shot a bolt of lightning straight for Ghost's chest. The thunder of its casting echoed throughout the lower floor and hurt Tarlac's ears. Amid the flash, Ghost dropped to his knees, and come the return of Tarlac's vision, the man was gone. Tarlac stood there frozen, baffled. Seconds passed, and he heard nothing, saw nothing. "I'm losing it," Tarlac said, staring at the blackened scorch marks above the fireplace where his bolt had blasted into the stone. "Not quite." He whirled, deadly shards of ice growing on his fingertips, but it was too late. A meaty fist greeted him, and then all was darkness and stars. When Tarlac came to, he lay propped against a wall, hands bound behind his back. His head throbbed, and when he opened his mouth to groan, he tasted the coarse dirt of a gag wedged between his teeth. Vision tilting as if he'd just spun in a circle for several minutes, Tarlac shut his eyes and waited out the distortion. His stomach felt as if he'd eaten a vulture's meal, and as for his fingers, they were tied so tightly they'd gone numb. A precaution against any spell casting, he knew. At least Ghost hadn't gone the full distance and just chopped them all off. "You're awake," he heard Ghost say. Tarlac opened his eyes, and this time the world did not tilt back and forth. Ghost sat opposite him on a wooden chair. The chair from his study, he realized. To his left was the fireplace. His right, the door to the tower, which was now shut. Tarlac wondered how much time had passed. If he'd been out for a few hours, perhaps Brugh might return. Even the slightest distraction might be enough for him to pry his hands free. "I want you to listen carefully," Ghost said, rising from the chair and crossing the carpet. When he reached Tarlac, he knelt down so they might stare eye to eye. At such distance, he could easily see the white paint smeared across the man's face. Only it didn't seem like paint anymore. It looked like scarred flesh. "Your hands are bound, and bound well," Ghost continued. "Now, I know there are some spells you can cast using just your words, but I'm going to risk this. Just ask yourself which will be faster, your tongue or my swords." The man ripped the gag from Tarlac's mouth. "Trust me, few men who doubted my speed have ever lived." "It's nice to see you too, Ghost," Tarlac said, and he swallowed. It made his stomach gag, but he needed the taste gone from his mouth. "You're looking as cheery as ever." Ghost walked back to the chair and sat down. As if to purposefully contradict Tarlac's words, he frowned all the deeper. He said nothing, though, just stared. Tarlac would hardly describe his situation as comfortable, but that stare certainly didn't help matters. So he did what he normally did when faced with awkward situations. He rambled. "Sorry about burning you like I did," he said. "Not that I had much choice, since you seemed pretty bent on killing me and Brugh. Glad you're all right, though. You nearly killed me and failed, and now I've nearly killed you and failed, so let's just call this whole thing even. Sound good?" Ghost's left hand drifted to the sword at his hip, and he gripped the hilt hard enough to whiten his knuckles. For the first time, Tarlac noticed how pale the man's skin had become. He looked unhealthy, there was no denying that, yet the man also had a cold sweat breaking out across his face and neck. "I have no true desire to kill you," Ghost said, ignoring his earlier rambles. "That's so?" Tarlac asked. "You have a unique way of showing it." "The first time, you were merely in my way," said Ghost, "a potential interference to my hunt for the Watcher. I'd not dueled a wizard in years, and I must admit I was eager to test my abilities. You were a worthy foe, so when I say I am glad you survived, you must understand I speak the truth." "Comforting," said Tarlac, still clueless as to where the conversation was going. "Is that why you gutted Senkei too? He was in the way?" This seemed to affect Ghost far more than Tarlac expected. "The Watcher called me a monster afterward," Ghost said. "Do you think that is true?" "If you're trying to argue you're not, you're going about it a pretty piss-poor way." Finally, Ghost laughed, leaning back in his chair and running a hand across his bald head. I argue nothing, he said. Monsters. Aren't we all monsters? You wield fire with your bare hands and summon lightning from your palms. Tell me, would men not quake in fear of you should you bring your wrath upon them? Anyone afraid of me will deserve whatever wrath that befalls them, Tarlac said. I don't kill the innocent. Innocent. Another laugh. An odd way to call men and women you know nothing about. I doubt anyone would call you innocent, Tarlac. Is that why you tried to kill us the second time? Ghost shook in his chair, and it made Tarlac all the more nervous. Something was terribly wrong with the man. He looked ready to explode, yet at the same time it seemed he clung to consciousness by a thin thread made solely of pure stubbornness. I don't have a choice, he said. A smile flashed on his face, vanished. Not anymore. Right now it's your life or mine, Tarlac. Would you blame me for killing you when forced into such a situation? Honestly? Asked Tarlac. I think you look like a man who doesn't care whatsoever about what I have to say. Nor do you look like a man who can be forced to do anything, not even when threatened with his life. So, if you're going to kill me, please, for the love of Asher, just go ahead and kill me. Ghost stood, and now both hands clutched the hilts of his swords. Or we can continue chatting, Tarlac offered. All my life, Ghost said, slowly walking toward him. All my life I denied being a monster. I embraced people's fear. I painted my face and grinned at their prejudice and unease. That fear was their own failure, not mine. The color of my skin gave them their anger, not my own self. No matter what, because of my skill, my strength, I was free. I was dangerous and proud. But now... He drew a sword and placed the edge against Tarlac's neck. Tarlac tensed, and he refused to look away from Ghost's bloodshot eyes. And now, said Ghost, all I can feel is a need to cut your throat. It doesn't matter my desires, my thoughts. That need is there, an ache, an addiction. I've been made into a monster, wizard, and my heart rebels against it with every last vestige of my pride. Then fight it, insisted Tarlac. No one can make you into a monster, Ghost. Only show you the way. The blade quivered at his neck. Ghost's eyes narrowed, his obsidian skin considerably paled. Tarlac could hear his breathing, and he swore he could even hear the hammering of the giant man's heart. Ghost let out a scream, turned, and drove his sword with all his strength into the floor of the tower. Back to him, the man stood there, shoulders rising and falling as he gasped in air. His hands were clenched into fists, and they trembled. The man I killed, Ghost said. Senke. Was he a friend of yours? Tarlac swallowed down a sudden knot in his throat. Yes, he said. A good friend. Ghost turned his head. I'm sorry, he said, his eyes firmly locked on the floor. I long told myself it was because of the job, but it never was. I killed because I could, because I thought it elevated me beyond all others. But when the choice is taken away, when it's still my hands... You're sorry, Tarlac said, and he rose to his feet. His hands were still tied behind him, and he pulled against them as he felt his own rage growing. You're sorry? Good for you, you bastard, but I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Senke was my friend, but he was a brother to Delicia, and you butchered him like a piece of meat. Eyes still on the floor, Ghost opened his mouth to speak, but instead he collapsed to his knees, and then seemed to sink into the very floor. Tarlac's mouth dropped open, baffled by the sight. Letting out a slow groan, Ghost pushed himself back up through it, his feet setting back atop the floor with a heavy thud before he collapsed onto his hands and knees. Boils shimmered across his arms, rising, popping, and vanishing without leaving a trace beyond the faintest of scars. Delicia, he said, and he sounded feverish. She's the priestess that was with you. Your sister. Yes, Tarlac said. You nearly killed Senke once, but she saved him, brought him back. And then you stabbed him again, except this time she wasn't there, and you know why? Because I made her stay behind. I wish she'd have just blamed me like any normal person, but she never did. Just herself for not ignoring me, for not coming with us. You killed him, and she carried the guilt instead of you. I don't want your damn apology. I just want you out of my life. I want you to stop thinking about how, if I'd only been stronger, if I'd only turned you to ash before you ran into Leon Connington's mansion. His voice trailed off, unable to finish, too angry, too hurt. If that's what you want, then so be it, Ghost said. Retrieving his sword, he slipped it into the sheath strapped to his thigh, then slowly rose to his feet. He wobbled, grabbed the door frame to steady himself. His back was to Tarlac, and he looked over his shoulder to ask his question. "Where is your sister?" Tarlac glared at him. "Why do you care?" "Because of Senke," he said. The white paint began to run down his neck as if it were melting. "I have to tell her. I have to know." It made no sense. Why would he even ask? Did Ghost truly think he'd just revealed Alicia's location? "I won't tell you," he said. "Kill me if you must, but I'm not putting my sister's life in danger." He'd thought Ghost would be upset or threaten him, but doing the expected appeared to be the last thing the giant man intended. No, instead he laughed. "Threaten?" he asked. "Threaten? Look at me, wizard. Look at the fever in my face. Look at the rot in my flesh. Death comes for me, not your sister. I just want to talk. You say she carries the guilt, so let me absolve her of it. That's all. Can you do that? For her?" It was insane, Tarlac knew. Absolutely insane. Every part of his mind told him to lie. But deep in his chest, he felt something insisting he speak the truth. Herne would be at her side, and he'd have to trust them to be strong enough to endure whatever it was Ghost had planned. "She traveled west months ago, toward the stronghold," he said.
"I don't know how long it will be until she returns.
"But if she does, it'll be by the main road." "Thank you," Ghost said, swallowing heavily. His eyes closed for a moment, opened again. Blood had pooled in them, washing away the white with red. "Thank you." With that he was gone, leaving Tarlac standing there by the wall with his hands bound behind his back. "What in the world did I just do?" he wondered aloud. Hurrying to the stairs, he climbed up to Brug's room, where there were more than enough sharp instruments scattered about the workplace for him to cut into the rope binding his hands. Once they were free and he felt the feeling returning to his fingers with each painful throb of his heartbeat, he looked to the roof and shook his head. "Keep an eye on her," he said to Asher. "Because if something happens, because I just told that lunatic where she is, you better be hiding when I enter the Golden Lands for myself." Chapter 27. Their travel back to Veldaren was somber, despite Delicia's best attempts otherwise. It wasn't as if Herne never laughed or smiled when she joked, or that he did not stay close to her come nightfall. With Thren no longer around, Herne was comfortable enough to remove his hood, and at one of the larger towns he bought a plain shirt and breeches so he might appear as any other commoner during their walk. But the clothes never seemed to fit just right, and his smile was always temporary, his laugh an ephemeral thing. Whatever joy she'd known in him, it seemed to have left that night he'd spoken with his father. "Are you all right?" She'd had the courage to ask him only once, after they'd crossed the rivers and into the land of Omn. "I will be," he said, and she trusted him enough to let the matter remain at that. Every night, when she closed her eyes to sleep, she prayed that Herne would find a way to move on. And every night she listened for the quiet footsteps she knew she'd never hear, those of Thren Fellhorn sneaking into their camp to do away with the scars of his past. As week followed week, it seemed neither would come to pass. They bought their rations at the trading towns they came across, ate them in quiet meals, and traveled the miles with comfortable silence. Sometimes, Herne left her to hunt, but not often. Their rations, wrapped cakes, were more than enough to last until the next town, and so long as they foraged whenever they came upon a patch of berries or fruit hanging from low branches, they managed to keep themselves from ever feeling hungry. "It's my turn this time," Herne said as they prepared to set up camp for the night. "You tend the fire and let me scratch up my arms picking through the thorns." He referred to a patch of blackberries they'd passed only minutes before, a patch for which Delicia had insisted they sacrifice a few more hours of travel to pick for dinner. "If you insist," Delicia said, casting her eyes about in search for proper kindling. "I'm better at it than you, though." "Yes, but you have such delicate baby skin. A single scratch would be a great travesty." She rolled her eyes, and he laughed. "Just don't be long," she said. "I'd hate for my pretty little head to start feeling worried during your absence." He bowed comically low, sweeping an invisible hat off his head while doing so. The simple gesture left her smiling. For the first time in quite a while, Herne appeared to be himself again. Perhaps because they were so close to home, or he was finally free of his father's gloomy presence, but the reason hardly mattered so long as he was smiling. Delicia hummed to herself as she collected the slender twigs for the fire. They were not far off the well-traveled road to Veldaren, which was only 40 miles away by Herne's estimate. Just enough so that when they built their fire, they might have some measure of privacy and safety from anyone who might be prowling about the night with ill intentions. All about were the widely spaced trees of a forest, casting comfortable shade and making it easy pickings for her firewood. The moment was so peaceful, so serene, she felt betrayed by the sound of another person's voice. "At last! I thought he'd never leave." The sound of that voice sparked a dozen memories, none of them good. Her heart leaped into her throat, and she turned, a bundle of twigs still in her arms. Standing there in the forest, between her and the road, was a specter from the past who should have been long dead. He towered before her, obsidian skin even darker in the shadows, his painted face seeming to glow. She remembered when he'd bound her while waiting to ambush Herne, how he'd mocked her as Senke bled out before her eyes. The only differences now were that his frame looked lankier, drained, and his face bore thick scars that seemed to meld with the very paint across his face. "Hello, Delicia," said Ghost. "Stay back," she said, dropping her bundle and lifting her hands before her. Defensive spells ran through her mind, and she nearly froze trying to pick one. His swords remained sheathed, and he stood there with an arm braced against a tree, supporting his weight. If he was to attack her, he certainly didn't look ready for it. "I'm not here to—" he said, then stopped. It seemed the very words caused him pain. His eyes closed as he grimaced, and she watched his arms sink into the wood of the tree, vanishing as if he were not real, only a memory. Light shimmered across Delicia's hands as she pulled power from Asher into her being. He may not seem ready to attack her, but the man was dangerous and clearly ill. His eyes were bloodshot, and when he pulled his hand from the tree, his skin seemed to shimmer like morning fog atop a lake. "Herne killed you," she said as he stood there, unmoving. "How did you survive?" "Not now," Ghost said. His voice was heavy and so very tired. "I don't have time for that, Delicia. That I'm here, I can hardly believe it either. It's been so long waiting. So long." Delicia looked beyond him to the road, and she wondered how long Herne might be. If only he could come back and find her, perhaps help her subdue Ghost before he drew his blades. As she watched, the giant man took a single step, pushing himself away from the tree. As he did, the skin of his face began to bubble beneath the white paint, and all across his arms she watched burn marks appear without reason. "Waiting?" she said, trying to stall, to keep the man talking. "Well, you've waited, and here I am. If you have something to say, then say it." "I'm sorry." That was it. He said it with such finality, such weight, she found herself speechless. Her head tilted to one side, and she looked at him as if he'd tricked her. "Sorry?" she asked. "Sorry for what? For murdering my friend?" Another step. "Yes," he said, "for causing you pain. I did it out of pride, out of weakness, and it cost me everything. You only wanted to help him, didn't you? I can sense it. That's who you are, who you've always been. I used to think I was better than that. Stupid. So stupid." Whatever fear she'd felt of him was long gone. That he was conscious at all appeared a miracle. The burns on his arms were worsening, and she saw several more spreading across his neck. Sweat poured down his face, and his eyes were nearly a solid red from angry veins. Every word he spoke was labored, a clear struggle to remain coherent. She tried to reconcile the wretched sight before her with the cool, confident man that had battled her and her friends with such ease, the man who had stabbed an unaware Senkei in the back. Yet she could not. The passing years had been unkind to him, to say the least. "Ghost," she asked, "what's wrong with your body?" With his left hand he scratched at the paint on his face, and she saw that it was no longer paint. His skin had assumed the color, and instead of peeling it away, he drew blood that dripped down along his skin in crimson trails. On a hunch, she cast a spell over her eyes, granting her sight into a realm not of magic, not of flesh and stone, but of gods. It seemed all the land darkened, including Ghost before her, but surrounding him, swirling like fire made of shadow, were over 100 chains. She could see but the faintest hint of his being beneath, imprisoned, condemned. A curse, she thought, but for what, and why? "I want to know," Ghost said as she ended the spell, the chains vanishing, revealing only the tired, bleeding man. "I mean, I know the answer, but I'm asking anyway, while I still can. Delicia, do you think you could forgive me?" Delicia swallowed, her mouth and throat suddenly dry. "For what?" she asked, even though she knew. But she wanted to hear him say it. She wanted to know for sure. "For killing your friend," he said. "For hurting you, your brother, for enjoying it all. Do you think you could? I'll die alone and having hurt so many. But you, someone like you, I don't want to die with you hating me." He was desperate, she saw, lost and hopeless. She had a feeling he would not have been able to explain, even to himself, why he'd come. "For so long I had only my brother," Delicia said, her hands curling into fists at her side. "But then Senkei joined us. He was part of our family, someone who would listen, who would be there. I loved him, Ghost, and you cut him down. For what? For your pride?" His eyes remained on the dirt, and he nodded. "I was the better killer," he said. "That was reason enough." Blood had begun to drip from the burns, oozing down his arms to his fingers, to collect like raindrops. "You want to hear me say it?" she asked. "You want me to say I forgive you, that I no longer hate you? What then, Ghost? If I say it, if I give you your absolution, then what happens?" He looked up, and his shoulders sagged, his eyes filling with tears. "I don't know," he said, "because I know you'll never say it. So kill me, Delicia. Burn me away, and free me of this curse." He spread his arms out to the side, as if inviting an old friend. Delicia tried to push aside the confusion in her mind, all the hurt memories of Senkei, his smile, his laugh, the way he'd bled on their floor while she'd been tied to a chair. The way Tarlak had looked at her when he came back to their home that horrible night, blood all over his yellow robes. The way he'd been unable to answer when she asked if Senkei was all right. "I blamed myself," she said, a knot in her throat. "Did you know that?" His head hung low, and she heard his labored, raspy breaths. "Your brother told me," he said. "Now do it. You know what I am. I'm a monster, Delicia, a horrible fucking monster. I don't even know my own name anymore. Whatever it was, it's gone. I'm a ghost, a demon, and there's only one fate for things like me. We burn." She felt her own tears building, and she looked at the rotting wretch before her, saw a man mired only in misery. She knew the rage she should feel, felt the sorrow, but it wasn't right. It wasn't her. The man wanted to find some sort of cleansing death, appearing to her, giving her a chance to slay him. It was a gift, the only one he knew to offer. To be so broken, to think the sorrow she'd known could be made pure by the taking of a life. "I cried my tears long ago," she said. "And no, I don't hate you. You were a broken man long before you came into our lives, and I only pity the life you led that carried you to such a place." Ghost wiped at his eyes, smearing blood across his white, scarred face. "My road," he said. "My choices. Don't you dare pity me." "You wanted my forgiveness, and now you have it. What more can you ask of me, Ghost?" He tried to answer, but instead he took several steps backward and clutched at his head. His face was the purest expression of pain Delicia had ever seen. Doubled over, Ghost let out a scream, and his fingers scratched deep grooves into the sides of his neck. "Not yet!" he screamed. "Not yet!" And then it was over. Ghost stood there, tired, bleeding, but acting as if it had never happened. "I was given a task," he said, and he seemed a bit more coherent than before. "3 jobs, that's it. You, Eshitan, the Watcher, and Alisa's faceless woman. Karak wants you dead. That's what they told me." "Who told you?" He chuckled, shook his head. "Doesn't matter. It's simple, so simple. If I didn't kill you, if I failed my task, then my life was the price of my failure." Ghost drew both his swords, but she remained where she stood, defiant, unafraid. There was no malice in him, no danger, only regret. The giant man fell to his knees, and he stabbed both swords deep into the dirt of the forest. The act done, his entire body racked with shivers, and it seemed he would soon pass out. "Ghost?" she asked, feeling the first edges of panic tingling up her spine. "Ghost, what are you doing?" He looked up at her, and for the first time he smiled. "I'm failing." Blood dripped from his mouth. His arms were nothing but burned scars, and she saw thin trails of smoke rising into the air. His obsidian skin paled, as if all color within him were draining away. His hands gripped his swords hard enough to turn his knuckles white. Eyes closed against the pain, she watched him as he gasped, waves of agony overwhelming him, striking him down, tensing the muscles in his back and ripping gashes across the front of his neck. Dying for her, she realized. She stepped toward him, hand outstretched, palm pressing against the very center of his white face. The heat of his skin was incredible, the paint burning her like fire. "No," she said, and with her words she released all the power she'd built up inside her. Channeling it through her hand, she poured it into Ghost. She imagined the shadowy chains, and she smashed them. She saw his burns, and she flooded them with light. The color returned to his flesh, his mouth opened to scream. As she watched, the paint upon his face hardened, peeled away, and then fell to the ground like scales. His head snapped back, and it was as if his entire body were smashed with an invisible force. Delicia felt the wretched presence of Karak, and she prayed it away, denying it with every last shred of her being. In her ears she heard a constant ringing, intensifying as her spell reached its end. She pulled back her hand, and Ghost knelt before her, his eyes wide, mouth open amid his bewilderment. His burns were gone. For the first time ever she saw his face without the paint, saw how handsome he was. He looked up at her, tears running down his cheeks. "Delicia," he said, and he reached out a hand. She reached back, a smile forming on her lips, a smile that died the moment she saw the blur of cloak racing toward Ghost. "Herne! No!" she screamed, fearing it was already too late. Chapter 28. Picking through the blackberries, Herne felt at peace, and it was almost strange. Valderin wasn't far away, and though he was eager to return, he also felt a bit of trepidation, and he welcomed the excuse to remain back and add several more hours to their trip. Still, what relief to return to the life he knew. The guilds, the trifect, their scheming and ruthless games, those he understood, those he knew how to play. He'd let down his armor around his father, allowed himself to become vulnerable. Hopefully, it had not happened again. When he had 2 handfuls, he knelt down so he might place them on his cloak and wrap it as a basket. Then came the scream. Herne was racing back to the road before it was ever finished, with no care for the thorns that scratched at his skin or tugged on his clothes. The scream, it had been a man's voice. Delicia was in trouble, perhaps ambushed by thieves or thugs with rape on their mind. Legs pumping, he flew across the road, then cut off toward where they had planned to set up their camp. Reason overcame him at the last moment, and he slowed so he might at least get the jump on whoever might be there. It was only one man, Herne saw, and so far Delicia stood unharmed before him. He felt relief, but it was fleeting, for something about the man was horribly familiar. His skin was dark, his head shaved, and as Herne crouched down and slid from tree to tree, he caught glimpses of the man's face. His white, painted face. Ghost, thought Herne, and he felt his blood chill in his veins. The man who'd captured Delicia, knocked Tarlac unconscious, stabbed Senke through the stomach. The man who'd finished the job later in Leon Connington's mansion. His friend's murderer. Right there, in the forest, kneeling before Delicia. His entire body was covered with burns and blood, and Herne could only guess at whatever road the man had traveled to get there. Last Herne knew, he'd left Ghost for dead. The wounds had been fatal, he knew. Surely they had been fatal. Herne drew his swords. Apparently not. Ghost lived, and whatever he'd told Delicia, it clearly troubled her. His body began to convulse. She reached forward, and then came a burst of light that hurt his eyes, forcing him to look away. Healing, he decided. The man had tracked Delicia down to force her to heal him. Surely no priest of Asher in Valderin would have been foolish enough to do so. Shifting back, keeping himself low and out of sight, he prepared his attack. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. Ghost was a monster. A vicious killer who'd relished every second of Herne's pain as Senke died before him. Mercy cuts deep and will only hurt those you love. This cruel world will make sure of that. Not a mistake he'd make again. When he'd left Ghost, the man had been breathing. This time, this relic, this memory of pain and hate, would die and stay dead. Herne angled himself back around toward Ghost's blind side, with Ghost still on his knees and unaware of his approach. Delicia's eyes were on him, too. The woman bent over with her hand outstretched. Herne knew he'd have no better time, and he flew across the forest floor without care for stealth, only speed. He was almost there when Delicia caught sight of him, and instead of hiding the realization, she opened her mouth and screamed, "Herne! No!" Too late to stop himself, but her cry was enough to hesitate, to slow the killing thrust. With speed unreal, Ghost whirled, pulling his swords from the earth to successfully parry the attack. Their blades interlocked, and Herne's momentum slammed them together. He tried to continue, to bowl over the giant man, but Ghost's legs braced, resisting him. With narrowed eyes, the man returned Herne's glare. "I'm not here for a fight," Ghost said. The very sound of his voice was like razors cutting across Herne's skin. "I am." Herne pushed away to gain separation, then slashed for the man's neck. Ghost blocked it easily enough, his superior strength batting away Herne's follow-up strokes as if they were those of a child. The sound of steel rang out, twice, 3 times, before Hearn positioned his weapons high, interlocking them with Ghost's so he could kick at the man's knee from the side. The bigger man sidestepped it, then shoved both swords out to push Hearn away. "There's no need for this," Ghost said, stepping backward, each one matching Hearn's steady approach. "Leave me be, Watcher. I've given Delicia my apologies, and she her blessing. After this I go west, and you'll never see me again. I want nothing to do with you." "A new life," Hearn said, quickening his steps. Ghost would soon back himself against a tree, and the moment he ran out of room to retreat... "You don't deserve a new life. You want to offer an apology? Stick out your neck, and I'll accept it with my blade." Ghost's back bumped against the bark of the tree. If he was worried, he didn't show it. Behind them, Delicia shouted for them to stop, but both refused to acknowledge the demand. "Your friend has given me my life," said Ghost, "and I won't disgrace that gift by letting you take it, Watcher." A grim smile tugged at the corners of Hearn's lips. "Let me?" he asked, suddenly lunging into an attack. His swords crossed side to side, ringing off of Ghost's expertly positioned blocks. Undaunted, Hearn continued weaving his weapons in, feeling like a lumberjack trying to cut down a tree by pummeling it into submission. So far, Ghost showed no signs of countering, so Hearn pushed himself on, trying to find the slightest opening for the kill. "Let me!" Ghost tried and failed to parry a wide slash aimed for his face. The man ducked backward, striking his head against the bark of the tree. The tip of Hearn's saber cut through his cheek, just a thin slice that sprayed a thin jet of blood through the air. Hearn looped both weapons around, slamming them down into the X that Ghost had crossed his swords into just prior to the stroke. "Have you forgotten, Ghost?" Hearn asked as he tried to push through, to close that minute gap between the sharpened edges of his blades and the exposed flesh of his foe's throat. "I was the better fighter. I killed you once, and I'll kill you again." Despite his efforts, Hearn's strength seemed to not bother Ghost in the slightest. Instead, the man grinned, and a bit of life sparkled in his eyes. "Better?" he asked. "Perhaps then. But now? Let us see." The man flung himself forward, and given his size, his speed, Hearn had no choice but to retreat as those swords came slicing in. Left, right, he batted them aside, spun while ducking to avoid having his head cut off his shoulders, then sprinted away to gain space. 6 steps later, he dug his heel into the soft earth, pivoted, and flung himself right back into the fight. Again they crashed together, swords interlocking and pushing aside so neither was impaled. Hearn angled himself so his knee struck Ghost's stomach, and the other man likewise slammed his elbow into Hearn's cheek. Blood dripping from his teeth, Hearn spun away, fighting through a brief wave of dizziness. "Stop it, both of you!" he heard Delicia shout. Hearn again pretended not to hear her, instead rekindling the anger in his breast as Ghost crouched down, anticipating another barrage. Before he could attack, a flash of light burst between them, blinding in its brightness. Hearn let out a cry at the pain, but he refused to be slowed. Rushing forward, he used every bit of his childhood training. He knew how to anticipate an opponent's reaction, how to sense their location by the sound of their feet scraping the dirt. But Ghost was no common foe, no stranger to sightless battles. The world a haze of yellow and white, Hearn cut where the larger man should have been, only to have both his swings blocked. Stepping left, he tried sweeping Ghost's feet out from underneath him, but the man was not there. Instead, he'd already fallen back, and through the spots in his vision, Hearn watched him weave his swords into a defensive pattern in case he'd pushed onward. "The better fighter," Ghost said as he halted upon realizing no one chased. "I've learned of you since my release, Watcher. I know what it was you sought to do at the Connington's mansion. I fought for coin and my reputation, but you fought for peace. You fought for the love of your friends." Ghost's face darkened as he crouched down and lifted his swords. "But now?" he asked. Without warning, he burst forward. So big, so strong, he was as terrifying as a charging bull. Hearn dared not meet him head-on, instead having to constantly leap away. Anything to keep Ghost moving. to keep him from being able to close the distance fully or brace his feet to put all his strength into a swing. Parrying one swing, he leaped back, caught a tree with his shoulder, and then rolled along the ground. Ghost's sword struck dirt, and then Hearn was on his feet, bolting forward as his foe's swords sliced through the air where he'd been. "What is it you fight for now?" Ghost asked. "Pride? Retribution?" "What does it matter?" Hearn spun around a tree, and when one of Ghost's swords struck the bark, Hearn rolled back around it and launched into an offensive. Awkwardly positioned, Ghost had to retreat, violently yanking on the sword to free it in time for a block. Hearn kept it up, pushing forward, hammering at Ghost's swords. His hands were a blur, his every nerve on fire. Overwhelm him, thought Hearn. He had to overwhelm him. "What does it matter?" asked Ghost, and despite his apparent exhaustion, despite Hearn's onslaught, he was grinning. "It's the only thing that matters." One of his steps back suddenly wasn't a retreat at all, but a shift forward. Hearn's left-hand blade was easily blocked, the other thrusting too far to the side. Taking advantage of the opening, Ghost kneed Hearn in the stomach, then smashed a fist into the side of his neck. Letting out a scream, Hearn toppled back, swords raised in a meager defense. Except Ghost did not pursue. Instead, he hovered over him, yelling, mocking him as he paced. "I was a monster," he shouted. "I thought you were too, but you fought for something. You bled for others. You're bleeding again, Watcher, so tell me, who's it for?" Simply breathing hurt, but Hearn forced himself to his feet, stumbling backward to gain some space. Ignoring the pain, he stood tall and stared down the giant man. In his mind, he replayed that horrible moment when Senkei had lurched forward, a blade piercing his chest. The way the pain had overtaken him, the way the life had left his eyes. Hearn needed that rage again. He needed to remember why. No matter the cost, this man must die. "A monster?" he asked. "Is that what you want? Then raise your swords, Ghost. I'll show you a monster." Before either could move, Delicia stepped between them, a hand outstretched toward each. "Enough!" she cried. White light shone from her palms. "This fight ends now, I swear it. Drop your blades. The moment either of you moves against the other, I will take your life." Hearn could hardly believe the anger in her eyes. This was the man who'd killed her best friend. Yet now she'd threatened murder to protect him? He couldn't abide it. He couldn't allow it. This man, this ghost, deserved death. Every bone in his body knew it. Every pounding of his heart screamed it. "Get out of the way, Delicia," he said. "This must end. You have to understand that. I won't let him live. If not now, then tomorrow or the day after. Even if I have to hunt him down like an animal, he will die." Opposite him and Delicia, Ghost remained tense, swords raised before his chest. The look on his face was impossible to read. He was waiting for the right moment, Hearn decided, watching for the perfect opening to attack. "Hearn," Delicia said, and he heard the pleading in her voice. Hearn tightened the muscles in his legs, preparing for a leap. She wouldn't hurt him. There was no way she'd choose to take his life to protect that monster. "No," Ghost said before Hearn could lunge. "I won't let you carry that sin, Delicia. That belongs to another." Ghost launched forward, his speed surprising even Delicia. Hearn panicked, convinced the man would kill her, and he raced across the ground as fast as his legs would carry him. As he watched, Ghost collided with Delicia before she could enact a spell. Instead of striking her, the giant man pushed her hands so her beam of light flashed harmlessly into the trees, then shrugged her aside with his elbow. Speed hardly slowing, Ghost continued on, eyes locked on Hearn's. Refusing to slow, Hearn drew his blades and thrust for the man's chest. He felt the anticipation building in him, the seductive excitement of battle. This was it. This exchange would define them, reveal whose skill was greatest. As his swords closed in, he was already mentally calculating the defenses Ghost would take and how to counter them. Instead, Ghost spread his arms, ensuring an opening. Herne's sabers jammed between his ribs, pierced both lungs, and then tore through the flesh of his back. Ghost's body slammed into him, but Herne let out a scream and pushed his legs to remain standing. The other man draped over him, his weight entirely supported, as warm blood poured across Herne's hands, down his wrists, and to the ground below. Lifting his head, Ghost coughed more blood, spewing it across Herne's cloak. "The better monster," said Ghost with the last of his ragged breath. In the distance, as if in another world entirely, Herne heard Delicia scream. Herne shifted so Ghost dropped to his back, the sabers easily sliding out of him. So very still he lay there, blood dribbling from his lips. From the corner of his eye, Herne saw Delicia rushing toward him, healing light already glowing on her fingertips. He thought of Ghost surviving a second time, stealing away his kill, denying him his retribution. "No," Herne said, and he lifted a bloody saber and pointed it her way. She froze, the tip hovering inches away from her neck. "He dies." Delicia met his gaze, and her fury nearly overwhelmed him. Pure stubbornness kept him there as he listened to the wet coughs of Ghost dying. Slowly, the priestess stepped forward until the tip of Herne's saber pressed against her throat. Ghost's blood dripped upon her, the scarlet startling against the paleness of her flesh and the white of her robes. Not once did her eyes leave his. "Move," she said. That was it, but her voice carried such authority Herne trembled. He pulled the weapon back, and he suddenly felt aware of what he'd just done. "Del," he said. "Del, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." But she was already past him, ignoring his words and kneeling down next to Ghost, who had begun convulsing. Despite the miracles she could perform, Herne knew the man was too far gone. Knitting back torn flesh would do nothing for the terrible blood loss Ghost had already suffered, and that ignored the damage to the lungs. It seemed Delicia knew it too, for she did not bother attempting. Instead, she put her forehead against Ghost's, and the man's gaze turned toward her. Amid the convulsions of his body, he tried to say something, but all that came out were dying gasps. Delicia was praying, though Herne could not hear what. Suddenly she leaned back, and she stared right into Ghost's eyes. "Lawrence?" she said, brushing her fingers across his face. "Your name was Lawrence. You may die, but it won't be nameless." It seemed an immediate change came over him. Ghost's convulsions stopped, his mouth closed, and with gaze unmoving from Delicia's beautiful face, he slowly let out one last gasp and then lay still. Delicia bowed her head, once more pressing her forehead to his, and then she slowly rose to her feet. Her back was to Herne, her shoulders slumped, her long red hair like a shroud. With Ghost's passing, it seemed the forest had fallen unnaturally quiet. "He came to me," Delicia said softly. "Came hoping I'd kill him." "What have you done, Herne?" "I took the life of a terrible, loathsome murderer," Herne said, voice rising. "Have you forgotten what he did to you? To Tarlac? That man killed Senke, butchered him like a piece of meat, and then mocked me for it. He called me a monster, even as Senke bled out at his feet. That Ghost was alive at all is my fault, and consider this me correcting that error." She stepped toward him, and when he reached for her arms, she shoved him away. "He was so close," she said. "So close. How could you? How could you?" Her fists rained down upon his chest. There was something he was missing, he realized, but he felt too angry to bother, too frustrated to care. Would Delicia have him spare the life of every single thief and murderer he went up against? Would she have him live a secluded life, free of his role as the Watcher? When he came back from Angelport, she'd given him her blessing, said she understood the bloodshed. "I kept you from making a mistake," Herne said as her blows slowed, came to a stop. "That's all. I had to do it. If you spared his life, I'd only take it again. He deserves no better for what he did to me, what he did to you." "I forgave him, Herne. Don't you get it? Of course he deserved no better. Lawrence was a poor, broken thing on his knees, and I forgave him. But you just couldn't let it go, could you? You couldn't let it go." "Of course not," Hearn said. "People like him don't change, Delicia. They don't escape their pasts, and they don't magically become better men. Those with blood on them keep it all their lives. He killed our friend, Del, our family. Or do you not remember?" "I remember," she said, stepping away from him, her arms crossed over her chest. "I remember when a little boy knelt before me days after helping kill my father." It was a cold knife she stuck into him. "This isn't the same," he said, anger growing white-hot in his chest. "It is. I forgave him, just like I forgave you." "He wasn't yours to forgive," Hearn screamed. "Do you think Senke meant nothing to me? Ghost's life or death, it wasn't in your hands, his hands. Karak's, Asher's, no one's hands but mine. I left him alive. I failed to kill him. That he somehow survived was—" "A gift?" asked Delicia. Hearn froze, and he felt his heart leap into his throat. "Not from the gods, but from you. Is that right, Hearn?" Tears began to swell in her eyes, and though she knew her next words would hurt, she said them anyway. "Your father would be so proud." The image of her jerking forward, an arrow piercing her chest, flashed before his eyes. "That's not fair," Hearn said, and he felt his face flushing, felt as if his mind were raw. "Don't you dare be that cruel. All my life, I've wanted to be better than that, to be anything other than what he'd have me be. I've clung to Asher's teachings, but Nightfall in Valdarin is not a place for mercy and forgiveness. It doesn't work, Delicia, you know that. You can't be that naive." It was the wrong thing to say, every word, and he knew it the moment they left his lips. Delicia stared at him, and it seemed her entire body had grown rigid. He reached out to her, wanting to hold her, to find some way to tell her that he knew he was being stupid, but she slapped his hand away. He reached again, and she repeated the slap, pointing a finger at him, her green eyes wide, the tears in them long since fallen and gone. "Don't touch me," she said. "You just stay away from me for a while." "Delicia," he said, but what else did he have to say? That he was sorry he'd killed Ghost? But he wasn't, and he wouldn't lie to her. She'd sense it immediately and just distance herself further. The priestess weaved through the trees, heading for the distant path. "Delicia!" She paused, and he watched her take in a deep breath before she turned to face him. "You once told me that as long as I was there for you, as long as I could forgive you, you would endure," she said. "That you'd remember who you were and believe you were still worth saving. You wanted me to be there for you. But I'm not sure I can. If I'm so naive, if I'm not part of your world, then I can't be the one to help you remember who you are. Someone else has stolen that place from me." He started toward her, but her glare held him back. "You have a body to bury," she said, and then she returned to the road, leaving him alone in the silence. Hearn felt his anger bubbling up, overwhelming him, keeping his anguish at bay. Like a statue he stood, watching Delicia until she was gone. At last he could control himself no longer. Turning to Ghost's corpse, he drew his sword again. "Why couldn't you stay dead?" he asked it, falling to his knees and plunging the sword into Ghost's unmoving chest. Ripping out the blade, he jammed it in, again and again. "You bastard! You were dead. 4 years you were dead, so why now?" He beat the corpse with his fist, punctuating his words. "Why? Now?" There was gore all over him, and Hearn leaned back, feeling so tired, so very tired. "I'm not him," he told the quiet forest. "I'm not the same. I've only done what was necessary. I'm better than him, better than he could ever be." But there was no one there to argue, no one to call him a liar or believe his words to be true. So, alone, Hearn stayed, pulling up the soft earth to bury Ghost, using the man's swords to mark his grave. By the time he was done, the night was deep, the cicadas in full rhythm. Hiding from the stars, Hairn slept wrapped in his cloak, but even its comfort was meager, for it stank of drying blood. Chapter 29. It was a meeting Elisa could put off no longer. She went to her room and sat down on the bed beside Nathaniel, who'd been waiting there per her request. "Is everything all right?" her son asked. Elisa wrapped the boy in her arms, holding him against her as she struggled for the right words. "It will be," she said. "I promise, it will be." That was it. She had nothing more for him, but she'd wanted him close for a moment to remind herself why she did what she was about to do. "Go on," she said, "and tell one of the servants to find Lord Victor and show him to my room." "Yes, Mother," Nathaniel said. He slipped off the bed, and she heard his feet pad across the carpet to the door. It creaked open, he spoke softly to someone, and then silence. Elisa sat amid it, trying to keep her heart steady. "Zusa?" she asked. "Are you there?" Only more silence. Good. She didn't want Zusa near, not for this. That would come later, one struggle at a time. The door opened, and she heard a man clear his throat. "Milady?" asked Victor. "Shut the door," Elisa said, hands squirming in her lap. Victor had been visiting nearly every day since he'd come with Antonie's help to free her from John and Melody's imprisonment. She now did her best to greet him warmly, but still she felt uncomfortable in his presence. Too much of his true self remained guarded, and what she could glimpse was tainted with frightening zeal. When the door was shut, she heard his heavy footsteps lead toward her, then pause in the center of her bedroom. He had nowhere to sit, and she knew he would not be presumptuous enough to sit beside her on the bed. "Matters appear to have settled down significantly," Victor said after clearing his throat. "Musian has not repeated his spectacle at the marketplace, and what information I can gather shows him carefully guarding anyone who pledges money to him for protection." "Such a benevolent ruler," Elisa said, unable to hold back a bitter smile. "There's some truth to that, sadly," Victor said, "but we know better. His extortions are far from extreme, his greed bearable, because it's not coin he wants, it's power. If we bend our knee to him and offer coin for protection, does it matter if we give 1 or 1,000, so long as our knee is bent?" Elisa shook her head, thinking of how the elf had sneaked into her room. He treated everything like an amusing game, and they were but interchangeable pieces. When Victor had come to her after Melody's death, he'd tentatively suggested paying the protection money Melody had promised. He'd been so nervous, so fearful to offend, it had made Elisa laugh in his face. A show of strength meant nothing if she could not back it up. There would be a time to resist the elf, but it wasn't now, with her house in shambles. If she was to make enemies out of an elf, who, by all accounts possible, now ruled the entirety of Eldarin, she'd do it when victory could be hers. "Have you heard any rumblings from John Gandrum?" she asked, trying to push Musian from her mind and talk on matters more immediate. "None so far," Victor said, and by his footsteps and moving voice she could tell he was pacing. "He's still upset, to be sure, but more that you'd question his honor. He really did feel he was doing what was best, but now that Melody is out of the picture, he's willing to let bygones be bygones, you might say." Elisa sighed. She'd thought about executing John for his part in everything, but Victor had insisted she hear him out. John had calmly but firmly declared his respect for her and his love of her son. Everything he did, it had been lawful and just, and had he not ordered his men to stand down, come Victor's attack to free her? Given her drastic lack of allies, Elisa had allowed him to escape without major punishment, though she'd still banished him from ever setting foot inside her home again, as well as promising no further contact with Nathaniel until he came of age. It was a slap on the wrist in her mind, but at least it didn't seem John was actively trying to replace her, nor spreading foul rumors or hateful speech. "Victor," she said, trying to find the right words. She sensed him straighten up, as if he too sensed the importance of what she sought to say. "After everything that's happened, are you still willing to fight against the guilds?" Victor cleared his throat before answering. "I am," he said. "Perhaps not in the way I started, but my resolve has not broken." Elisa rose from the bed, and she walked in the direction of his voice, hand outstretched. His hand touched her arm when she neared, as if letting her know of his position, and she then put her fingers against the side of his face. She used it to see him, to remember the blue of his eyes, the strength of his stare. A man who would refuse to allow even death to deny him success. A man fueled by a righteous fury. "Let me hear you say it," she said. "Tell me Mucian will not destroy us. Tell me you'll have his head on a pike before the gates, along with all others of the damn guilds that have torn our lives apart." "I swear it," said Victor, and his tone gave her chills. "I swear it on the grave of my parents, swear it on the lives of every single one of my men who's died bringing them to justice. Their time must end." "And my son," she said, voice softening. "Would you protect him as well?" It seemed he was beginning to understand what was happening, and he took both her hands in his. "He's a smart lad, kind and honest," Victor said. "I would be honored to raise him as my own." Elisa took in a deep breath. This was it, then. Her decision was made, her heart committed. "Then I wish to accept your offer of betrothal," she said. "Wonderful," he said, then after a pause, "Wonderful. Just wonderful." She wished she could feel the same. Not that she'd expected love and romance to be the reason for a marriage, not since Mark Tullin's death and Arthur Hadfield's betrayal years ago. But this felt less like the joining of equals, and more like her attaching herself to a train of horses stampeding down a hill. "Indeed, truly wonderful," Elisa said, not bothering to fake any enthusiasm. "I'll contact Terence and have him begin the preparations for a wedding. I'm sure he'll be in touch with you as well in regard to any customs or requests." "I do have one," he said, interrupting her. "You do?" Another hesitation. "Your pet, Zusa. I would know just what she is to you and what she will be to me." "Zusa?" wondered Elisa. "What does he mean?" "I don't understand," she said. Victor pulled back from her hands, yet remained before her, hovering in her mind's eye. "She has never hidden her disdain for me, and I am no fool to the power she wields. Against my wishes, she murdered your mother. Melody deserved a trial, Elisa, a chance to explain herself, a chance for us to see if anyone else was pulling the strings behind her strange ascension. I understand, but she does what she wishes," Victor said. "Or she does what you command. I must know, Elisa. Is she a servant? A soldier? Your protector, or something more?" Elisa's mind scrambled as she tried to think of the proper answer. Or even one that was true. What was Zusa to her? "Zusa has been with me since the very beginning," she said. "She's the truest friend I have ever known." Victor's heavy hand fell upon her shoulder, and she sensed him leaning closer, felt the heat of his words lightly brushing her face. "You don't get to have friends, Elisa. Not with your position. Not with your power. If I am to enter your household, it must be as an equal. Zusa may stay, but as a servant, obedient to both your orders and mine. Is that acceptable?" She knew the answer she had to give, and it put a fire into her stomach. Grabbing the front of Victor's shirt, she yanked him closer, brushing aside his hand from her shoulder. "If I do this, you best pray to the gods you succeed," she said. "I want Nathaniel to stand atop the graves of the guilds. That's all that matters now, and if you can help me achieve it, I will reward you with everything I have. But if you fail—" "If I fail, then you may let Zusa herself remove my head and present it to you on a silver platter. Is that acceptable?" Elisa fought down a grimace. "It is," she said. "Then there is no sense in wasting time," he said, and his footsteps headed toward the door. "I'll send for her while I inform Terence. You may tell her while I am gone. Make her understand, Elisa. My request is not so great, not so peculiar. There will be dozens outside our home walls wishing to have me killed. I'd rather know for certain there are none within the walls of our home as well. The door shut, he was gone, and that was that. No happiness, no celebration, discussion over plans, who would move where, what would happen to the Kane family holdings, not even a kiss on the cheek, just moving from one business to another. Her father would have been proud. The minutes crawled on as Elisa sat back down on her bed, feeling more nervous than she had in years. She ran words through her mind 100 times, trying to find something, anything that sounded right. It never did. The door opened, far quieter than when Victor had come, and then a wrapped hand touched her own. "You called for me?" Zusa asked. Elisa's teeth clenched. She had to say something, anything. Nothing would be right, nothing would work, nor convey her frustration and sorrow, so she just said it as plainly as she could. "I'm marrying Victor," she said. Zusa's hand on hers tensed, the woman's sudden apprehension immediately apparent. "Are you sure that is wise?" she asked. "Wise?" Elisa laughed. "The wise path is for me to lie down and die, letting Musian conquer our city, all while praying Nathaniel somehow endures the following chaos. No, it's not wise, but it is what must be done. Another war against the underworld is coming, and I cannot fight it on my own, and neither can Nathaniel. Someone must wield the sword for me, and Victor can be that man." "I could do it," Zusa said. Her grip on her hand tightened, so much it nearly hurt. "I can lead your mercenaries. I can protect your home. You don't need Victor. You don't need to throw your lot in with that madman." "You," Elisa said, and the words were like fire in her throat. "You have no name, no home, no heritage. You're just one of the monsters in the shadows, Zusa. No mercenaries I hire will show you loyalty. No nobles will accept your power. Victor gives this legitimacy. If he adopts Nathaniel as his own, it gives him a chance of inheriting the Gemcroft fortune without 1,000 vultures circling. Nathaniel will come from the Kane family line, a true lordly heritage. No longer a bastard, no longer the shameful seed of the destroyed house of Kull. He is your son. What legitimacy does he need beyond that?" "You know better," Elisa said, and she felt her heart hardening. "Don't pretend you don't see it, that you don't hear it. Nathaniel's my wounded child, the child of a woman most think lost her mind years ago. They don't respect me, and they don't respect him. We're not what this damn world wants. But someone like Victor—" Zusa rose from the bed, and Elisa could only imagine her standing before her, fingers curled into fists. Were there tears in her eyes? There were none in her voice. Not yet, at least. "Victor won't give you what you want," she said. "This risk you take—" "Answer me this, Zusa, and answer it truthfully," Elisa interrupted. "Do you feel Victor is a danger to my son if we were to marry? Do you think he is a danger to my own life?" A long pause. "No," Zusa said. "I think he favors Nathaniel, and would treat him as his own son. As for you, betraying you would be beneath him. I think he views himself as more honorable than that." "Then what else matters, Zusa? Nathaniel will have a father, and more importantly, he'll have a future. Valderen's gone to shit, and if we're to endure, we need the help of someone like Victor. You never needed anyone before. You once flooded the streets with fire and steel, and you were unafraid." Elisa remembered those 2 nights, remembered the pain she'd felt. "I was turning Valderen into my own personal funeral pyre," she said. "That wasn't strength. That was recklessness. I can't afford to be so reckless now. Musian would have my head the moment he sensed betrayal. But if we're patient, if we plan, if we coordinate with Antonil and Victor and my own forces—" Zusa's hands wrapped around hers. They were soft, and she felt the distinct touch of her unique wrappings about them. "Please, Elisa, I beg you," said Zusa. "Don't do this. Don't put yourself at his mercy." "There's more," Elisa said, trying to ignore the ache in her friend's words. "If we marry, you must promise to respect and obey Victor as you would myself. That is his only demand. Like a servant, Zusa said, and there were finally tears in her voice. Elisa hated herself, hated every word she spoke, but what choice did she have? Yes, like a servant. She'd have given everything to see Zusa's face at that moment, to witness her reaction, to see if the wounds she felt she caused were as deep as she feared. As you wish, milady. Silence stretched out, ended by the slamming of her door. At its sound, Elisa broke, tears running down her face, a sob escaping through her clenched teeth. It shouldn't have been so hard. It was a simple request, damn it. Zusa was more than a servant, more than a friend, but could she remain so once Elisa married? Once she slept in Victor's bed, once the holdings of their families merged and Victor took on the Gemcroft name, what then would Zusa be to her? All Zusa had to do was listen, and trust her. But deep in her heart, she knew it unfair to demand that of her friend, all while refusing to give her the same trust. Minutes crawled, and she slowly wiped her face clean. She'd known marrying Victor would be difficult, but she'd never guessed the difficulties would start so soon. As she regained her composure, she heard the door open, and Elisa turned away, a meager defense against her own indecency. "Yes?" she asked with a quavering voice. "It's only me," Victor said. He said it so softly, so gingerly, it made a mockery of the stern, proud man he'd been only moments ago. "Did Zusa take it well?" She almost told him the betrothal was over. She almost screamed for him to leave her home, leave her life, to go marching back to his wheat fields and leave Veldarin to burn and die without his help. Things could return to how they had been, just Elisa and her son, cowering in their home, while the Dark Hand claimed street after street, always watching, always waiting to see if any would betray his dominance. But just as she would not surrender to Musian's fear, she refused to surrender to her guilt. "No," she said, elaborating no further. Victor sat beside her and put a hand on her shoulder, and she nearly laughed at his touch. Here was her future husband, and she felt not the slightest attraction, not the tiniest excitement at having his hand upon her. Only dread and a sickness to her stomach. He tried pulling her close, but she resisted, and thankfully he did not seem offended. "I'm sorry," Victor told her. "Perhaps if I talked to her, we might reach an understanding." "Give it time first," she said. "Just give us both time." His hand squeezed, and she allowed him to pull her against his side, allowed him to offer his meager comfort. "The pain will pass," he told her, "and if she is the friend you believe her to be, she will come around. Remember, there are risk and pain to every grand accomplishment, and I assure you, yours will be grand indeed." "What accomplishments?" she asked. "Burning down a city to avenge the death of a son who still lived? Losing my sight to a confused, sickly boy? Or being overthrown by my own mother? Which accomplishment of mine will be written into the chronicles of time?" "Forget your past," he told her. "The future is all that matters. Here in this city, we have an opportunity to rise above our failures, rise so high we will salvage something from this horrid mess. I have dreams for you, Elisa, dreams you have denied yourself for far too long. With me at your side, you may become what you were always meant to be." At first, she thought he meant the crushing of the thief guilds, but it felt wrong. He spoke of something else, something grander. "What dreams?" she asked. "What is it you would have me become?" She felt his breath against her neck, his lips nearing her ear. "I would make you a queen," he whispered. "Your little son would become a prince, and one day a king. Tell me, is that not a legacy worth fighting for?" What he spoke was treason, and ridiculous to even think possible, but something about the way he said it, the way he believed it, made her response catch in her throat. Her son. King? How? She dared ask. "In time," he told her, and he took her hand in his. It was larger than Zeus's, rougher, and she found herself missing the other woman's touch. "But imagine how much better the city would be if you sat on the throne. If someone strong like you, or like me, could look upon the corruption and despair and denounce every last shred of it all. What city could we create? What nation? Think of the legacy we could leave for your son to inherit." It wasn't a game, and it wasn't a dream. Victor meant it, and he carried such conviction there must be a way. "Queen," she whispered, imagining a crown on her head. "Queen Elisa," Victor repeated, "and Prince Nathaniel." King Victor Gemcroft went unspoken, but the name lingered in the air, and she knew it was in Victor's eyes, on his lips, and buried deep in his heart. It was madness. It was insane. But if it wasn't? This time, when Victor pulled her close, she settled into him, feigning happiness at his touch, her mind trying to wrap around what it might mean to rule a kingdom. She thought of the armies she might command, the wrongs she could make right. She imagined the pride in her chest as her son ascended to a golden throne, while all the lords and nobles who had mocked him behind his back were forced to bend their knees and bow their heads. Prince Nathaniel Gemcroft. Such a beautiful name. Chapter 30. "As you wish, milady." Zeus walked down the quiet street, seeing nothing. "As you wish." The sun had just begun to set, and in her wrappings she knew she was a strange sight, yet she could not muster the strength to care. She wasn't even sure how long she'd wandered, aimless, crisscrossing streets, seen by dozens as over an hour crawled by, if not two. But it didn't matter. None of it did. With the sun setting, she was only reminded that come nightfall she had no home to return to, no waiting bed, no family. Dimly, she thought to go to the Eschaton mercenaries, but it felt too much like begging, and she had more pride than that. At least, she liked to think she did. But as she passed down yet another nameless street, still lost in her sour mood, she wondered just how much pride she actually had left. It helped none to see so many tiles bearing the mark of the sun. Each one reminded her of how Elisa had surrendered to their demands. Each one reminded her of how she would trust Victor to keep her safe from them, trust him more than she trusted her. All those years she'd protected her, stayed at her side, loved her. Did they mean nothing now? Or perhaps she'd only deluded herself. Could she truly consider herself so important to Elisa's life if her opinion could be cast aside so easily? "Stop it," she told herself. "Stop moping. Stop wallowing. Think on the task at hand." Doing her best to ignore anything but the present day, she knew her immediate need was to find a place to sleep. She had more than enough coin to rent a room in an inn, for several months even, but the idea left a bad taste in her mouth. A last resort, perhaps, if not her only resort. Still, as she walked, she thought of the only other home she'd known. It was a strange nostalgia coming over her, but to the south of Veldarin she ran, finally feeling a purpose to her footsteps. Yes, there'd been one other home for her, and odd as it seemed, there were still many good memories attached to it. The home was a simple one, and though large, it lacked any decorations. There were no windows, a single door, the roof flat, and the sides a dull brown. It was built right up against the southern wall, not far from the squalor and rows of homeless tents and shanties that occupied much of the wall's length. Zeus walked up to the door, touched the handle. Doing so flooded her with memories, and she paused, trying to decide why she was even there. She'd been an orphan, given over to the priesthood of Karak when she was but a babe. Growing up in its dark walls, the temple had been her home, at least until her affair with Daverick. Then they'd exiled her from the temple, deeming her unworthy of remaining within the holy ground. Before her was the home she'd been exiled to, along with her other faceless sisters. It was there they'd slept, eaten, and trained, overseen by the eldest of them, a woman named Eliora. Taking a deep breath, Zusa pulled open the door and stepped inside. It was so familiar. That grand room with the fireplace and shelves full of books outlining the strictest tenets of Karak. The same round rug remained before the fireplace, and as Zusa stepped inside, she thought of the many winters she'd lain upon that rug, watching logs burn as the fire's warmth seeped into her skin. The fireplace still showed signs of use, and she wondered if Davaric's recent rebirth of the Faceless had used the place as they always had before. They were all dead now, killed by either her hand or the strange ghost who had interfered at the last moment to save her. Zusa walked to the shelves, found a well-worn leather-bound book she'd read many times, The Lion's Walk. Flipping it open, she put her fingers on the faded brown pages, felt the crinkled paper as she read the first line aloud. Heavy walked the lion, and he made no noise to alert the farmer's daughter who worked the fields that day. It was a story told fully in symbols and metaphors, setting it far apart from the dry rules and speeches that filled the others. Zusa closed the book, put it back on the shelf. She looked to the other books, thinking of the anger they spewed, the righteous condemnation of nearly everything that it meant to be human. On a whim, she returned to the fireplace and the small flask of oil waiting beside it. One after the other, she tossed books in, doused them with oil, and then lit them with a readied piece of flint. As the books burned, she watched, hoping the fire would give her comfort. It did not. Only The Lion's Walk remained by the time she was done. Now uncomfortably hot from the fire, Zusa moved on to the only other room in the building. In it were 4 beds, and they still had the same blankets, heavy and dark green. It was as if, even in sleep, Karak wished to smother them and hide their bodies. Zusa sat on the edge of one, hand drifting across the rough fabric. She thought of the times she'd spent with Nava and Eliora, how they'd clung to one another, together fighting against the loneliness that threatened to swallow them all. Never did a day go by that they were not reminded of their failures, their inherent inferiority. It had been driven into their prayers. It had been whispered with every bit of cloth they wrapped about their bodies. But come nightfall, there were no priests, no gods, just them and their beds that were always too cold, too small. "You were always so faithful, Nava," Zusa whispered, thinking of the girl's small hands and beautiful brown eyes. She used to play with her dark hair, which, despite how short she cut it, was still soft and smooth and fun to rustle with her fingers. They once joked about growing out braids and finding a way to tie them so the wrappings still covered them appropriately. "The priests would never approve," Zusa had told her. "What does it matter if they never know?" Nava had asked. "They will think I have strange lumps on my head, that is all. If they ask, I'll tell them Karak has cursed me with a great ugliness." "They think that already," Eliora had said, kneeling before her bed in prayer, while the other 2 sat together, waiting for her to finish. "And they would know the moment you tried. The eyes of priests are always undressing us." They'd never mentioned braids again. Zusa stood, already rethinking her plan to use the home as her own. Too many memories, and they all ended the same. Karak's mercy came for them, killing her sisters with the blade of a dark paladin, smothering their happiness with oppression and hate and self-loathing. "We were beautiful," Zusa breathed aloud, the greatest blasphemy she could think to utter in that place. "Beautiful, pure, and never once in need of the lion. You give us nothing but shame." She started toward the door to leave, then froze. A sound, so soft, but her ears picked it up nonetheless. It was the slightest rattle of wood, but from where? Zusa froze, trying to think. There were only the 2 rooms, and she'd been in both. But no, that wasn't right. There was a third, the safe room they were to hide in if guards ever came looking for them for the killings they committed in the name of their glorious Karak. Zusa drew a dagger, and slowly she stalked toward the far side of the room, to what appeared to be a simple blank wall. She knew that not to be the case, and she readied herself for an attack. All 4 faceless were dead. But what if there were others she'd not been told of? Or what if Daverick had already recruited more? Freehand finding the slender groove necessary to open it, she tensed, took in a deep breath, and then yanked open the hidden door leading to the secret hiding room. Her eyes widened. Her body froze. In her gut, she felt her insides twist, and in her chest, her heart break. Within were 2 girls, and they wore thin black shifts that went underneath the wrappings that were pooled beneath them both on the floor. Both their faces were hidden with white cloths, with only a slit to reveal their eyes. One girl's skin was dark, her eyes brown, curls of black hair peeking out from beneath the cloth, while the other girl looked pale. Her pretty blue eyes stared up at Zusa, wide with fear. They couldn't be any older than 9. "Are you one of us?" the darker girl asked, and she pointed toward the wrappings Zusa wore. Zusa swallowed, tried to think of what to say. "No," she said. "I used to be, but not anymore." This seemed to make them all the more nervous, and they shrank further back into the safe room. Zusa clutched the doorway with one hand, the hilt of her dagger with the other, needing something to keep them from shaking with her rage. In the other room, she heard the door open, close. "Girls?" asked a painfully familiar voice. "Stay here," Zusa told them, and she pushed the door shut, returning the 2 to darkness. Racing between the beds, Zusa made sure she was flying by the time Daverick stepped into the bedroom, a loaf of bread in one hand, 2 apples in the other. The food crashed to the ground as Zusa's knee connected with his stomach, her fist striking his throat to rob him of any words. Her momentum carried them into the other room, and Zusa twisted so she could slam him against the wall beside the fireplace. She drove her dagger into the palm of his left hand, ramming it into the wood of the wall and pinning him there. The other she pressed against his neck. "How dare you?" she said, voice nearly a snarl. "I don't The girls," she said. "I found them. Are you recruiting them so young now? Or did you fuck them yourself so you could declare them unclean and therefore worthy of your purposes?" "It wasn't like that," he said, hoarse from the blow she'd given him. "I brought them with me from Mordena. One of the priests there, he couldn't control himself. They were in danger, so I took them with me. It was to protect them, Zusa, I swear." Zusa forced him to look her in the eye. "Protect them?" she asked. "Tell me, were they whipped?" He said nothing. "Stripped naked before their lover?" Again nothing. She smashed her knee into his groin, then slammed his head back against the wood. Holding him by the hair, she pushed her other dagger tighter against the flesh of his throat. "Damn you," she seethed. "Did you not think to stop them? Did you not think to argue that no man can be seduced by a 9-year-old? "I did what I could," Daverick said, breathing quickened from the pain. "I swear, I did what I could. You know the laws, Karak's laws, and they don't change." Such a pathetic excuse, and even worse, she knew he believed it. By bringing them with him to Veldarin, hiding their faces, hiding every stretch of their skin with wrappings, he thought he made them pure, made them holy. "You're sick," she said, "sick, blind, and pathetic." He looked down at her, and in his eyes she saw something broken, something empty. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "Will you kill me? You think you deserve better?" With his free hand, Daverick grabbed her wrists, but instead of trying to force her away, he only pushed it harder so that it drew blood when he talked. "I am but a sinful creature deserving death," he said. "But what I've done, Zusa, even you would have done the same. The Prophet is almost here, and the future he brings with him. I've given everything to save us from it." Zusa leaned closer so that her lips could brush against his ear. She'd once kissed that man's neck, once let his hands drift about her body, but now she only wanted him to feel the heat of her breath when she spoke. "The prophet is a myth, you damn fool. All you've done for a lie, and now you're dying for one." Before he might react, she cut across his throat, slicing it open. His blood spilled upon her. He opened his mouth to speak, but he could not form the words. Holding him aloft, she stared into his eyes as he died.
She wanted the last thing he saw on this world to be her face, her eyes, empty of tears, empty of sorrow.
When he was gone, she freed her dagger, returned to the bedroom, and pulled open the door to the hidden room. The two girls were within still, and they'd completed the process so that their tiny little bodies were covered with wrappings. The sight of it brought tears to her eyes, where Daverick's death could not. "Remove the cloth," she told them. "Let me see your face." They looked to one another, clearly unsure, but with a bloody dagger in her hand and her chest covered with the blood of their master, she was hardly surprised they obeyed. Off came the white cloths, revealing their cherubic faces. Zeus knelt before them, but the first she reached for backed away. "How long have you been with Daverick?" she asked them. 6 months, said the pale girl with the blue eyes. "Then you've been taught to hide, to steal, to survive," Zeus said. "Both of you, you have to understand. What happened? What you've been told. It's not your fault. It was never your fault. Listen to me, I beg of you. There is no salvation for you at the Lion. There is nothing to feel shame over, nothing to condemn you. Your master is dead. Flee. No one will look for you. No one will know you're gone, I promise. Make a life for yourselves. Just please do not return to the temple. Don't let them hide everything wonderful about you. Your face is not sinful. Your hair is a gift, your eyes a temple, your smile a blessing. Let all the world see. Can you do that? Can you? You're beautiful. So beautiful." She was crying, she realized, and the two girls stared at her with expressions she could not begin to read. They merely nodded, and when Zeus stepped away, the two ran for the door. Zeus watched them go, and in her gut, she felt certain they would return to the temple. Where else would they go? Here she was, sick and terrified of making a life for herself, and she was a woman grown. Them? Children. She looked down to her wrappings, the markings of the faceless that she'd carried even after turning her back on Karak. Suddenly, every reason she'd ever used for keeping them rang false. Stupid, cowardly, and petty. She wanted nothing to do with them now. The only meaning they carried was that when those two girls first saw her, they saw what they would one day become. Taking the bloody knife to her neck, she cut down into the cloth. Tears still running down her face, she sliced them away, strip after strip. Her movements grew quicker, more rash. Sometimes she cut into herself, and she did not care. She wanted the wrappings gone. Hacking away, she freed herself from them as if they were bonds. Finally naked, she crouched atop the shredded remains, feeling the weight of the day crushing her. Openly she sobbed, and there was something cleansing to finally letting it all free. She said goodbye to the memories, to her sisters, to every life she'd known before stumbling into Maynard Gemcroft's mansion all those years before. Slowly she rose to her feet, and she felt her emotions seeping back under control. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the ghosts of the women who had once stayed there. "I'm so sorry, but I will wear them no more, not even in remembrance of you." The drawers had no other clothes, which left her with but one choice. She went to Daverick's body and stripped him naked. His trousers were a bit too wide, but she cinched the belt tight enough so they would not fall. Over her neck went the shirt, and she cut at its overly long sleeves with her dagger so they would not interfere. His blood was on it, and she stared down at the stain with a growing detachment. What did it matter, the blood? "All for a myth," she whispered, chest hollow, eyes wet. To the growing dark outside she went, but before she did, She grabbed the lone copy of The Lion's Walk and tossed it into the fire. Let it burn with all the rest. Chapter 31. Into his adulterous city Thren walked, keenly aware she'd abandoned him for another. Night had fallen, and it seemed so strange to see how dead the streets had become. With the gate closed, he'd had to climb the wall, using a hook and rope stashed by his disbanded guild for whenever they needed to smuggle in goods better left unseen by the city guard. Before a lantern-wielding patrol discovered him, he'd paused, overlooking the homes. Even the very feel of the place was different, and he'd wondered just what it was he'd sensed. "Have you changed in my absence?" he'd wondered. "Or do you merely hide your head and pray for the Watcher to come save you?" At the end of the marketplace were several taverns, competing with one another for nightly clientele. The one on the left, the far more ragged-looking place named simply Filled Cup, had always been his former second-in-command's favorite, assuming he was still alive and Musian had not killed him. Pulling his hood lower over his face, Thren pushed open the door and stepped into the lively bustle within. It seemed tonight was a night for celebration. Men and women filled the 7 tables, gathered together with plenty of drink to go around. 3 of the tables were singing songs, though each of the songs was different from the others, which made them only compete to see whose song could drown out the others. Flitting through the tables, their assets on clear display were the whores, smiling, laughing, acting as if each man were the handsomest they'd ever seen, at least until it was clear they had no coin to pay for the privilege. Of the women, all but one wore a simple yellow gem on a cord around their neck, pinned to their blouse, or in a ring on their finger. The gem signified their allegiance to Musian, as well as who would come to their aid should someone try to skimp on a payment or play too rough in bed. "Of course they are yours," thought Thren as he approached the barkeep. "Once the whores are in your pocket, who would dare refuse you and risk losing such illustrious company?" "What'll it be?" the barkeep asked him, a hairy man with forearms as big as Thren's head. "I'm looking for a friend," Thren said. "Name's Martin. 10 years my younger. Brown hair, sometimes goes by the name of Softhands." "Martin Softhands," said the barkeep, nodding. "He only uses that name when trying to impress the ladies. Surprised he didn't name himself Long Tongue or Good Fuck for all the good it'll do." Thren grinned. "Never let him hear you say that," he said. "He might adopt Good Fuck out of pure amusement. So, do you know where he is?" The barkeep paused. "You know I can't tell you that." Thren reached into his pocket and then dumped out a handful of coins onto the counter. "A good friend, this Martin," Thren said, and the barkeep snatched up the coins with practiced speed. "Upstairs, using those deft hands of his, and not on himself." "Which room?" For a moment the barkeep ignored him, instead counting up the coins. "Room 3, said the burly man. "That's the room you just rented from me for the night. Of course, I might have mixed up numbers, and room 3's already occupied." "The night's busy and the table's loud," Thren said. "Who would blame you for an honest mistake?" Thren tipped his head in respect, then made his way to the stairs. There were 5 rooms in total, small and cramped from what he could see of the lone door that was open. The others were closed, and the telltale sounds of sex came from within. "Animals," thought Thren. He approached room 3, marked by deep grooves cut into the front. He tested, found it locked. Sighing, Thren put the slightest weight on it to test its strength, discovered it was held shut by a simple chain at the top. Easy enough. Stepping back, he rammed his foot into the door, snapping the chain and smashing open the door to reveal Martin sitting on the edge of the bed, an older woman on her knees before him with her head in his lap. "What the f—" Martin's voice trailed off, his anger quickly changing to stunned silence. The woman pulled back and rose to her feet, with no care to her modesty, instead reaching for a slender dagger she'd hidden within the folds of her discarded dress. "He's finished," Thren said to the woman. "Take your clothes and go." The woman looked back to Martin, who nodded. "He's right," Martin said. Go ahead and get out of here and keep the coin." "Had no plans on giving it back," she said, and within moments she had her blouse back on and her skirt replaced. Thren stepped aside so she could leave, then crossed his arms and waited as Martin put on his pants. "She seems a bit old," Thren said, glancing back over his shoulder as the woman climbed down the stairs. "Just means she knows what she's doing. I don't like paying for amateurs, and so long as my eyes are closed, every woman is 16 and slender." Thren shrugged. Fair enough. Martin tightened his belt, then walked over to him, bare from the waist up. The man had a rugged look to him, face and neck carrying the scars of his livelihood. Of all those he'd recruited into his guild since the bloody Kensgold, Martin had been the one most practical and aware of how the city worked. Thren had hoped there'd have been fear at seeing his return, or perhaps optimism at a possible resurgence of the Spider Guild. But instead, Martin just looked annoyed and bored. "What?" he asked. That tone. He'd never have used that tone with him before. Not while wearing the deep gray of the Spider. Gone for but a few months, yet already his reputation was sinking. It was enough to make Thren want to scream. "Do I bother you?" Thren asked, and his right hand drifted down to the hilt of his sword. "Or did Musian bore a hole through your skull when you became part of his sons?" Finally, a bit of fear in the man's eyes, a measure of respect. If this was how his second-in-command reacted, well, restoring his Spider Guild to a position of power was going to be harder than he thought. "Of course not," Martin said, putting on his shirt. "It's just bad timing." "So you're back, I see. I hope you enjoyed your time away from this shithole." "Pleasant," Thren said, "but also irrelevant. I've come to rebuild, and I need your help to find the others. It's time we call in every last member and remind them to whom their true allegiance should be." "Former members," Martin said, walking back to the bed and grabbing a long dagger, which he jammed into his belt. "They've joined the Sun Guild now, all but perhaps a few that died to that Victor bastard. Truth be told, Thren, I'm not sure how you plan on convincing them. This city is Musian's now, from top to bottom." "But only in my absence." Martin laughed. "You think that matters?" Thren stepped closer, grabbed Martin by the front of his shirt, and yanked him close. "I have been here for decades," he said, feeling his temper overwhelming him. "I've watched guilds rise and fall. I've cut off the heads of kings and queens, and I've earned every last bit of respect the scum of this city can muster. I will not be turned away nor insulted. You think my name means nothing? We'll find out, Martin. When I remind them of who I am and what I can do, we'll see if they're willing to throw their lot in with a damn elf over one of their own." Martin swallowed, clearly worried, but still able to meet Thren's stare with his own. "Have I made myself clear?" Thren asked. "Perfectly," Martin said. Thren let him go, and his former most trusted smoothed out his shirt, and just like that his worry was gone, and he slipped into the role he'd filled for many a year. "Musian's kept most of the guilds together, even if unofficially," he said. "Helps with the transition, I'm guessing. Most of those downstairs once wore the grey as well, and that's where we'll start. It'll be tricky, though, Thren. One word to Musian, and it all goes to shit." "Then we have to make them afraid," Thren said. "More afraid of me than of Musian." Martin grinned. "Is that all?" he asked. "So be it. Find yourself a room, and once I get myself a good night's sleep, I'll start working on the others tomorrow. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to go find another girl to finish what you interrupted." Thren stepped out of the room, and he frowned. "Take care of it yourself. Cheaper that way." "Not all of us want to build up a fortune like you," Martin said, walking past him to the stairs. "Some of us would rather enjoy the spending." Thren looked to the empty room, shook his head, and then followed Martin down the stairs. "Sorry about that," the barkeep said, gesturing Thren over. "Room 5's the one open. 5. I hope you don't mind the slip-up." Thren smiled, deciding he liked the man. "Not at all," he said, heading toward the door. He was too wired to sleep, not yet. The journey had worn on him, but damn, it felt good to begin planning again. It'd be slow, steady work, but strand by strand was how you built a web. not all at once. No doubt a few of his former members would have to die to make the others realize the consequence of denying him and remaining loyal to the Sons. Truth be told, he felt himself looking forward to it. Out into the night he stepped, breathing in the lingering odors of the marketplace, tinged with the scent of alcohol and rotting fruit and bread cast off from earlier in the day. He looked to the stars and tried to tell himself that the city was his, no matter the dozens of tiles marked with the sun he'd passed on his way there. His city, his home. As he stared, he saw someone crouching at the edge of a building, watching. Thren grunted, and he pretended not to see. Down the street he walked, aimless, in no hurry. He didn't want to let whoever tailed him realize he'd been spotted, not yet. The tail was on the rooftop on the right side of the street, so once Thren reached an alley on his left, he suddenly sprinted down it, racing as fast as his legs could carry him. He'd thought it'd be an easy enough task to leave whoever it was behind, but instead, he had to come to a sliding halt before reaching the other side. A man had stepped out, the four-pointed star sewn onto the front of his shirt, the daggers in his hands gleaming in the moonlight. Spinning about, Thren saw the other entrance blocked by two more. Gritting his teeth, he looked skyward, saw three more lurking above him, faces hidden by the hoods of their cloaks. Damn it, Thren swore. Someone alerted them, but who? Martin? The barkeep? Assuming he lived, Thren knew who the first would be to serve as an example for those who would deny his return. Thren Fellhorn, said a haunting voice behind him. Slowly, Thren turned, pulled the hood away from his face, and stood tall before his former master. It's been a long time, Musian, Thren said to the elf at the far end of the alley, flanked by two more of his guild. Have you finally come to greet me? Musian stepped into the alley, eyes like ice, mutilated ears seeming all the more grotesque with the way the moonlight colored them, making the scars seem almost purple. It seems I must, said the elf, for you sneaked into my home and did not think to seek me out. Your home? It made Thren want to smack him across the face with a blade, but he kept his temper in check. If there was one thing Musian knew how to wield as both weapon and shield, it was arrogance. It has been my home for far longer, Thren said. I'd like to think of it as you merely borrowing the place prior to my return. Musian smiled, but there was no enjoyment in it. It was a smile Thren recognized all too well from growing up under Musian's tutelage. It meant the elf was tiring of a game, and when he tired of a game, he didn't stop playing. He simply won it. You know you have no more power here, Musian said, and I will not pretend otherwise to satisfy your tired pride. This is my city now, Thren, and if you wish to live in it, I will have you bow before me and serve. Thren glanced back to the rooftops. All three above had crossbows drawn and aimed. Much as he wanted to make a move toward the elf, he knew he'd die before ever getting close, and that wasn't counting the two at his side who would certainly move to block the way. Why no? Thren asked. I've done everything you asked. You wanted me to come to Veldaren, and I did. You wanted me to create an empire, and I did. Everything you taught me I used. Every trick and scheme I performed to the highest of standards. Yet you sent Grayson in to kill me, and now your guild has moved in, crushing everything I built. I was your heir, damn you. So tell me what I did that had you turn on me so. Musian approached, and with a wave of his hand, those with him stayed behind. Confidence, Thren knew. Arrogance. No fear of him whatsoever, and if Thren were honest with himself, he knew it was true. Musian had taught him all he knew of swordplay, and not once had he ever won a duel. The elf's face remained cold, passive, but his blue eyes seemed to sparkle with a disgust Thren felt betrayed by. What had he ever done to deserve such emotion? You were indeed my heir, Musian said. I put my years into you, training you, molding your mind and body. A single breath of mine is worth more than the lifetime of your kind, yet still I devoted it to your betterment, creating an heir worthy of my legacy. A worthy heir, Thren. I could name any fool as my successor, but I desired someone who could keep my empire together instead of letting it crumble mere moments after my death. Yet you... Musian gestured about. What is your legacy here? Everything you built fell to ashes and dirt. And from what? An interloping lord, a few wealthy merchants, and a mysterious vigilante killer? You belittle my challenges, Thren said. Your challenges belittle you! I listened to the excuses. I observed from afar as your war was waged, as the trifect bled and the guilds consumed one another. At last I knew I had to come for myself. What did I accomplish in your absence? Domination, Thren. In 4 months I have accomplished what you have not in all your years stalking these streets. 4 months. The elf shook his head. I know your abilities. I know what you can do, and everything I have done was always within your reach. Something held you back, Thren. What? I cannot guess. I thought I had purged your weaknesses, but some remain. Complacency in merely ruling a few guilds? Foolishness in trusting the wrong men? Cowardice in signing the Watcher's agreement? I'd ask, but truth be told, Thren, I don't care. You are old and unworthy. With Grayson dead, I must begin anew and adopt new heirs to potentially inherit my wealth and power. It won't be you. It cannot be. Do you think to insult me? Thren asked as Musian turned away. That I want to inherit a single coin after your death? I built everything here on my own, and I will do it again if I must. No matter how certain you are, Musian, this city will never be yours. I won't allow it. I will leave you with a graveyard of fire and death before I let you pretend to be its god. Musian turned back about, his blue eyes seemingly on fire with his rage. Closer he came, towering before him, their faces mere inches apart. So close. So easily could Thren draw a blade, but instead he met Musian's gaze and refused to back down. How? Musian asked, full of mockery, that one word defining his entire opinion of Thren and his worth. Thren gave no answer. He dared not even move. The slightest insult meant death. He would challenge the Dark Hand in time, but not yet. Not there. And not alone. I thought not, Musian said. I'd hoped you could at least loyally serve, despite your faults, until a new heir could be trained. I had even entertained the idea of you helping with the training, but that was my own fault for thinking you could be of any use. He turned, long coat flapping behind him as he strode away. Get out of my city, Thren, Musian called after, not bothering to turn around. The next time we meet, it will end with your head in a bag. And just like that, they were gone. The suns at either side of the alley vanished, and when he looked up, the rooftops were clear, only stars looking back. Thren stood there, breathing heavily, doing his best to stay calm. Despite all his years, he'd never once endured such disrespect from his teacher as he had then. Before, Musian had always believed there was some sort of promise in him and Grayson, something special and worthy of his time. No longer. Your city, Thren whispered. This isn't your city. It will never be your city, not while I live. The elf's words repeated in his head, deepening his anger. How? Musian had asked, as if there were no possible way, as if the task were so insurmountable. Thren, a mere human, overthrow the demigod that was Musian? But it wasn't impossible. In fact, it was terrifyingly easy. Fire and destruction, Thren whispered, echoing the words Luther had spoken just before his death. From underneath his shirt he pulled out Luther's medallion, held the cold metal in his palm. My city, he said, remembering the promise he'd made in what felt like ages past. My city, or ashes. He could make it come to pass. All the lives and toil of man could come crashing down with a single word, and the medallion was the key, the catalyst. In his hand, the medallion twirled. Life or death, all contained in a single disk of gold. Luther would have him destroy Veldaren to save it. Better in ruin than in the hands of the prophet, the priest had insisted. It was a feeling he understood so well. Better to leave the city in ashes than in Musian's hands. But there was still a way to reclaim his city, to bravely stand before a conquering army without fear, a way to defeat the legendary Dark Hand and return Veldaren to the rule of the Spider, a way for Thren to prepare his legacy, his heir, as he had always dreamed. "Aaron," he whispered. "Watcher. Herrn. Whoever it is you are, given the choice, the sun, the spider, or nothing at all, which would you choose?" To the night sky he looked, imagined his little boy on his lap, listening to him, adoring him, trusting him above all others. Before the world tore him away, before gods and priests and little red-haired girls made him believe in a world that would never be. "Would you join my side to prevent the deaths of thousands, my son?" Thren wondered, but the stars could give him no answer, only silence. Chapter 32. Herrn paused before the Eschaton Tower, and he almost didn't go inside. The night was late, and for all he knew, those inside were asleep. It was a nice enough excuse in his head, but as the cicadas droned on, he knew it was a lie. Ever since their fight the day before, he was yet to see Delicia. She'd surely beaten him home, given the time it had taken him to bury Ghost's body. What might she have told her brother? Everything? Nothing? On either side of him were long hills covered with flowing grass, and behind the tower was the king's forest, and either sounded like better places to sleep. Cowardly places, of course, and that was what kept him going, walking up the path to the door and inside. "Was wondering when you'd show up," Tarlak said, stretched out on a couch with a drink in his hand and his feet pointed toward the low fire that burned in the fireplace. "I had a body to bury," Herrn said, and he realized how absurd a greeting that was. He'd not seen his friend in months, and those were the first words out of his mouth. "So I heard." Tarlak gestured to the chair opposite him. "Take a seat. Feels like forever since your skulking hood graced my tower." Herrn hadn't even realized he had it on, and he quickly pulled it off as he sat down beside the fire. His swords and pack he put down beside him. He felt awkward, wishing he could just come right out and ask what Tarlak knew, but was unable to be so direct. So, instead, he let out a deep sigh and sank into the chair. No matter what, he was indeed home, and it felt good to be there, despite all the awkwardness. "Did you talk to Delicia?" Herrn asked, thinking it about as gentle a way to broach the subject as possible. "I did," Tarlak said. Herrn tried to read the wizard, but whatever thoughts were behind those green eyes and red goatee were well hidden. "And?" Herrn asked. Tarlak sat up, and with a sigh he let go of his glass, which hovered in the air for a brief moment before vanishing. "And I can tell something happened between the two of you," he said, "though I admit I'm hopeless as to what, because my dear sister is as stubborn as she is beautiful when she wants to be. All she'll tell me is that Ghost showed up, you two fought, and Ghost lost. I don't know if that has something to do with why Delicia was so upset or something else. My gut says your father's involved, given the only good thing that's ever come out of him is, well, you." "The months were definitely long," Herrn said. He shifted, not liking the way Tarlak was looking at him. "As for Delicia, we had a disagreement, that's all. We'll be fine." The wizard lifted an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" he asked. Herrn rubbed his eyes. "Honestly, I have no clue, Tar. Can we talk about something else? How's life been here in Veldaren?" Tarlak chuckled. "If you're hoping for more happy subjects, you're going to be sorely disappointed." He snapped his fingers, and his glass reappeared, this time full of a white wine. Tarlak took it from the air where it floated, sipped at it. "Pretty much everything you've ever set up in the city has been eradicated. Tarlac said. "The agreement with the Trifect, the truce between the guilds, it's all gone." Hearn sat frozen in his seat, unable to believe it. Everything he'd worked for, all the blood and sweat and killing, was over? The wizard said it nonchalantly, just no big thing, but Hearn felt as if he'd been slapped in the face with a wet rag. "All gone?" Hearn asked. "How is that possible?" "Well, your absence didn't help matters," Tarlac said. "Nor did Thren's, honestly. The Sun Guild came back with a vengeance, and this time with their leader, Musian the Dark Hand. Every guild that refused to submit to his command he crushed, one by one. After that, he cowed the king, putting himself safely out of reach of the city guard, and then began working on the Trifect. The elf's a cruel bastard, and what he's done to secure his power is sickening, to say the least." "Why haven't you stopped him?" Tarlac frowned. "I'd say that's your job, actually, but you were too busy traipsing west in search of, what was it again? Luther? What did you find out about that, anyway, because Delicia was none too talkative?" Hearn sighed. "Nothing," he said. "Thren betrayed me when we reached the tower, and he was the only one to speak with Luther. The man was a priest held prisoner at the top of the stronghold. That's all I know. Beyond that, his task in Valderan was some plan involving Karak and those stone tiles the Sun Guild's using. I'm sorry, Tar. I really can't offer more than that." Tarlac downed the rest of the wine, made the cup vanish, and then rose to his feet. "Glad to know it was all worthwhile," he said. "A priest working for Karak. I never could have guessed that. Meanwhile, Musian controls every inch of our fair city. We've needed you bad, Hearn, but I don't know where to even start. I feel like a war happened right underneath my nose, and something tells me under no circumstances were we the victor." "I'm sorry," Hearn said. "It isn't too late, though. I'll get to the bottom of this, I promise." "Like you got to the bottom of this whole Luther business?" "Enough, Tarlac. Quit acting like this is my fault." "Will you two kiss and make up already?" Brugh said as he emerged from the staircase, his own beer mug in hand. "Gods, I could hear the two of you yammering from my bedroom." He tipped his head in Hearn's direction. "Good to see you, bud," Brugh said, and he grinned. "Now come give me a hug. After months with dealing with just that idiot over there, I could practically kiss you for finally coming home." Hearn felt his face flushing, and embarrassed, he went over and clapped Brugh across the shoulder. "Good to see you, too," Hearn said. "Aye, a happy homecoming," Tarlac said. Hearn glared his way, expecting more sarcasm, but it seemed the wizard himself was embarrassed by his earlier outburst. "It really is good to have you back," Tarlac said. "This city isn't the same without you, and neither is this tower." Hearn pulled away from Brugh and retrieved his swords from the chair. "I've had more than enough time to rest," he said. "Has every guild fallen to Musian?" "All but the Ash," Tarlac said, "and I'm not sure if they're still alive." Hearn pulled his hood over his head, feeling the comfortable shadow encasing him. "Let's hope so. We could use whatever allies we may find." Hearn went to the door, and he saw Tarlac go to stop him, then change his mind. "Stay safe," Tarlac called after him. "It'd be a damn shame for you to die on your first night back home." Despite his dour mood, Hearn chuckled. "That it would, Tar," he said, shutting the door to the tower behind him. The walk to the looming walls of the city was a long and familiar one, and Hearn felt himself slipping back into the persona he'd carefully crafted. His hood hung low over his face, his cloak disguising his movements, melding him into the darkness. At his sides were his swords, and at least they were a reliable comfort. He knew the fear he carried, the reputation, and as he began to run to close the distance, his troubles drifted away. Just like when he'd come home from the snow-covered northern plains or the distant city of Angelport, there was something comforting about his city's familiarity. The guilds, the Trifect, the Cowardly King. He knew them all, and they him. Using disguised handholds he'd had Tarlac magically carve into the side, Hearn scaled the wall, slipped across it after a patrol passed on by, and then raced down the steps and to the street below. Home at last, he ran, letting the familiar sights welcome him. Only the sights weren't so familiar. Street after street he checked for the hidden markings of the Wolf Guild, the scrawled legs of the Spider Guild, even the thick smear of ash. But they were not there. Along the sides of homes and stalls, and even in the very street, he saw only where they'd been. The symbols had been burned, scraped, and painted over if necessary. No guilds, no colors. Just the sun. "You aren't kiddin', Ta," Hearn said as he continually scanned the rooftops on either side of him. Surely a scout from one of the guilds would have located him by now. Hearn used a window to vault up, and from atop a shop he looked about. No one. The night was calm, and he did not like it. Panic nipped at the edges of his mind. Going into the city, he'd always felt in control, the mad puppeteer holding all the strings. But it seemed his absence had been far too long. Hearn raced along the rooftops, extended his body to leap across the alleys, his legs pounding to keep up speed, his body shifting to adjust his weight as he moved across the consistently uneven terrain. Sometimes he stopped, but each time was only to see the symbol of the sun, a reminder of the underworld's new king. The truce. His deal with the king. Hearn tried not to dwell on it, to let the pounding blood in his veins drown it out, but all he could think of was how his entire legacy, everything he'd killed for, had vanished like a puff of smoke from the end of Tarlak's pipe. His movement slowed. It seemed there would be no trouble that night, not unless he went looking for it in the various safe houses about the town. And even then he had no guarantee they'd be in use anymore. And with the silence, with the isolation amid the shadows, he could not hide from his thoughts. "You wanted me to be there for you." Always, he thought. Always he'd relied on Dalglish to understand, to never judge him for the blood on his blades. "I'm not sure I can." His foot slipped, and he rolled down a slanted rooftop, gaining his balance only moments before leaping over an alley and crashing along the wood shingles of another. "I can't be the one to help you remember who you are." Teeth clenched. He tried pushing himself back up, to run with a frenzy and purpose that showed he still ruled the night. Instead, he stumbled again, and when he leaped to the next home, he did not cover the distance necessary. Arms out, he caught the side, felt the shingles dig into his hands. His momentum sent his knees smacking into the side, and he sucked in air to keep his cry down. Pulling himself up, he crouched there, body heaving breaths in and out, as he felt his deadened mind betray him with its cruel remembrance. "Your father would be so proud." It wasn't the same. It couldn't be. He'd denied him, denied everything his father would have him become. That's why he wore the Wraith's hood, wasn't it? His choices, his killing of Ghost, they all had their reasons. The type of man to treat life as a mere obstacle in the way of his goals. That wasn't him. It couldn't be. But Dalglish was supposed to be there for him, to let him know if he ever stepped foot on his father's path. Only now she was gone. He was alone, and all he had were his memories of the arrow piercing her breast, intertwined with the way she'd stared at him with a mixture of horror and rage, as he lifted a bloodied saber to ensure she did not heal the dying Ghost. Slowly, he rose to his feet and looked out across the city. He'd once sworn to never call it his city, and he understood the wisdom of that even more clearly. Only a few months gone, and it had forgotten him, moving on to new masters, with the Dark Hand spreading fear with strength far beyond what he as the Watcher had fostered. There was a way to pull it back to him, he knew. All he had to do was inspire fear above all others, just as he'd once set out to do that night Senke died. But doing so would take him to places far beyond comfort, onto a path he might recognize all too painfully well. As he looked, he finally saw another with him on the rooftops, and a familiar face at that. Trying to shove away his troubled thoughts, he carefully made his way there, having to climb down only once to cross a street, and then snake back up the side of a home. Sitting with her back against a stone bird atop a modest mansion, Zusa stared into nowhere, head resting on her knuckles. A quiet night, Herne said, standing beside her. If only all may be this quiet, Zusa said, eyes never shifting. Herne followed her gaze, and in the distance he saw the Gemcroft mansion, its windows shining by the light of dozens of candles. Around its fences patrolled men with torches, looking like little bugs in the night. Herne noticed her clothing, loose-fitting pants and a shirt that clearly did not belong to her. There was blood on it, though from no apparent source. Tarlak had said nothing of the trifect, Herne realized, and he wondered just how well Elisa had taken Musian's rise and subsequent dissolution of the Watcher's truce. By the looks of it, not well at all. "Mind if I join you?" he asked. She finally looked his way, and he saw the redness of her eyes. "Yes," she said, "please." Herne pushed his cloak aside so he could sit. Looking about, he saw they were very much alone, and he removed his hood as well. Hiding his face from her seemed pointless given their time in Angelport, and honestly, did it matter if someone else saw? Reckless, he knew, but his foul mood made him not care. "Trouble at the mansion?" he asked, seeing her gaze return to her home. "In a way," she said. "Elisa will soon marry Victor Kane, and I fear I will no longer be welcome in their home." Herne did not bother containing his surprise. "You've been with Elisa since the beginning," he said. "How could you not be welcome?" Zusa rubbed at her eyes, and he heard her sniffle. "Because staying means obeying that madman as if he were an equal to Elisa. I can't do it, Herne. I can't pretend to serve him." Herne almost reached out to her, wishing he could comfort her, but his hand remained at his side. "I'm sorry," he said instead. "You deserve so much better." "I deserve nothing," she said. "I have no family line, no money, no land, no reputation or soldiers sworn to my name. No matter how many years I stay at Elisa's side, I'll always be the strange little woman lurking in the shadows. I'm a priestess hated by the only god she ever worshipped, a bodyguard abandoned by the only woman she ever loved, a stupid girl who killed the only man who ever loved her." "Stop it," Herne said. "You're more than that, so much more." She looked to him. "And you?" she asked. "It's good to see you back, Herne, but I fear you've returned far too late. Will you still prowl the night, even without reason?" "I'll always have reason. And I'll always have reason to protect Elisa and her son," she said. "But it only means I'm a stubborn fool." Herne shrugged. "You're hardly alone in that either." Finally she smiled, and it lit up her face, even if only for the briefest of moments. Zusa shifted so that she sat closer to him, and she leaned her head against his shoulder, her short hair pressing against his neck. Unsure of what to do, Herne slowly put his arm about her, and he felt her relax at his touch. "I'm so tired, Herne," she said. Her voice was quiet, distant. "I have no home, nowhere to go, no person to be. Have I robbed myself with my devotion? Has my love cheated me of a true life?" "I pray not," he whispered. "But you've made it work. I've seen it, the way they care for you at that tower. Who are you, Herne? When the cloak and hood come off, who are you that allows them to love you so?" He held her tighter against him, imagined Delicia's betrayal, the way she'd struck his hand when he'd reached for her. "I'm not sure I know anymore." They fell silent, Zusa in his arms, watching together as the deep night wore on. When she finally pulled away, a look was in her eyes, and he could not discern it. "Forgive me," she said. And then she kissed him. His entire body froze, but she pressed herself against him, put her hands on his neck. They were so soft, so controlled, yet when he kissed back, he felt them dig into his skin with a strength bordering on desperation. "Zusa," he said, pushing her away, his scrambled mind trying to regain control. "Don't misunderstand this," Zusa said as she unhooked his cloak and spread it out behind him on the rooftop. "A man and woman needing comfort. That's all this is. Can you give me that?" She put a hand on his chest, slipped it underneath his shirt to touch his skin. "Please," she said, and he saw a fragile honesty so rarely allowed upon her face. To reject her would break it, perhaps forever. She'd endure, he knew, but it'd be alone. Delicia's face flashed in his mind, and he thought of his fumbling attempt to caress her. Her rejection had been the kindest possible, but it had still left him feeling ashamed, foolish, lost. "In time," she'd whispered. But now he saw only her tears, felt only her anger and betrayal as Ghost died at his feet. She might come to forgive him, but would she ever love him? Would there be enough time in the world for that wound to heal? He didn't know. He didn't want to know. A man and a woman needing comfort. Zusa was the one ready to break, the sorrow naked on her face, but as Herrn reached out, he felt his need for comfort just as terrible. His hand looped behind Zusa's neck and pulled her close so he could kiss her again. Her hands were on him, and she breathed in his kisses as if afraid each one would be the last. Off went his shirt, as did hers, and she took his hands and placed them upon her breasts before forcing him onto his back, her lips returning to his. Even now, she needed to be in control, Herrn sensed, but he let her, feeling swept away and refusing to do anything that might dare stop it. Another long moment later, she pulled up, her breathing heavy, the last of her clothes quickly removed. Herrn stared at her in the moonlight, beautiful, naked, body so strong, eyes so dark. Zusa leaned back so she could pull away his pants, then climbed atop him. One more kiss, and then she guided him inside, body curled into him, her forehead pressed against his. She moved slowly at first, fingers digging into his shoulders, and he reacted only in concert. His hands drifted down her sides until he held her waist, keeping her against him, almost fearing she might leave. The way she clutched his body, he knew she felt the same. Herrn leaned his head back, and above him, Zusa moved faster and faster. Her strong legs were unrelenting, and she closed her eyes and tilted her neck so that her short hair covered her face. For some reason it made the moment all the more private, and her all the more vulnerable. There was no denying her sorrow, her despair, but her pleasure was a mask across it, and that was one thing Herrn could understand. Finally, he took control, pulling her against him, moving beneath her so that she could remain wrapped in his arms. Her lips flitted across his neck, everything even slower now, but it was enough. His body tensed, his arms a vice, her moans in his ear, and then he let go. Slowly he exhaled, and he felt her body go limp atop him. Still he held her, fearful of the moment when her warmth would leave him, when all the world would come crashing back in. Her face remained pressed against his neck, his skin wet from tears he didn't realize she'd cried. "Can you stay with me?" she asked. "I will." His voice sounded so far away. Wishing for the right words, yet not finding them, he clutched her thin frame tightly to his body, felt her shudder. "I'm sorry," she said, just as when they first started. She pulled off him, reached for his cloak, and then curled it about her so she could lie with her head on his chest and her eyes closed. "It'll be all right," he whispered as she nestled against him. A sigh escaped her lips, content enough that he allowed himself to believe the lie he spoke. Her breathing steadied, and he put his arms around her, holding her close. Happiness, he thought. At least one night of happiness. It was only then he leaned back, closed his eyes, and let his own tears fall. Chapter 33. Pelarak, high priest of Karak's faithful, rose from his bed at the sound of knocking. He grabbed his deep black robe from a hook on the wall, slid it over his thin body, and then opened the door to his room. "What is it?" he asked another of the priests, a handsome, clean-shaven man named Iso. "Grim tidings," Iso said, bowing his head low. "I fear Davoric has been murdered." "Murdered?" said Pelarak. "How?" In answer, Iso stepped aside, revealing two little girls standing in the dimly lit hall. The very sight of them was a prick to the back of his neck. Kneeling before them, he offered them his hands, yet they shied away, afraid. "Lesha, Jada, you have no reason to fear me," he told them. "I am Karak's most faithful, and so long as you are faithful too, then I am your fiercest protector in all the land." Lesha, the darker-skinned of the two, crossed her hands behind her back and looked to the floor. All her body but her face was covered with dark black and purple wrappings, and through the white cloth covering the gap he saw that she was crying. "What is the matter?" he asked. "Is it true? Did someone kill your master?" "With a dagger," Lesha said. "She told us not to come here. She said—" The girl's voice trailed off as Jada elbowed her in the side. Together they stood there, bowed, silent, and clearly afraid. "Who is she?" Pelarak asked. Jada was the one to meet his eye this time. "She used to be one of us," she said, "but not anymore." "Zusa," thought Pelarak, and the priest felt a familiar fire burn in his stomach. Would they never be free of that horrible woman? Pelarak stood, ran a hand through his gray hair. Now Daverick was dead, along with 4 others he'd trained, leaving just these 2. The question was, what were they to do with him? "Wake the rest of the elders," Pelarak told Iso. "I would have us pray before the altar." "Can it not wait until morning?" Pelarak put a hand on little Jada's shoulder, felt her tremble at his touch. "No, it cannot." Down the hall he led the girls, back to the main worship chamber. Before the rows of pews towered the great statue of Karak, with purple fire burning in braziers at his beloved god's feet, fires that would never dwindle or fade. They, like Karak, were eternal. Pelarak ordered the girls to kneel at the altar, which was still wet with the blood from that nightfall's sacrifice. They crossed their hands in prayer, quiet and obedient, and it made the priest smile. No doubt they were troubled, scarred by witnessing Daverick's death, and now adrift with an uncertain future. But their souls must have been loyal, for in prayer before the statue of the lion they were calm. They were at peace. The same could not always be said of kings and wise men. "Do not cease your prayers," Pelarak whispered to them. "No matter what you hear, what my fellows discuss, never cease." They both nodded, eyes closed, never looking up. The door left of the altar, which led to the various barracks and dungeons of the temple, opened, and out stepped Iso. "They'll be here shortly," he said, standing beside Pelarak as they overlooked the statue. He gestured to the 2 girls. "I'm not sure I understand the need for haste. They're members of the Faceless, now and forever. Are we to choose another teacher?" Pelarak crossed his arms, fingers digging into the thick, rough fabric of his robe. He'd never been pleased with the Faceless, viewing it as an unpleasant necessity at best, a poor punishment at worst. When Eliora and Nava had died, and Zusa gone rogue, he'd been content to consider the matter dead. But then had come Daverick, along with the backing of several prominent priests in Mordena, all insisting it be started up anew. Against such pressure he could not back down, especially since dogma was on their side. But that didn't mean he had to like it, nor did he have to honor it. Not if it went against Karak's wishes. "Our temples have played games," he said, "and these poor girls have been caught in the middle. You ask what we are to do with them, and it is a question we must receive an answer to. But I will not consult books, nor tally votes among our elders. No, Iso. We will call for the voice of the lion before we resort to lesser, imperfect measures." In groups of 2 and 3 came the rest of the elders, until all 7 were there with Pelarak and Iso. They lingered about, speaking softly with one another. Still did Jada and Lesha remain in prayer like proper students. Pelarak knelt beside each of them, putting his hands on their backs and closing his eyes so he might pray with them. "From the mouths of children," he prayed, "may there be no other wisdom but yours." With that, he stood, turned to address the various elders. "I know the hour is late, "But I believe we cannot delay," Pelarak began. "For one of our own, Davrik, has been killed by the hand of our most shameful failure, the woman Zusa. These two, Jada and Lesha, have come to us, for they are without home and master." "They cannot stay here," the oldest of them all said, a pockmarked man named Gesh. "It has been temple law since time immemorial. The faceless are not allowed to dwell within the holy ground." "Not so immemorial," Pelarak said, turning to face Gesh. "For we have writings from Theron the Wise, who first created the order, and he never decreed any sort of banishment." "But even Theron ordered them to eat and sleep separate from the rest," Gesh argued. "And in time, Karak imparted us wisdom as to the proper way of dealing with the greatest of betrayers." Pelarak struggled to keep his eyes from rolling. The greatest of betrayers? Before him were two girls, neither older than 10. He knew how they'd been taken, defiled by one of the priests in Mordena. He'd received word that they'd removed the man's genitals to ensure it never happening again. Yet still they'd sent the two with Davrik, demanding they be made members of the Faceless. There were a dozen punishments they could have been given instead, down to a mere few nights of fasting and prayer, but no. To Veldaren they'd come. Now they were his problem. And Karak, damn it, he wanted the Faceless buried and forgotten, not continuing on for decades because of these two young girls, their only fault merely being mice in front of a depraved snake. "Our high priest did not bring us together to discuss dogma," Iso said, preventing any further argument. "This matter must be settled once and for all." "The Faceless have always been a stain upon our orders," Pelarak said, addressing Gesh in particular. "Already we have rules and punishments for those in our ranks who forfeit their shame to their sexual desires, and it is those we should abide by. I say we declare Jeda and Lesha free of the title, free of the wrappings, and introduce them back into the fold, where they may be raised as priestesses." "What you suggest is heresy," said another of the elders. "Perhaps," Pelarak said, "but let us discover for ourselves. Let us hear the voice of the lion decree their fates." "Karak will give you no answer," Gesh insisted. "Not when the answer is already known." "If we hear silence, then we will debate come the morning," Pelarak said. "For now, prepare the candles and the knife. We have work to do." The ritual was one they'd all performed dozens of times, and they began their work in earnest. Perhaps it was out of duty, or faith, or merely wanting to go back to bed, but they arranged the candles in several concentric circles about the altar, as well as fetching the other required components with record speed. As Pelarak watched, the ceremonial knife in hand, Iso slid over to him, back to the others as he murmured, "You know Karak does not like to involve himself with our discussions of dogma," said the priest. "It is beneath him." "Perhaps," Pelarak said, eyeing the two girls. "But you've felt it, haven't you? Karak's presence? It's heavier upon our city. Something approaches, some moment or crossroads, and I think tonight he will answer." Iso glanced to the others, frowned. "I pray you are right, because those two won't stay in this temple otherwise." The circles made, the candle lit, the girls bowing before the great statue of Karak. All was completed as Pelarak took the knife and stepped through the ring of priests that stood with their arms raised to the ceiling. His mouth suddenly dry, he knelt and took a silver bowl from the feet of the statue and placed it before the two girls on the altar. He saw Jada's eyes flick open just a moment, widening at the sight of the bowl. She'd be the first, Pelarak decided. "We seek the voice of the lion in a world that has known only silence," Pelarak said, reaching out and taking Jada's hand in his. "Karak, hear our prayer," echoed the rest of the priests. With his free hand, Pelarak tilted Jada's face up with his finger, and she opened her soft blue eyes. Fear lingered in them, but she was strong, she was brave. He smiled, knowing she would make him proud. "The pain is ephemeral," he told her. "The blood is full of power, yet so easily replaced. Cry out to Karak. Cry out for his voice, his words, his wisdom and glory. Can you do this?" Jada's lips trembled, but she bobbed her head up and down. "I can," she said. "Karak, hear our prayer." Pelarak put the knife to the palm of her hand, edge against the dark wrappings. "Close your eyes," he said. She did, tight as she could. Taking in a deep breath, Pelarak offered his own plea for guidance. With a single smooth movement, he cut across the little girl's palm, opening up a streak of red that quickly flowed across her revealed, pale skin. Grabbing her wrist, he held her hand over the bowl, let the blood drip down as she screamed out in pain. "Karak, hear our prayer." He held her, firm, unmoving, and despite her tears, despite the constant flow of blood, she did not fight him. Instead, she closed her eyes and prayed with an earnestness that made him all the more furious at the man who had dared defile one so young, so full of faith. "Please, Karak," she prayed through her sobs. "I'm sorry, so sorry." When the bottom of the bowl was completely covered, Pelarak pulled her away, taking a cloth set beside the bowl and pressing it into her palm. Gently, he let her hold her wounded hand against her chest, and, heart-heavy, he turned to Lesha. "Your hand," he told her. The knife cut across her dark skin, and she screamed, even louder than Jada. "Karak, hear our prayer." "We stand before you humbled and unworthy," Pelarak said when the bowl was filled, both girls kneeling with heads bowed, cut hands bleeding into cloths pressed against their bodies. "We stand, we pray, we beg that your voice guide us. These two, what are we to do with them? Are they to remain faceless, or shall we welcome them back into the fold?" He took the bowl as all around him the priests echoed his prayer, begging Karak to answer. The candles flickered, shimmered a rainbow of colors before becoming deep violet. The room bathed in its glow, the statue of Karak towering above. Pelarak took the bowl and lifted it high. "Let us hear the roar of the lion!" he cried, and he flung the blood across the statue. The red splashed upon the stone breastplate, the armored greaves, the feet, the hands. Pelarak held the bowl in one hand, the blood dripping down beside him to the floor, as he stared into the eyes of his god. In the sudden silence, they heard only the sniffles of the two girls. Pelarak waited, tense, yearning for Karak to answer. He'd staked his reputation on this, as well as the fates of Jada and Lesha. Nothing but sniffles. "The lion is not with us," Gesh said. The eyes of the statue flared red, the violet flames surged, and Gesh had but a moment to gasp before the fire of the candles leaped from the wicks and poured down his throat. They robbed him of sound, of breath, and as Pelarak watched in stunned silence, the old priest collapsed and died. Pelarak's mouth hung open, his mind reeling, unsure how to react. From all four corners of the room came a chilling wind, and in its howl, the two girls' sobs grew louder, more terrified. As the other priests fell to their knees, begging Karak for mercy, Pelarak flung himself between Jada and Lesha, and he pulled them about to face him. Their eyes were open, but rolled back into their heads as they shook. It seemed to be a seizure, but still they cried, and then those cries became something different, something more. "This city trembles," Jada said, her voice firm and controlled despite the shaking of her body. "It aches, it pleads, but it will not know peace." Pelarak clutched her to him, trying to keep her still. Her head lolled back, and when she spoke again, Lesha echoed her words. "All will burn," they said. "This city, this land, this nation, this world, all will burn." Suddenly their arguments over the faceless felt so petty, so simple, and mired in worthless dogma and pointless tradition. The very temple seemed to shake with the violence of their vision, the statue above shimmering with a horrible power. "Fear the power of the gods," Pelarak thought, a line from a sermon he'd once delivered. "We are but dust to the divine, and we will never be enough to withstand their presence." "Karak, my god," Pelarak whispered as the other priests wailed, fearing the temple would collapse upon them. "Tell us your wisdom. Tell us what we are to do." The girls spoke in unison, but as they did, the priest realized the words were not for him, nor intended for any of them. They'd dared thrust themselves into a world beyond understanding, one of visions and power eternal, and now they must pay the price. "Nathaniel," the girls whispered, softer now, gentler. "You must understand. The only hope is in my prophet's return." On the floor of the hallway, Nathaniel writhed, but he could see it no longer, nor feel the carpet against his skin, nor hear the cries of servants gathering about him. Instead, his vision was dominated by fire and destruction overwhelming the city of Eldarin. Nathaniel stood just outside the wall, naked and pale, as he watched fire spread as if guided by invisible hands. "Nathaniel," spoke a voice, one Nathaniel recognized as clearly as he recognized the voice of his own mother. It was deep, frightening, carrying authority no mere human could ever possess. "You must understand," Nathaniel heard himself whisper, echoing Karak's voice. There was no thought to this, no ability to resist. "The only hope is in my prophet's return." Someone cried for a priest, but the words came as if from 1,000 miles away. His feet lifted off the ground, the world shifting away from him, and then Nathaniel was soaring over the tops of buildings, watching them all shake and crumble. Roar after roar shook his bones, as if enormous lions had taken up residence within the city. Desperately, Nathaniel prayed for it to end, yet he was denied such a blessing. The city was ash. A pair of red eyes watched it from afar, and he felt their cold pleasure in witnessing the destruction. While immersed in the fire, he'd felt intense heat on his skin, yet now he felt a chill as wind blew in from the west. With its arrival, the night sky covered with clouds, and thorough darkness overcame the land. Standing amid it, Nathaniel felt intense loneliness and despair. The city was gone. Everything was dust, and within the wreckage, he knew he was but one of 1,000 charred corpses. The vision was so hopeless, the darkness so complete, he didn't understand the point in showing it to him. And then Karak spoke. "You can save them, Nathaniel," said the cold voice of an imprisoned god. "You can save them all." The vision shifted, and the shadowy form with the red eyes was before him, arms crossed, body hidden by a black robe. The man said nothing, but as Nathaniel's sight widened, he saw that the city of Eldarin stood once more. "This is my prophet, whom I love," Karak whispered. "You are not meant to fear him, my child. You are to embrace him." Melody's heart was true, but she was fooled by the traitor priest, Luther, who would tear down my beloved city, destroying it with fire and destruction. But there is still hope. There is a way to spare this land, save its people, and bring about true order. It is you, Nathaniel. You will be the boy who opened the way, if you would only listen and obey. People's hands were on his body, but again he felt them like one feels a waking limb. At that moment, he was lost in the presence of another, grand and powerful, overwhelming him, suffocating him. But within it he sensed the hope Karak spoke of. Within it, he knew he could make a difference. So he whispered the words that ended the vision, sent it crashing down with only the promise of a future answer. "Tell me what to do." Epilogue. "Are you all right?" Tarlak asked his sister, who was yet to leave her spot by the fire on the lowest floor of their tower. "I'll be fine," she said, sipping from a clay cup filled with steaming broth from a boiled beef bone. Her eyes remained locked on the dwindling flames. Seeing this, Tarlac snapped his fingers, surging the fire back to life. There'd be no cold chill for his little sister, not on her first night back from Kerr. "Sure. Eventually we'll all be fine," he said, crouching opposite her on the rug. He took her hands, squeezed them until she finally looked his way. But perhaps it'd help to talk about it anyway. Delicia pulled his hands up so she could kiss the tops of them, then pushed him away. "You're a jester in a world of serious men. Having you around is enough to help, Tar." "Just as long as I keep dancing, eh?" She smiled. "If that's how you see it, then yes." He stood, bowed low before her. "Then dance I will, but first I have business in Veldaren. Care to come with?" "Take Brug," she said, settling back down into her chair. "I haven't finished my broth yet." "A fine excuse. Since you've just come home from a lengthy, arduous journey, I will let it slide for now." He walked over to the stairs, cupped his hands in front of his face. "Come on down, Brug. We have work to do." It took a few more yells, but finally Tarlac had the man ready to go. The stars twinkling above them, Tarlac led the way as they walked back to the city. "Not sure why this couldn't wait until morning," Brug grumbled. "Bit of fresh air will do you good, Brug." He gestured to the silver moon above, the swaying grass that seemed almost blue in the midnight glow. "Take in the beauty of nature, and then tell me, where else would you rather be?" "In my bed, asleep." Tarlac chuckled. "Me too," he said. He pointed ahead, to where the great walls of Veldaren loomed. "But something Herrn said finally gave me an idea about those damn tiles of Musians." "And what's that?" "I had the right idea, but the wrong source. It's the gods, Brug. Things are never as simple as they seem once the gods get involved, especially that psychotic, undead-worshipping lion-humper we lovingly call Karak." "Fascinating. Would still rather be sleeping." "The sun went down barely 30 minutes ago. Quit your whining." The road flattened out, the grass dead, and the dirt faded and smooth from the daily wear of wagons and horses. Higher and higher the walls seemed as they approached the city, and Tarlac stared at them, wondering about those within. "Think Herrn's doing all right in there?" Brug asked, as if reading his mind. "I hope so," he said. "It's just, you know, him and Del. They ain't seemed the same since." "Whatever it is, it's between them. For now, let's keep our minds on the task at hand and let the scum of Veldaren worry about Herrn's return home." They passed through the gates of the city, and once inside, Tarlac steered them directly south, keeping close to the wall. The streets were quiet, but they were often quiet at night since Musian's takeover. All squabbles over territory, all back deals and smuggling of goods. It took place during the day now. What need did the Dark Hand have for the cover of night? He feared no one, no guards, no kings, no other guilds. The city was his, and Tarlac felt himself hoping Herrn's return would give him a nasty dose of humility. Despite his warnings earlier, he'd never bet against his friend. The Watcher had his reputation for a reason, after all. "So, where is it we're going?" asked Brug. "Somewhere quiet and isolated," Tarlac said. "Just in case things go horribly wrong, of course." Brug gave him a rather rude, displeased look, but Tarlac just grinned at it and continued on. Over the past weeks, they'd drawn up an extensive map of the location of all of Musian's tiles. Brug had called it both pointless and wasteful, but Tarlac's gut kept insisting it'd pay off eventually, even if he had no clue how. But then Herrn had mentioned Luther's supposed connection to the tiles, and suddenly, Tarlac had a feeling he knew what he'd been missing all those times before. So now they went to one of the many tiles he'd marked in a quiet little street that dead-ended at the western wall. "Here we are," Tarlac said, stopping in the center of the street where the tile was buried mere feet away from the wall. It looked like all the others, with no special markings or engravings, just the same symbol of the sun. Brug stood beside him, arms crossed over his chest, as he watched Tarlac kneel. "I thought you already tried this," Brug said. "Not quite," said Tarlac. Closing his eyes, he began repeating a spell he'd memorized over the past hour. While before he'd used a simple spell all young magic users learned, This one was far more demanding. It wasn't the world of magic he wanted to see, that shadowy place of the arcane. Instead, it was a different type of magic, that of priests and paladins and necromancers. He sought power tied to the deities themselves and to view its markings. A wave of dizziness came over him as he finished the last phrase of the spell, and he felt a bit of power leave his chest. Taking in a deep breath, he opened his eyes to view the tile.
It shimmered red in the darkness, and swirling about it were 3 long chains composed of intricate runes he couldn't begin to decipher.
They dipped into the very earth, then came back out, always in constant motion, while the red glow pulsed as if tied to a distant heartbeat. The very sight of it filled Tarlak's throat with bile, and he had to force himself to remain calm. "Brugh," he said, "I want you to get away from me, all right?" "What's going on?" asked his friend. Tarlak looked to either side of him, saw the dilapidated homes. "Check both of them," he said. "If there's anyone inside, make them leave." Brugh nodded, and he kept whatever questions he wanted to ask silent. Tarlak turned his attention back to the tile. Despite the ache to his head, he focused harder, and within the pulsing he saw what could only be described as thin pieces of string intertwined with the runes, each a slightly different hue of red. That was how he could decipher the magic's purpose, he knew, what all it could do if activated. Because that was the one thing he was certain of, that the magic contained within the tile was being held back. "Both empty," Brugh said a few moments later. "Good," Tarlak said. He swallowed, then he clapped his hands together. "All right," he said. "Let's do this." He could undo the strings, he knew, slowly untangling them as well as breaking the spinning runes, but it was no different from undoing a particularly insidious knot. If he didn't know how, or didn't know the exact details of the spell, then he would accomplish nothing at best, or harm himself at worst. Removing any curse was a tricky matter, same with any skillful enchantment, which the tile clearly had. But activating the magic— "Here goes," he whispered. Safely undoing a knot was one thing. Chopping it in half with a sword was another. With but a thought, he pulsed magic into the tile, putting whatever spell was buried in its center into motion. The runes vanished, and for a moment all was silent. Tarlak's skin tingled with anticipation. This was it, the true purpose of the tiles, the reason for their very existence. In its center he watched a tiny black spot appear, crackling with white lightning. It shimmered, then vanished. The tile cracked, its center rimmed with fire, and then Tarlak had the briefest moment to react before the shockwave hit him. As a great roar shook his being, he crossed his arms, enacting a protection spell out of pure instinct. The ground trembled beneath him, and then suddenly he was flying through the air. When he landed, he rolled, and all the while he heard nothing but a constant ringing. When he came to a stop, Brugh was hovering over him, his mouth moving but producing no words. It was only when the ringing faded that Brugh's voice finally returned. "All right, huh?" Instead of answering, Tarlak pushed himself up to a sitting position, and with his mouth hanging open, he stared at where the tile had once been. In its place was a gaping crater, and fire burned within it, the flames a deep violet. On either side the homes were shattered, the roofs collapsed in, and the wood already aflame. Even the great stone wall, which had surrounded the city since the day Karak himself built it, was cracked, with large portions having collapsed and layering the surrounding area beneath with debris. "My God, Tar," Brugh said, staring with his mouth hanging open. "What did you do?" "What it was meant to do," Tarlak said, viewing the wreckage while feeling dazed and lost. Another large chunk of the wall collapsed, the rumble deafening, as was the sound of the stone breaking upon the road, sending pieces rolling in all directions. "One tile," Brugh said, and he sounded as horrified as Tarlak felt. "How many throughout the city are there?" "As of last count?" asked Tarlak as all around people flooded out of their homes to see what was the matter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he thought of all their planning. their little map detailing the tiles' locations. Not a single street unmarked. Not a man or woman safe. He put a hand on Brug's shoulder and slowly stood as dust and stone fell. Over 327. For once, Brug was speechless. Tarlac watched the strange purple flames dwindle down to nothing in the crater, and he let out a sigh. "Brug," he said, "we're fucked." A note from the author. Well, it feels like it's been ages since I got to write one of these and not have it be about the various tweaks and changes I made to my self-published version. So, instead, I get to discuss legitimately new stuff. The first new Hearn book I've written in over a year. Shocking concept, eh? Going into this one, I had a few specific goals in mind. Direct attempts to counter either things I failed to adequately deal with earlier or areas I just felt I had not given near the attention they deserved. The first, and most important to me, was Hearn and Delicia's relationship. I wanted to establish her better as a character, as well as how she and Hearn complemented one another. And then, on the other side, Hearn and Zusa. There were more than a few asking me what happened with them, particularly after the chemistry they showed in A Dance of Mirrors. Well, hopefully this book has done both. Obviously, I have more to do still in Book 6, but hey, one book at a time. The other big part, and one that clearly dominated much of this book, was Hearn and his father. There'd be no more relegating Thren to the background, no more leaving it ambiguous as to why he tolerated his son's nighttime adventures. This was their attempt to recruit each other. And honestly, that chapter where they just savaged each other near the end was the most difficult one to write in this entire book. No others were even close. I've never wanted Thren to be a simple cardboard cutout villain, and between this and the Cloak and Spider collection, I'd like to believe I've at least elevated him to a three-dimensional cardboard cutout. To those of you who've read The Paladins, I hope you enjoyed Luther's little moment to shine, as well as his callback to his final meeting with Jericho. To those of you who have not read my Paladins books, I did everything I could to fill you in without spoiling the previous adventures.
I do my best to include events and characters from other series, yet, at the same time, try never to leave anyone in the dark if they haven't read them.
As usual, I hope I succeeded, and if not, I hope you forgive me for the failed attempt. So what's next? Well, I'm stupidly excited about Musi and the Dark Hand. One thing I've realized I've lacked over the course of the first 4 books was any sort of consistent villain.
It was Thren in one book,
then Ghost, then the Wraith, and finally a whole mess of people like Grayson and the Bloodcrafts in Book 4. It lent more of an episodic feel to the series, which honestly isn't a bad thing, but I really, really like my villains. With Musian, I finally have someone I can set up for more than a single book. Not only that, I have someone who can legitimately look at my hero and smirk. Of course, that's not to say Musian will be the only villain in Book 6. Is there such a thing as bad guy overload? Because I might be getting close. Oh, and speaking of Ghost, yeah, he was totally dead in the self-published edition. There goes my earlier excitement about not discussing self-pub editions. No excuses, no possibilities. I left him butchered and bleeding and with his internal organs as an eviscerated goo. But there's advantages to going over every single book and changing whatever I feel like for the Orbit relaunch. In case you never read the redone A Dance of Blades, I made sure Ghost actually survived Hearn's thrashing, and had them speak a quick bit of dialogue to establish that, yes, Ghost is still breathing. He's in bad shape, and anyone can expect him to die shortly, but the last thing I wanted to do was cheat. So he survived, he vanished, and now I got to bring him back in. Every chapter with him was a ton of fun, and yes, I got the idea to bring him back while re-editing Blades. Consider it a weakness of mine. Dead people tend not to stay dead. Not when I think there's more fun to be had. Half-orc fans in particular are rolling their eyes at me right now, I'm certain. So, was bringing back Ghost worth it? I think so. I got to finish the character arc that was only hinted at with his initial scenes with Kaelin, as well as take the overall direction of his return in a way that hopefully no one saw coming. Obviously, you all will be the final judge of that. All that's left now is to put a nice bow on everything I've built. This book in particular was one that daunted me for quite some time, and I actually put it off to write the 6th half-orc book instead, solely as a way to stall. Having it finished is stupidly rewarding. The next book, though? A Dance of Chaos has been stewing in my head for quite some time, and I've been rubbing my hands in anticipation for so many scenes. The showdown with Musian, the assault on Veldaren, the climactic confrontation between Hairn and his father. Oh yes, this will be fun. And to those of you who have read The Weight of Blood, yes, it is that battle that's approaching. I've always wondered where the heck Hairn and the Eschaton were when it happened. Time to show just that. Thanks to all of you for sticking with me, putting up with my little idiosyncrasies, and this overall transition from self-publishing to Orbit's guiding hand. I hope it's all been worth it, and that this book, and the next, will be worthy of Hairn's shadowy legacy.
David Dalglish,
October 31st, 2013.
Continue listening for an excerpt from A Dance of Chaos by David Dalglish.